Jeremy, thanks very much. Well, Nick Clegg is yet another person in a motor car, and he's heading off here to his count in Sheffield Hallam. I think these pictures of motor cars are very interesting in their way, but rather unrevealing, except of Leylandii and other sorts of hideous hedges. But somewhere in there is Nick Clegg, and probably a Nick Clegg rather chastened by tonight's results, because after the euphoria, even though he tried to keep the euphoria down, it really hasn't yet been a very good night. He was in Eastbourne on Wednesday, and he managed to take Eastbourne, and he had a good rally there. But on the whole, Nick, I think you'd agree, it's not been... Well, he's in an interesting position, but it hasn't been the kind of night he was hoping for.
But isn't this part of the extraordinary story of tonight? He may have failed, but about to be playing a crucial role in deciding who the next government of Britain is, if not, in fact, having a job in the next government of Britain.
He's had one gain so far and 3 losses.
Yes. But there's no doubt at all he'll be hugely disappointed, so will his party, with how they've done and how his success hasn't translated into vote success. But nevertheless, they may be about to determine who the next government of Britain is, and they may well play a role in it.
One of his losses was Newton Abbott, Conservative gain from the Liberal Democrats. This is Anne-Marie Morris, who's a lawyer, taking over from Richard Younger-Ross, who's been the MP there since 2001. He was one of those criticised by the Standards Commissioner in the House of Commons and for various expense claims that he made, so that may have had an effect there. This was the old Teen Bridge, now Newton Abbott. And the swing there, 5.8% to the Conservatives from the Liberal Democrats. Now, whether that's special, whether it tells us something about what may be happening in the southwest, we shall see. Oxford East, on the other hand, has been held. Andrew Smith for Labour, former Work and Pension Secretary, holds on to this. His majority from 332 only. Liberal Democrats were in second place. Liberal Democrats really hope to take this. They're number 4 for them. And there was a swing from Liberal Democrats to Labour of 4%, and his majority went up to 4,000 and a bit. So, there we are. It's 3:30, and time to rejoin the boat. And Andrew Neil.
Thank you very much. In a moment, I'm going to be speaking to 3 of Britain's best-known journalists to find out what they make of it. But first, I've got Al Murray, the pub landlord, and Rolling Stone legend Bill Wyman. Welcome to you both. Now, I suspect we've been on air for about 5.5 hours, and I suspect a lot of the punters still have no idea, as we don't, about a result. They must be getting impatient.
Well, I feel like Noddy in Toyland on my first day. What on earth is going on? You know, where am I?
You're asking me?
Well, you don't know, obviously. And you're not big ears. I'm not saying you're big ears.
Yes, I am.
I just feel it's an extraordinary...
It's getting a bit frustrating, isn't it?
No, it's a good night. But I voted for aircraft carriers because I believe in aircraft carriers. Whoever's going to build aircraft carriers, I voted for that.
And Bill, you still think the Conservatives can win?
I really hope so, yeah.
You are a Conservative?
Yeah, I was working class. I grew up, and Labour did nothing for me. And
you must be a little bit disappointed then that it's not so clear cut.
They didn't book the Stones for any gigs.
I'm sincerely hoping that the Conservatives will get through there.
What do you think?
I think I need something to happen. We need something to happen. I don't really care what it is. Something needs to happen.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to go over to speak to the journalists, because, you know, journalists have had all sorts of opinions and analysis of how this election has gone, and I think a lot of them tonight have turned out to be completely wrong. So let's hold 3 of them to account right now. Andrew Ronsley, what's happening?
Actually, I think a fairly clear pattern is beginning to develop now. There's a swing to the Conservatives, which is quite stonking if you look in areas of southern England. It's getting up to 10% in some of those seats. But it gets harder and harder for David Cameron as he goes up the M1 or the M6. He gets to the Midlands, he's struggling, and then into the North seats they really needed to win to be confident of getting a majority. They're not getting, which I think means we're looking at probably a Conservative minority government. Certainly looks unlikely the Conservatives can get a majority.
That's disappointing. I mean, if they can't win in a recession against an unpopular Prime Minister with a multi-million-pound campaign, when can they win?
I'm not convinced that Andrew's right. I mean, I think it's quite
Andrew's
likely.
Always right.
It's pretty well.
Not always.
It's pretty well certain there's going to be a Conservative government, and it's a question of whether.
Why do you say that?
because of the momentum. You can't get a deal that's going to stick now between a Labour government that's been very clearly defeated and a Liberal Party which hasn't really broken through. It's not really in their interests. All the momentum, all the swing, all the development has come from the Tories. The question is it quite enough? So, and when David Cameron was speaking earlier at his declaration, what he was sort of saying was, well, look, I will actually try and find a way of doing a deal if I can't win outright.
You don't think he'll just form a minority government?
Well, what he said, that was all the stuff about the national interest. National interest is always a code for being able to reach out if you have to.
In my experience, it's usually a code for self-interest. Do you think that he's right, or there's still a chance of a centre-left kind of arrangement here, isn't it?
I'm sure that Gordon Brown's going to want to do that. Gordon Brown is going to want to see, I think, how it falls. If there were 260 Labour MPs and there were 60 Liberal Democrat MPs, he could do it. But it would be a coalition of the defeated. That's the trouble.
Yeah, that is the problem.
That is the trouble. And the momentum is with the Conservatives.
Well, there's one other problem, which as Nick Clegg said, he thought the party that had most votes and most seats would have the right to be the first to try and form a government. And it looks likely, although Mr Cameron may be short of a parliamentary majority, I don't think anybody's going to argue he won't have most votes and most seats. Now, Mr Clegg may, who knows, he may be ruining he made that declaration, but make it he did.
What happened to this Lib Dem surge we've all been bigging up for the past 4 weeks?
Well, I think that...
Well, you may say.
Well, one may say. I think that the crucial moment was when the last hour, the last 45 minutes of the third debate, when Nick Clegg tried to defend the amnesty on immigration and on the euro. Brave positions to take, but actually you could see that he was on the back foot. And momentum began to drain from then.
Just before we go, we're going to back to the studio in a second. Charles Moore, what are you doing here taking our hospitality and you won't even pay the BBC licence fee?
Well, I'm appearing in the magistrate's court.
You're a freeloader. I'm going to call security to get this lawbreaker out. Back to the studio.
And so say all of us. Thank you very much, Andrew. Burnley, a Liberal Democrat gain. Let's just see that. Swing of nearly 10% from Labour to the Liberal Democrats in Lancashire. This was an MP standing down, Kitty Usher, just after one term. She was famous for having a bit of a set-to with the Commons Fees Office over removing Artex ceilings from her home, which she called dilapidations. So a new candidate moved in and is forced into second place. Gordon Birtwistle, council leader, takes Burnley. And Nick Clegg is now, fine. He's scarpering from the house into the car behind the Leylandii, or whatever those hedges are, not speaking. Plenty to think about.
A huge amount to think about. What does he do now if David Cameron picks up the phone? On the one hand, he said that whoever is the largest party would have a mandate to try and form a government. On the other, he knows there's a gulf in their policy positions. So how does he handle a position where he now doesn't have the moral authority of a huge gain in votes, for example?
Brief glimpse of his wife there, Miriam. You remember when Ted Heath tried to ring Jeremy Thorpe, they couldn't get through, and they didn't get through till midnight. And Jeremy Thorpe said the telephone wasn't working, so maybe that's the secret. What you do is you actually just keep, my mobile was off. Oh, I run out of battery, and wait while you work out what to do.
Famously, Jeremy Thorpe also had to walk through 3 fields because he didn't want to be seen.
Yes.
Now, the big change this time round is that the Civil Service have put an enormous amount of preparation into this. The Cabinet Secretary has studied what happened in the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Assembly. He's flown to New Zealand to see what happened in that Parliament. And they will facilitate this. They have got secret rooms where they'll have meetings. They will provide staff to try and make it happen.
Thank you very much, Nick. Conservatives have gained Hastings and Rye in Sussex, a swing of 3% to the Conservatives, 23rd in their target seat. But they're about to give the declaration in Carlisle, right up by the border with Scotland, held by Labour since 1964. And it's just beyond the 116 range for the Tories' overall majority. It's 132 in their list of possibles, but anything could happen tonight because anything is happening. Eric Maitlis, who's been the MP there since '87, is standing down. The chair of the Labour group on Carlisle City Council is taking his place as a candidate.
The acting returning officer,
Liberal Democrats are in third place.
Constituency election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Michael William Bowden, the Labour Party candidate, 15,736. Peter Philip Howe, 263. Neil Hughes, Liberal Democrat, 6,567. John Metcalfe, Carlisle Socialist and Trade Union candidate, 376. Michael John Owen, UK Independence Party, 969. John Bernard Reardon, the Green Party, 614. Paul Brandy Stafford, British National Party, 1,086. Andrew John Stevenson, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,589. And I do hereby declare that Andrew John Stevenson is duly elected. Thank you.
So the Conservatives gain Carlisle from Labour. A swing from Labour to Conservative of 7.7%. Majority of 782 to John Stevenson, who's a solicitor, who takes over from the new candidate, Michael Bowden, for Labour. Right, Jeremy, we go to Jeremy Paxman. Jeremy Paxman, you've got someone to talk to, I think.
Oh, I certainly hope so. I think we're going to be talking to Alistair Darling. Alistair Darling, are you there?
Yes, I can just about hear you.
Excellent, good. Was coming out to 4:45 in the morning. Who's in charge of the country?
Well, the government remains in place until such time as there's a change in that. So we are here, and we will have to see what the shape of the government of the House of Commons is tomorrow morning. It is important, of course, that we do have a stable government established for very obvious reasons, but the exact shape of that, who it is, we'll have to wait and see, because we don't have the final shape of the House of Commons yet.
But isn't this uncertainty about who precisely is going to be in command of the ship the worst possible outcome from an economic point of view?
Well, look, firstly, people should be in no doubt that one of the strengths of our constitution is that there always is a government. We are the government until such time as that changes. I think it is important that we have strength and stability, a clear sense of direction. I think people perfectly well understand that following a general election, that there's inevitably some uncertainty until you actually see who can actually form a government that can command the confidence of the House of Commons. But I think everyone is concerned, is very focused on the fact that for very obvious reasons we need not just a stable government, but also a government that's got a convincing plan to secure our recovery and then, of course, to get our borrowing down. That's very important. But as of now, 4:45 in the morning, as you say, we don't know the final shape of the House of Commons. Inevitably, for the next few hours at any rate, there's going to be some degree of uncertainty, and I think people perfectly well understand that.
Are you expecting to move back into Downing Street?
Well, as I said to you, what happens and who forms the government next and after the election will depend on what the House of Commons looks like. Now, at the moment, I think I picked you up correctly, or your programme correctly, just a few moments ago when we were trying to get this connection through, that the pattern is mixed. We are holding some seats that people thought we'd lose. Clearly, we're losing other seats that we might have expected to hold. The swings are not uniform. We shall have to see. And as I've said before this election, whatever happens, the political parties have to get on with it. Whatever the electorate decide, we have to get on with it, and a government has to be formed to make sure that we have that strength and that stability that people would expect.
But that government could only be formed, couldn't it, under Gordon Brown? There could be no other leader of the Labour Party for that opportunity to exist?
Yes, Gordon Brown is the Prime Minister. He's the leader of the Labour Party, you know.
But he's been rejected by the electorate.
Well, the electorate are passing a judgment on us all collectively, one way or another. But as I said to you, no matter how frustrating it is at this hour in the morning, we still do not yet have a clear picture as to what the House of Commons will look like. And the government, whatever government it is, has to be in a position to command a majority in the House of Commons, or at least be able to form a government that can provide the stability and the certainty that people want. That's absolutely essential. But we shall have to wait and see. The results are still coming in, as you know, and there's still, you know, there is still a picture that's pretty mixed.
Alistair Darling, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Nick Clegg is apparently in our sights or within our camera. I'm not quite sure where, but perhaps he's not. No, he's not for the moment. Incidentally, interesting news from Rochdale. Oh, there's Mr. Clegg.
Here he comes.
Arriving in Sheffield Hallam at his count. 43-year-old, same age as David Cameron, and looking relatively cheerful, relatively calm, as he had all through, with his wife, Miriam Gonzalez Durantes, a Spanish lawyer there beside him. She hasn't been much on the campaign trail, but she's with him tonight. I wonder what thoughts are going through his mind.
Well, I think his thoughts will be what went wrong, and I think he'll also be thinking, what on earth do we do now? Because he's got a pretty unpalatable series of choices. They may dramatically change his fortunes, that of his party, but he's going to meet a request, perhaps, to prop up a minority Conservative administration, difficult, or to go in with a defeated Labour Party to push them out. Very difficult. These are not easy choices, but of course...
a tiny, at the moment, a tiny increase in his share of the vote, only.
But of course, the one thing Nick Clegg has got is enormous experience of this. He lived and worked in Europe for a long time, where this sort of deal-making, this sort of coalition building is absolutely meat and drink to the European political systems.
Rochdale is quite interesting. Labour have held Rochdale, where Gillian Duffy, the famous Rochdale 65-year-old grandmother who met the Prime Minister, and he said afterwards in the back of the car, you remember, with his microphone, there was some bigoted woman that I had to meet. Anyway, there was a theory that the women of Rochdale would rise up as one to defend the honour of Gillian Duffy and vote against Gordon Brown, but actually not. Here's the change since last time in Rochdale. Let's just see it. There we are. The Labour vote went down a bit, 5 points. Liberal Democrats went down 6. Conservatives went up 8. But in any case, it was 1. Oh, and the Conservative gain in Hastings and Rye, we did that, I think. 3% swing from Labour to the Conservatives.
But if the Mrs Duffys and her supporters had voted Liberal Democrat there instead of Conservative, which quite a few of them obviously did, there would be a Liberal Democrat member of Parliament. It's very, very close, very small majority there.
If Emily's got something for us. I don't know what it is, but Emily will explain.
Yeah, just such a wide variation of swings. We're going to look a bit more closely. What just happened in Carlisle was pretty startling, actually. You might remember at the beginning of the night we were talking about Carlisle being the kind of seat that David Cameron and his team really needed to gain to make inroads into the north. They have done that. This is exactly the sort of swing above that 7% that they needed to replicate elsewhere, and yet they haven't managed to replicate that in places where they really should have done. They haven't taken Bolton North East, for example. Look at that very, very slender swing towards them. It's just not been enough. Even in places where they have taken them, what we're seeing again is a small swing. Don't forget, we're looking at the molecular detail here, not just the gains and losses, but what's rippling on beneath the surface. And this swing is not really enough. Peter, if I just bring you in here, Broxtowe, even smaller. I mean, extraordinary, actually, that before we had Carlisle, the pattern seemed to be they just weren't coming up to the mark. Carlisle slightly throws that theory out the window.
Well, now what we're getting is a huge variety of swings, Emily, and that's a problem for the Conservatives, because it means they're winning some seats, like Erewash, like Nuneaton, with big swings, like Carlisle we saw just now, Dartford in Kent. But there are other seats where they're only taking narrowly or they're missing out on. So we're reaching the point where I think we can be fairly sure that although the Conservatives will unquestionably be the largest party by some margin, they will fall short. Chris Renard and other politicians have been saying, what are the voters telling us? by some genius, 30 million voters collectively, it seems to me, are saying we dislike Labour rather more than we dislike the Conservatives, and after a holiday romance with the Liberal Democrats, we have our doubts about them as well. All three parties are getting a very sobering message from the electorate.
And briefly, any geographical messages you're taking away? I mean, we've heard a lot about motorway man, motorway woman.
Well, what we're getting is in the northern belt, Yorkshire, Lancashire, that belt, the swing to the Conservatives is a bit lower in the key Labour marginals than it is in the Midlands or the South. And the problem is there's about a couple of dozen Labour seats with majorities that the Tories really need to topple, which they may not get if some of the early seats, like Bolton, like Chester, are typical of that Lancashire-Yorkshire belt.
Peter, thanks very much. Don't forget, if your own constituency result hasn't come in yet, but you're hearing tips, you can watch on our website, bbc.co.uk/election, and you can look at the nationwide picture there as well.
Thanks very much, Emily. Well, we're joined now from Cambridge by David Monks, who's the chairman of the Society of Local Authority Chief Executives, known by the acronym SOLIS. And I should think SOLIS is what you're in need of tonight, Mr. Monks, because it seems as though the returning officers haven't been doing that great a job.
Oh, I think I disagree with that. It's not an easy job. We're local authority chief executives, so we're well used to criticism and unpopularity. But I've been watching some of the coverage, and I just wanted to come along and make some points to help. I think you're fairly clear now about how votes can be issued and the timing and the ability of people to vote if they're in the polling station with the ballot paper in the hand before 10 o'clock. That's fine. I just wanted to say as well that this 10 o'clock deadline is an absolute. We don't have discretion on it. It's set by Parliament, and I think it would be wrong if we had discretion on it. I mean, what are we going to do? Choose people in the queue to come in and vote?
But why have you got the queues? Why don't you have more people, more ballot papers, more space? There's even one story of a place where they couldn't count because they hadn't got enough tables to count on. I mean, this is meant to be a first world country. We are meant to be one of the first democracies who know how to do these things. Here we are giving an example which would shame countries that are just starting their democracies.
Okay, well, let's look at it carefully. What we've got here is a very Victorian system that many of us as Solace members have argued is much in need of modernisation. In fact, it's probably in need of scrapping, because we need a system for the 21st century which is suitable for our lifestyles in this time. But just to go back to this particular point, on the size of the polling stations, if we put extra staff in, those that have voted today will know that each polling station has one register, and one register alone. So when extra staff are put in, it's not going to really help. You might be able to help them manage the queue a bit, but there's only one person ticking the names off on the register.
I know, but I can see you could have difficulties. What I can't understand is how I won't go through the list. Well, I will go through the list. 3-hour queues in Sheffield, Hallam, long queues in Leeds, Birmingham, people locked out, voters turned away in Manchester. Lewisham, curiously, breaking the law, presumably, people are allowed to vote till 10:30 after the exit poll has been announced. 2 places in Liverpool running out of ballot papers. I mean, it suggests a kind of failure of imagination. I mean, the voting hasn't gone up, the number of voters hasn't gone up that much since the last election in 2005, has it?
No. Well, let's be clear on this, David. As a returning officer, you do not need imagination. You need to apply the rules firmly and fairly. And these are the rules set by Parliament. Let's just deal with this Lewisham issue, because I've talked to them tonight.
Yes.
What in fact has happened is that people were admitted to the polling station from the queue, I think there's about 70 or 80 of them, and issued with a ballot paper before the 10 o'clock deadline. So that was within the law.
And then they were kind of locked in, were they?
Sorry, I missed that.
And they were locked in, so they couldn't hear what the exit poll was.
Sorry, I missed that.
They couldn't hear the exit poll. They were kind of locked in the polling station with their ballot papers. They couldn't go out and say, hey, have you heard the news? Have you heard the news? Heard what's happening? Oh, I'll go back in and vote this way or that way.
No, I don't think that's accurate. The Lewisham people I've spoken to would say they acted quite properly. They brought those voters in. It was very crowded, but they were leaving after they cast their vote. and that is within the law.
Nick Robinson's got a very brief question to put to you. I hope it'll be brief, because we've got other things we must move on to, but I'm grateful to you for coming in, Mr. Monks. Go on quickly.
How is it different from the elections of the 70s, 80s, 90s, which were run, as far as I recall, perfectly successfully? Because if it was a Victorian system now, it was then too, surely.
He means the 1950s, 60s, 70s, I think, not the 18.
Yes, well, I'm not that old. I can't remember that. No, I take the point. When I was a chief in the West Midlands, in Warwickshire, we were doing 83% turnouts there, and the system, although under a lot of pressure, a lot of strain, we could get it to work. I think there are issues very, very special here today about a very late surge of people going down to the polling station at 9-ish or just before 10 o'clock in certain particular places.
OK, Mr. Monks, I have to stop you there. Thank you very much, and thanks for coming in, I hope you get some solace somewhere along the line from all that, but I'm grateful to you for speaking to us. Richard Bilton is in Barking. Let's go back to a place that still hasn't declared, where the National Front is challenging Labour. Richard?
David, actually, we've got two counts going on here. We've got Barking, as you say, one of the East London constituents is being counted. And then over here we've got Dagenham and Rainham. And actually in both counts at the moment, we have stories that seem to be unfolding. If we can go first of all to Barking, the constituency you mentioned, which is Margaret Hodges' constituency at the moment, the Minister and sitting MP. Nick Griffin, the leader of the British National Party, targeted this seat. Lots of effort here. I was in Barking today and people were saying to me, look, you know, they've been very, very high profile, out and about. What we're hearing now, and it's still an hour before we'll get a declaration, is that actually the BNP wanted to get to second in this seat, but it looks like they'll be back in third behind the Conservatives. That's what we're hearing from both Labour and BNP sources. Now, over here, Dagenham and Rainham, we've got a story developing here as well. This is the seat at the moment of John Cruddas, who's been talked about somebody who might be involved in the Labour hierarchy in the future. Now, he had a 6,000 majority last time. We're told tonight it's very, very close. He hasn't actually appeared yet at what, 4 o'clock. We haven't seen him, but we're told very, very close, and we expect a declaration about 5 o'clock. The other thing that we've heard here, as we've heard across the country, is that the turnout very, very high.
Richard, that's fascinating. Thank you very much for that. The turnout in Dagenham and Rainham was 56% before. So anyway, the news from Barking is that it looks as though the BNP not only haven't gone into second place, they've stayed in third place, far from challenging Margaret Hodge for the seat. So let's have a look. Where should we go to now? Halton Price and Howden. David Davis is there, and I think he's going to talk to Jeremy from his count. I think that's possible, is it? Jeremy?
Well, I certainly hope so, David. Yes, David Davis, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, yes.
Brilliant. Okay, it seems to me your party could have done just as well, even with you leading it, couldn't it?
No, it's done very well. Let's see what the result is before you make these early judgments. I mean, so far you've got results all over the shop, and I still think that we are going to get an absolute majority at the end of the night.
Why do you think that?
Well, because you've got a number of counts coming in late, a lot of recounts going on, even near here in Hull North, which are reflecting the fact that you're not getting a uniform swing across the country. You're getting very, very big swings in seats which are marginal, where the people know that they're choosing the government. Another one, Brigg and Gould, close to me. These seats will actually be what determines the outcome, not the averages in seats with big majorities.
And should it turn out to be the case that there is some attempt by Labour and the Liberal Democrats to cobble together what was referred to earlier as a coalition of losers, what would you think about that?
Well, I think the public at large will see it as a coalition of losers. They would, whatever criticisms you have of the first past the post system, it should not be used to keep in office a government that's clearly been rejected by the public at large, and it certainly shouldn't be propped up by the Liberal Democrats.
But I don't understand that. I mean, if they have more seats, why shouldn't they?
What, between them?
Yeah.
Which particular combination would you like to pick? You know, the Liberal Democrats plus the Labour Party?
Well, let's rule out one possibility to start with. Can you imagine the Conservatives?
I can pick you all sorts of permutations.
Fine.
The truth is, you need a decisive government. Listen, Jeremy, The simple fact is we've got a country with a broken economy that needs mending, a broken society that needs healing, which needs actually to be revitalised, led in a different way. That can't be done by some cobbled together compromise of a Prime Minister desperately trying to hang on to office long after he's been given the sack.
Could it be done by a minority Conservative administration even?
1,600 jobs to go.
Well, I think if we have to, then that's what we'll have to do. I mean, your forecasts, which I think are low, give us about 305 or thereabouts. The simple truth is it would be possible to deliver a government on that basis so long as the other parties don't behave irresponsibly. And I think we can reasonably assume that. So, yes, I think it could be done from a minority government. I would much prefer, frankly, a majority one, because some of the decisions will be very tough indeed, and that's hard to take from a position of minority.
David Davis, thanks very much. David Dimbleby.
Our reporter Graham Satchell has news of what's going on in Southampton Itchen, where Government Minister John Denham is defending his seat, his majority 8,500 for Labour.
Yes, David, hello. He's got a very comfortable majority here, as you say, about 8,400. Would take a swing of about 10.5% to the Tories for him to lose that seat. We've been watching the votes being counted here all night. They have counted them twice, not officially a recount. The returning officer not happy, and we think that John Denham may have just sneaked home, but it's close. About 100, maybe 150 votes, maybe less than that. The results haven't yet been offered to the candidate, so we may get an official recount here. He was targeted by the Conservatives. David Cameron was here in Southampton, part of the so-called decapitation strategy to get rid of sitting ministers, but it looks like John Denham may hold this, but it's extraordinarily close, and his majority of more than 8,500 will be obliterated if he does.
This was one of the safest, or indeed the safest seat for Labour in the southeast, isn't it?
That's right. We've got two seats here in Southampton, Southampton Itchen and Southampton Test. Around us, we have a sea of blue and yellow, if you like. But here in the city centre, a more urban area, both Labour held. It's a target seat 199 for the Tories, this Southampton Itchen. As I say, we still don't have a result, but it looks like John Denham may have just sneaked home.
All right, thank you very much. Well, we'll hear news of that, but now we go to Wyre Forest in Worcestershire, where this famous independent candidate, Richard Taylor, I say famous because he's one of the few independents that's actually stuck it out. He's been there since 2001, originally fighting to save Kidderminster Hospital.
18,793. Howells, Gordon Clifford, British National Party, 1,120. Knowles, Nigel, the Labour Party candidate, 7,298. Taylor, Richard Thomas, Independent Community and Health Concern, 16,150. Wrench, Michael James William, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,498. There were 135 rejected ballot papers in
So this
total.
is an interesting result, because this is Richard Taylor, who's been an independent, who actually cut a swathe in the House of Commons and was much admired for dealing with the problems of Kidderminster Hospital, and won twice, been there since 2001, has been defeated now by the Conservatives. A swing not particularly meaningful from him to the Conservatives of 7.4%. So Mark Garnier, former hedge fund manager, stood here in 2005, takes Wyre Forest in Worcestershire. Jeremy.
David, let's have a look at our map of the UK on the wall as it was coloured in, and then I'll just change it so you can see the new colours. And then we can see the gains flashing, seats where there has been a change of ownership by the parties. And the interesting thing about all of this is that the swingometer and the swing. We've heard people say there's no uniform swing going on here. We can actually put up uniform swings, but the parties will take seats either side of them in the most dramatic way. So seats are very, very hard to predict. We could be at this for hours without being sure of the actual final destination of this election. So just to take the Liberal Democrat Conservative swingometer here nationally and take a look at the swing, which is 1.4% to the Conservatives since last time. Bit of an increase to the Conservatives nationally against the Liberal Democrats. If I now colour in the seats as they've been won and lost, you'll see something quite remarkable here. Now you can see for a start that the Conservatives, it's 1.5% swing, but they're winning all the way down here, winning Harrogate down here, Montgomeryshire from Lembit Opic right down the far end. Got Newton Abbott, they're winning here, way outperforming the national swing that we've got for them. And also, if it's a 1.5% swing, roughly, to the Conservatives from the Lib Dems, how on earth are the Liberal Democrats taking Eastbourne from the Conservatives or holding Eastleigh? Fascinating to see these results coming in, because you keep getting a swing figure and then you find a seat miles away from the central pivot that goes exactly the way you don't expect. David.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Well, I said several hours ago that we were going to put the results on the face of Big Ben, or on the tower of Big Ben. It's 7 minutes past 4 in the morning. Here is the election result, as seen if you were standing there outside the House of Commons, outside the House of Parliament. There's the winning line, the white stripe. And look how way down, way down, way down we are before we reach the Conservatives first on 158, Labour on 123, and then another long pause, and we come to the Liberal Democrats. On 23, they barely show on the bottom of Big Ben there. It's just as well we went to that, because it'll soon be dawn, and then it won't any longer show, will it?
Won't look so smart.
And it won't look so smart. It's very, very smart. I just wish there were crowds cheering. But anyway, the key thing is, are they going to get to the line? Not tonight, they're not going to get to the line. Will they get to the line tomorrow? I.e., will anybody get 326? Doesn't look like it. It looks as though it's going to be a hung parliament at the moment without a shadow of a doubt, I'd say, wouldn't you?
Yes, I've got a list here of Tory misses, in other words, seats that were on their list of 116. There's number 11, number 12, number 29, number 30, and you go on.
And then they make gains where you wouldn't expect it.
Not as many, but three. Yeah. I've got Montgomeryshire, Harrogate and Carlisle that were way outside that zone that they've gained, but there aren't quite enough. But the Tory leadership, I think, on the basis of what they're hearing at the moment, will feel that they have a moral case. Well, they're building towards a moral case to say David Cameron should be Prime Minister, but they'll be worrying about where the votes come in Parliament.
We've just passed the halfway mark, I have to say. My goodness, it's a marathon, this election. 330 have now been declared, 320 to go. I should say 319, because there's one seat that is not voting for another 3 weeks because of the death of one of the UKIP candidates in Yorkshire. The Cameron car is now on its way to London, and he'll be going down to the Conservative Party headquarters, and no doubt sitting it out there and waiting to see what happens. Don't you love pictures of cars? Cars going down motorways. I remember when in the old days, before they used helicopters on these things, I came down from Huyton with Harold Wilson in a car just behind him all the way down as dawn came up. And next morning I said to him, as you watched the dawn come up, did you think, and he looked at me and said, I was completely bonkers. He'd been sound asleep in the back of his car, hadn't been watching the dawn at all.
But this is a journey that David Cameron must have taken many, many, many times in his head. And when he was doing it, he would have been hoping that there he would have been celebrating in the back, saying, I'm home and dry. I suspect he's worrying, actually, now about quite how he does it and the scale of the task that will face him if indeed he does move into number 10.
Well, Vernon Bogdanor knows him because he taught him. Well, how do you think he'll react? What do you think he's thinking now?
He'll react with great calmness, I think.
Calm is your thing.
But it's a great problem running...
Well, how do you know he's calm? Why do you say he's calm?
He's a very reflective and calm person. I knew him well as an undergraduate, of course, and I've kept in touch with him since. But the problem of running a minority government in these difficult economic circumstances is, of course, very great, and it'll test all his resources to succeed in that task, I think.
Let's join Michael Crick, who is somewhere or other. I can't find him on my pictures here, but he's with Ed Balls, or was with Ed Balls anyway. I don't know if he's with him now. Michael.
Yes, David, I'm at the count in Morley and Outwood, which is the new constituency where Ed Balls is trying to get re-elected. It's looking very, very tight here. It looks we could be heading for one of the dramatic results of the night. The Conservatives need a swing of 10.5%. And there's a lot of talk about how this could go to a recount. If you look at Mr. Balls and his entourage, they're looking nervous and grim. A senior figure I spoke to in the Conservative campaign thinks they may have narrowly won here, but that there's a wide expectation that we will probably be going to a recount here. Mr. Balls, of course, a close ally of Gordon Brown, somebody who is likely to be in contention for the Labour leadership should Mr. Brown step down. But of course, if he was to lose this seat, that would not be possible.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. Well, we'll hang on for this and see what happens. We'll come back to you in a moment. Just while we're there, 2 Asian women who've won seats, one for Labour, one for the Conservatives, Priti Patel and Shabana Mahmood, Birmingham Ladywood and Witten. A Labour hold that was in Birmingham Ladywood. Well, it's fascinating news about Ed Balls. I don't know what we make of that. We shall see. While we wait for it, let's go to the boat and join Andrew Neil.
Thanks, David. The party's thinning out a little bit here, but the bar's still open, which means there's still a lot of journalists around, as you would expect. Let's speak to a couple of them. Nick Cohen, let's talk about the story that never happened, the Lib Dem surge. They had the debates. They were bigged up by the journalists. They got the support of The Guardian and your newspaper. What went wrong?
I think what's happened is that working class left-wing Britain has just been terrified by the prospect of a Tory government. And this is a folk memory. The whole press, the whole media really, the Sun, the Times, the Sunday Times, the Telegraph, the Express, the Mail, all been saying, vote Cameron, vote Cameron, vote Cameron. There are deep folk memories of Britain of what Tory governments
Yeah, but
need.
why didn't they vote Lib Dem?
Well, that's ridiculous things to
Your
do.
paper told them to vote Lib
yeah,
Dem.
well, editors are entitled to write editorials. I mean, there's a strong body of opinion among journalists. They should be allowed to do anything else. But come on. If you want to stop the Tories, you vote Labour.
Oh, but you might not have stopped the Tories. Labour's not doing very well.
Well, it's doing far better than you
It's
might have
possibly one of
expected.
the worst results in living memory, even before you were born.
Look, any party going to election under Gordon Brown and even winning a seat is doing really quite well. They're doing far better than expected.
Ian Hislop, explain how this works. Gordon Brown's clearly lost the election.
Yeah.
The people have rebuffed the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get to form the government.
It's a very curious night. The Tories are very reluctant to say they've won. No one will admit it. The Labour Party won't admit they've lost. And the Lib Dems have been squeezed out. What are we waiting for? It's an extremely sort of dull process. I mean, in previous years you said, we waited up for Portillo. What are we going to say? I waited up for Lembit.
No, we waited up for Ed Balls,
well,
which is still to come.
We will see. We will see. That's why we're still here.
What's the moral authority by which Gordon Brown can form a government having lost the election?
None. But,
we agree. Absolutely
But who does have the moral authority? This is the strangest election I've ever seen. It is really weird. It's 4 o'clock in the morning and no one knows who the next Prime Minister is going to be.
And if you were David Cameron, would you really want to form a minority government when you've got financial contagion, a sovereign debt crisis, and the worst cuts in living memory to make?
Well, I mean, if you're going to be unpopular, why not share the unpopularity? Find some other people to share the blame with. I'd form a coalition with all of them. It's going to be grim. Spread the blame.
Is Ian Hislop coming out for a national government?
It is, a government of all the talents. They're not a lot, but the few we have, put them in.
And can you be Minister for Fun?
Yeah, why not?
All right, thank you both. Let's go and speak to 2 stars of The Apprentice, Tim Campbell and Saira Khan. What do you think of this business where Hundreds of people, maybe thousands, wanted to vote in our democracy, and they couldn't do it.
Well, it's ridiculous. You hear stories about what happened in Hackney, and people have taken the time and understand how important it is to vote, particularly now where it's so wide open, as you've just articulated. I think we've got to do some massive investigation about what's happened with the system and how people have been having fights on the streets to wanting to get into the vote. Yes, there's been reports.
This has been going on.
Exactly, fist fights in Hackney.
What do you make of this?
What's fascinating to me is that a lot of the people in this country are employed by the public sector. Now, if they can't on election night, you know, get people to come in and vote, that just goes to show that this whole ministry of paper clips and pushing paper around is ridiculous.
But you got to vote.
I did.
And you got to vote?
100% this morning.
We all got to vote here. Lots happening. Let's go back to the studio. David.
Thank you very much. Well, now, I'm just looking at result from Ochil and South Perthshire. Labour have held on to that. SNP in second place. Gordon Banks, been there since 2005. And Annabel Ewing for the SNP in second place, previously MP for the old seat of Perth. So we'll go and talk to Sian Lloyd in Cardiff in a moment. Let's just first hear from Alex Salmond with Jeremy Paxman.
Alex Salmond, Ochil, that was about your top target, wasn't it? And why have you failed to take it and indeed made any other appreciable inroads?
Good morning, Jeremy.
Good morning.
I think we can safely say we've fallen a few short of our target of 20 seats. On the other hand, we have achieved our highest share of the vote in a Westminster election for 36 years and have substantially increased our majorities over the seats we held. I know you'll want to note these things as well, Jeremy.
I also was just wondering about the impact of your advice to English voters to vote Lib Dem. That worked pretty well too, didn't it?
No, I didn't actually give that advice. My argument to English voters was it'd be a good idea to vote to deny the Conservative Party an overall majority, since I think a balanced Parliament would be a better prospect than a Tory majority.
So the current situation is there is no one with a mandate to be in charge of this country. I mean, is this what you call a good, healthy, balanced government?
Well, you know, I've been running a minority government in Scotland with the SNP for the last 3 years. And if I may say so, it's been a lot more stable than the majority government that's been running in London, Jeremy. But we're seeing a dramatic divergence again between the voting patterns south of the border and what's happening in Scotland. And that question, I think, is going to dominate post-election politics in Scotland, whether or not the Conservative Party managed to get an overall majority.
I don't want to intrude on your natural reticence, but I wonder if you'd like to give some advice on what the best kind of arrangement will be. Tory Lib Dem coalition, ad hoc arrangement, Labour Lib Dem coalition, ad hoc arrangement. What, from your vantage point, seems a wise thing to do?
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll see the final results, and then we'll deploy our voting strength with that substantially increased vote in the best interest of the Scottish people. And if we can, we'll keep some cards pretty close to our chest.
Alex Salmond, thank you very much. David.
We're about to have the declaration from Swindon South. Labour held with a majority of 1,500. Wootton Bassett, where the coffins are brought back from Afghanistan, is in the constituency, where they line the coffins they come through. And we'll get this Swindon South result. Apparently we can't hear Swindon South. I can't imagine why. I'd hope we were going to see it. And instead we have the Prime Minister's plane landing at Stansted. So apparently we can now go to Swindon South, so as his plane touches down, let's go to Swindon South.
At the election of a Member of Parliament for South Swindon, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Robert James Buckland, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,687. Carsten Evans, Independent, 160. Damon John Hooton, Liberal Democrats, 8,305. Alistair James Kirk, the Christian Party, 176. Jennifer Ann Miles, the Green Party, 619. And Christine Snellgrove, the Labour Party candidate, 16,143. Robin Howard Kingy,
Swindon.
UK Independence Party, 2,029.
Robert Buckland
And
for
the number
Conservatives
of
gains
ballot papers
Swindon
rejected
South.
was 153.
From Anne Snellgrove, been there since 2005, who was a parliamentary private secretary to Gordon Brown.
Parliament for South Swindon.
So the Conservatives now have 42 gains so far. Nick.
Well, it's a lot of games. It is worth remembering this. We've said the whole evening, haven't we, that it's uncertain, but it is worth remembering they're making a lot of gains. There are quite significant swings to them. They're on a scale that may be in line with or even slightly more than Margaret Thatcher got in 1979, but they started with a vast electoral mountain to climb, and they've not got to the summit.
But I mean, the important thing to say is they have beaten Labour.
Oh, undoubtedly.
I mean, in a fist fight between the two of them, there's no, if nothing else existed, they've won.
Exactly that.
Over Labour.
But the difficulty they will have, particularly in a situation like this, we don't know what their vote share will end up being, but it may be around about as low as Tony Blair had in 2005, and he was the Prime Minister with the lowest ever national vote share, on 36%.
Emily, what have you got for us?
Well, I think the national picture at this stage rather leaves you scratching your head, but what we're noticing is the local issues that are starting to come through. Maybe this will be the election very much fought by constituency. For example, Redcar. This is where the chorus plant shut down. Did that put people off Labour? Vera Baird, Solicitor General, out now. She's lost it. Look at the swing to the Lib Dems here. A really, really mighty swing to get Labour out. Peter, what do you make of that one?
This is an extraordinary result. I think it must be one of the biggest swings we've had this evening between the two of the three main parties. Now, the Liberal Democrats have been hoping for the last few weeks that they could take Redcar, and people like me sort of looked at the numbers and said, you must be joking. And they said, no, 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 seriously. And they've done it.
And I'm going to show you another one, Ashfield, which was formerly the seat of Jeff Hoon. And Gloria De Piero, who Tony Blair once described as his favourite TV presenter, has taken that from him. But it was a narrow miss for the Lib Dems, this one. I mean, Jeff Hoon clearly pushed out of the party on Lobbygate scandal and trying to unseat Gordon Brown a few months earlier.
That's right. And another huge swing. If we look at the swing figure, Emily, 17% to the Liberal Democrats. Now, people of my generation will remember that Ashfield was a famous Labour loss in a by-election in the mid-70s after David Marquand went to Brussels as a European aide to Roy Jenkins. It looks to me as though the people of Ashfield, it applies perhaps to other places, don't like people being foisted on them, a celebrity, or seeing somebody going off to make more money elsewhere. But you see here two huge swings to the Liberal Democrats, and yet, Labour held Rochdale, which should have been an easy take for the Liberals. We hear that the Labour maybe have retaken Chesterfield, Tony Benn's old seat. So it is a very, very patchy night, and these local factors are kicking in like I've never seen in a general election before.
Yeah, Chesterfield definitely one to watch. And the Lib Dems, you can imagine arguing, even with that huge swing, they're still in second place. This has been their argument all along.
Thank you very much. Let's just have a look at these gains. Thanks, Emily. Stroud, Conservative gain, 2% swing. Labour to Conservatives. Dudley South, all over the shop, 9.5% on a Conservative gain. Brigham Goole, 9.8%, 9.5 for the other one, sorry. Corby, another Conservative gain, the Steel Town. Swing, 3.4%. And Northampton South. A swing here much bigger, swing of 9.6%.
We're getting news just now of another bit of bad news for the Liberal Democrats, losing Oxford West and Abingdon, very big student population there. The Conservatives have gained Oxford West and Abingdon from Evan Harris, who was the Liberal Democrat MP. It's another blow for them.
Evan Harris was another famous MP for his
right.
views on euthanasia. And
Well, doctor before he was an MP,
Yes.
outspoken representative of the junior BMA, who fought very hard for his causes in the House of Commons, wasn't always popular with his party leadership, but was an independent-minded, feisty member of Parliament. We're deeply disappointed to have lost his seat.
We must join Kirsty Walk, who is with Nick Clegg and has perhaps news, Kirsty, of the Liberal Democrat mood or state of mind.
Well, Evan Harris will be a very big blow. As yet, Nick Clegg has said absolutely nothing. He arrived 5 minutes ago with his wife, cased the whole hall, had a very long talk with the returning officer. I have to say he's looking his usual relaxed self. I would like to think that his handlers were quite as relaxed. They are not as relaxed. There's a lot of very jittery atmosphere around him at the moment. He's gone off to a private room, presumably to take stock of the gains and the losses, the loss of Lembe Opik on a 210 on the Tories list. And yet, you know, Chris Hoon does a lot better. And then we see that Evan Harris has gone. So very uncertain.
Can I interrupt you, Kirsty? Luton South, we can't fail to say what's happened to Esther Ransom.
Returning officer at the election of a member to serve in Parliament for the Luton South Borough constituency, held on the 6th day of May 2010, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Tony Blakey, British National Party, 1,299. Farouk Chowdhury, Independent, 130. Joe Hall, Independent, 264. Nigel Paul Huddleston, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,396. Kaban Hussain, Liberal Democrats, 9,567. Stephen Philip Lathwell, Independent, 84. Charles Samuel Lawman, UKIP, 975. Esther Ranson, Independent, 1,872. Stephen Rhodes, Independent, 463. Mark Shyman, Green Party, 366. Gavin Shuker, the Labour Party candidate, 14,000. Is 14,725. Frank Sweeney, Workers' Revolutionary Party, 75. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 59. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 2. Unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty.
So, Esther Ransom's attempt to emulate Martin Bell in Tatton when he took on Neil Hamilton, who'd been asking questions for cash, failed in Luton South. Margaret Moran moved away and another candidate went in for Labour, and Labour hold Luton South, and Esther Ransom just got 1,800 votes, a paltry number of votes, despite a lot of work on the streets there. Here's the change.
But no publicity, David. I mean, what the television debates did was suck publicity away from virtually every other race, and where Martin Bell got enormous amounts of coverage, Esther Ranson, in truth, didn't get much, partly, of course, because the woman she was protesting against was no longer there, which made it
Swing of 4.6% from Labour to the Conservatives. And here's David Cameron arriving at his Conservative Party headquarters on Millbank. Still just dark here. This is the place where Labour fought their campaign. The famous campaign in '97 was fought from here. It's a rather grim building, to tell the truth. not particularly charismatic. But anyway, this is where Tory party headquarters have been, and where he and Andy Coulson and Steve Hilton and all the others have been planning this election for many months. He goes in with his wife, Sam. And at 4:30 in the morning, he can't have expected this. It's still not at all clear what the Conservatives have achieved in this election. They've certainly beaten Labour, but it's not clear whether they'll have an overall majority or whether they're going to go into negotiation, Nick.
But as he was travelling, a couple of new seats which were not on their target list that they have gained. Warwickshire North, Mike O'Brien, the minister's seat is gone. That was 145 on their list of targets. Cannock Chase, 198 on their list of targets. So they are, by my reckoning, they've picked up 5 seats that were way off their list of targets, although there's quite a lot more than that were on the list of targets they failed to get. I think Mr Cameron will know tonight, David, he can be Prime Minister. There is enough of a Tory swing, but he has to work out a way in which he can say to the country, this can be a stable government and it can win the votes it needs to.
Well, in effect, he has to seize the crown, doesn't he? I mean, he has to show the chutzpah to say, look, this is crazy, of course, you know, it's
Let's get on with it. And the chutzpah, the question is, does he do that by saying, I can govern it in a minority, or does he have the boldness, although controversial it would be in his own party, to actually pick up the phone to Nick Clegg?
Normally on election nights we have an exit poll and then we have a prediction based on our exit poll. And interestingly tonight, it's so complicated, it's so muddled that we can't come up with a prediction of the number of seats Conservative, Labour and Liberal Democrats will have at the end of the night. All we can say is, as a prediction, it's going to be a hung parliament. And that doesn't get you very far, does it? Conservatives will be the largest party, Labour in second place. So much for the exit poll. Jeremy.
David, well, we've got a bit of a salon des refusés up here. 3 former MPs, Kitty Usher, David Wilshire and Mark Oaten. Joe was almost unconfined in your chair when you saw restaurants go down in flames in Luton South.
I don't wish her ill personally, but she was standing as a kind of anti-politics ticket, and actually I think the people realise that they do need politicians and mainstream parties most of the time. So.
Politicians haven't done themselves any favours, and yet, interestingly, I mean, you take the case of Bromsgrove, Julie Kirkbride, all that question about where exactly she lived. Various other people not too far away here had similar problems, but actually, the Tories have held it.
I would have thought that was predictable on the basis that the person who might have been the focus of some difficulty wasn't there as the candidate. But I don't actually... The impression I get is that expenses themselves have not been the big issue, but they have triggered something which is one of the big issues, and that is they have focused the elector's mind on localism, on the local candidates, the local MPs. And if you look at the strange swings, where an incumbent has a hugely high reputation, in the main, that incumbent has done better than other people. And I think that was triggered by, do we have a good MP or don't we?
OK, I'm going to come to you in a second, Mark Oaten, but in the moment, Jack Straw's able to join us, I think, from his count. Can you hear me, Jack Straw?
I can hear you, yeah, absolutely.
Who's running this country, then?
Who's running the country?
Yeah.
Well, Gordon, sorry, there's a lot of feedback on this, but Gordon Brown is the Prime Minister, and he's gone to London, and he'll be holding talks, I'm sure, in the morning, consulting his senior cabinet colleagues as well. And that's what happened back in 1974, which was the very first election I fought, and we will see from there.
Apparently, there is some talk that there may be a challenge to Gordon Brown. Do you know anything about that?
Absolutely not. Why on earth should there be? Gordon ran a really good and effective campaign. And if people think about where we were 6 months... Well, hang on a second. You think about all the difficulties we faced, including the issue of expenses, which, although it affected directly all parties in equal measure, it impacted on the government of the day more than on the other parties. One understands why. We also had to deal with all the difficulties of the economic tsunami which has engulfed the world, including its effect on the United Kingdom. And 6 months ago, people were saying we were down and out and the Conservatives were going to sweep to an overall majority. Well, that hasn't happened.
Thank you all.
And we saw, particularly in the last few days, a very vigorous campaign.
I'm just going to cut across you there, Jack Straw, because on the subject of expenses, we're going to hear the declaration in Redditch, Jackie Smith's constituency.
For the Redditch County
So Jackie Smith has this seat with a majority of just over 2,000, first woman Home Secretary, challenged by the Conservatives in second place. And here is the result.
Is as follows. Scott Beverley, the Christian Party, 101. Anne Davis, UK Independence Party, 1,497. Derek Fletcher, Nobody Party, 73. Andy Ingram, British National Party, 1,394. Nicholas Lane, Liberal Democrats, 7,750. Karen Lumley, Conservative, 19,138. Vincent Schittoni, English Democrats putting England first, 255. Jackie Smith, Labour Party, 13,317.
So Jackie Smith, that's a resounding defeat. That's a big, big scalp for Labour. Jackie Smith, the former Home Secretary, the first woman to be Home Secretary, hugely embarrassed by claims for putting films on expenses that were said to be pornographic films, mocked for having her sister's house declared her main home and all she had there was a single bedroom, forced to apologise to the House of Commons, is trounced by the Conservatives in Redditch, Hereford and Worcester. She had a majority of 2,000 and the Conservatives now have a majority of nearly 6,000, a swing from Labour to the Conservatives of 9%. It does have to be said that this was well within the target range for the Tories. They were expecting to take this scalp, but it was a pretty resounding defeat.
But the problem Jackie Smith had is she became synonymous with expenses abuse before the Telegraph got hold of its version of every MP's expenses claim. She was, in this sense, unlucky, which is, as that disc was being touted around Fleet Street, her name came up.
Dewsbury now, Shahid Malik. We have the result from Dewsbury in West Yorkshire. It's had many boundary changes.
The election is as follows. Crudden, Adrian Hugh, Green Party, 849. Fells, Michael James, English Democrats putting England first, 661. Hutchinson, Andrew, Liberal Democrats, 9,150. Iqbal Kizar, Independent, 3,813. Malik Shahid, the Labour Party candidate, 17,372. Revel Simon Justin, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,898. Roberts Roger, British National Party, 3,265. And I do hereby declare that the said Simon Justice Revel is duly elected Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
Local Government Minister Shahid Malik defeated here by the Tories. Here's the figures. Majority of 1,500 to the victor, Simon Revel, who's a barrister based in Leeds. This is a West Yorkshire seat in Dewsbury. A swing, 5.9%. Labour to Conservative. Let's hear Jackie Smith now from her constituency. She's just speaking about her defeat.
Helped everything to run so. Karen, I'd like to offer you my warmest congratulations.
And thank you as well to the people who staffed the polling stations, who've helped everything to run so smoothly, alongside the police and others. And I'm grateful as well to my Labour team and to my agent, Graham. And thank you to my fellow candidates. I'm proud that we live in a country where 10 candidates can peacefully contest an election. And I'm pleased that I've been part of that contest too. It's a good thing to take part in an election when you fear you're going to lose, as well as when you hope you're going to win. It's an immense honour to have served the people of the Old Redditch constituency for the last 13 years. And I'm obviously sad that that's come to an end tonight. But I hope that the work that I've been able to do alongside a Labour government to stand up for local families and older people, to get involved with local groups and the community, to support local schools and children's centres, the Alex Hospital, and those who want to serve the public right across the constituency, to help businesses and to campaign for jobs and fairness will set Redditch in good stead for what I think will be tough times to come. And finally, in all this work, I've had the unfailing support of my constituency staff. People often express their thanks, in particular to Mark and to Becky and to Richard, and so do I. Thank you.
Well, Nick, what do you make of Jackie Smith's defeat? Is there personality problems about all the expenses and the rest of it?
Oh, I'm sure there is.
The swing from the Tories?
Well, both, I think, is the answer. The Tories would expect to get a seat like this if they're going to get a majority, but obviously the publicity that she had was gruesome, and therefore it's no real surprise that she's lost her seat. But you can see the disappointment etched on her face. She rose incredibly fast, suddenly made Home Secretary by Gordon Brown, and then fell very badly when those expenses headlines came in.
I heard that we were having Ed Balls, yes.
Ed Balls, I am hearing, has held his seat.
All right.
We don't have the official result yet, but I'm getting...
We were going to go to the count, and I don't know whether we can go to the count. Apparently it hasn't quite happened, but anyway, your information is he's held it.
My understanding he's held it. But
so maybe that Jackie Smith is the biggest scalp that they have.
Yeah, there's a number of ministers, Shahid Malik, but no big name.
No big names, no.
If it weren't going to be Ed Balls or indeed Alistair Darling, although Labour perform much better in Scotland than anywhere else in the rest of the UK, there are not other prominent ministers at stake. And Jack Straw was once talked about as a target. He did very, very well in his constituency.
Well, just a reminder then of who has gone. From Labour, Jackie Smith and Shahid Malik, Bill Rammell and Mike O'Brien, who used to be the foreign minister, junior foreign minister, and Bill Rammell, defence minister. Liberal Democrat losses, Lembit Opik and Evan Harris, and Peter Robinson from the DUP in Northern Ireland. Let's go to Pudsey for the declaration there.
Andrew Stewart, Conservative Party, 18,870. David Allen, United Kingdom Independence Party, 1,221. Gibson Ian, British National Party, 1,549. Hanley Jamie, Labour Party, 17,215. Matthews, Jamie, Liberal Democrats, 10,224. I hereby declare that Stuart Andrew has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
Conservatives gain from Labour in Pudsey Conservative share of the vote has fallen consistently here since way back 1987. With Stuart Andrew, who's a Leeds city councillor, takes it from Jamie Handley, who's a solicitor. It was 100, and it's on the outer limits of what the Tories wanted to take, 111th on their target list. We don't have the full figures yet or the swing, but we'll bring them to you when we do. Let's join John Simpson now. John.
David, the Prime Minister's plane's just arrived at Stansted Airport, and he's heading on to central London. He talked to the assembled journalists on the plane a little bit. He seemed actually quite upbeat, I have to say, looking quite, relatively speaking, relaxed, and just kind of concentrated on the idea, he says, that it's his duty as Prime Minister to establish a stable, strong and principled government. And a lot of what he was saying to us was clearly intended to be passed on as fast as possible to the Liberal Democrats. And he said that he was quite enthusiastic still about the whole idea of re-examining the way in which Britain's electoral system works. And when I asked him if he wasn't a bit disappointed by the unexpectedly poor showing, or less effective showing at any rate, of the Liberal Democrats compared with what everybody seemed to think would happen. And he was, well, he denied it. I suppose a difficult question in a sense for him to answer, but he denied it, and clearly laying out his stall, as indeed other members of his government are, to the Liberal Democrats to see what happens. And again, the constant refrain of, let's just wait and see. It's going to be a long process. It's not going to be a quick thing. But he says he's done better than people were expecting some months ago, a year ago. And the Conservatives have done less well than he or they or other people perhaps expected.
So from what you say, it sounds as though he clearly is anticipating remaining as Prime Minister.
I think that's what he wants you and me to say and broadcast, to be honest. I mean, I don't think it necessarily is the case in the inner councils at Downing Street. I think that but they want to put a brave face on it. They don't want to be seen as losers. I think that's the absolute key thing. Any suggestion of that, both he and other Downing Street officials were anxious to brush away. I think they want to present themselves still as the government in being, and it's up to them constitutionally to make sure that the business of government goes on. I think that's the line they want.
To be plausible in forming some sort of coalition with the Liberal Democrats, he would have to show Gordon Brown at the end of this evening or tomorrow that combined they could get either over a majority of the Commons, unlikely, or close to it. In other words, they'd have to show that this was a more stable government than the one that David Cameron, as the clear winner of this election, could actually achieve. And I don't know that, given the poor Liberal Democrat showing,
still quite depends on the figures, doesn't it? You just have to add them together and see what they come to. Have you done that?
Well, we don't know them yet.
Well, I mean, no, but I mean, you've got a prediction, and we haven't got a prediction, no, because we don't know. You're quite right. So, 316 Labour and on the exit poll was 316 Labour and Democrat. Anyway, the Prime Minister is on his way down there. I think we should hear from the home of the largest fish and chip shop in the world, the original Harry Ramsden's in Pudsey.
Yes, the place that also lent the Children in Need bear its name. This Tory gain, then, quite significant, coming in Leeds, urban seat. And look what's happened here. The Labour share has fallen. The Conservative swing, if I take you to that, is exactly the same one that we showed you in Carlisle just a while ago. And so these kind of just local snippets. I mean, interesting enough, Stuart Andrew, not only is he a Leeds councillor, he's also a fundraiser for the local hospice. Do you think this was a local, a personal vote here?
It could well be. And Emily, what we're seeing again, and it's happening in the north as well as in other parts of the country, a great variety of swings. But if I could pick up what Nick Robinson was saying just now, will the Labour plus the Liberal Democrats outvote the Conservatives? And we don't know. And the reason we don't know is this, that although 420 results have come in, 2/3 of all of them, there's one part of the country where we're way behind, and that's London. Only about 10 or a dozen results have come in. There are a whole range of Labour marginals where we simply don't know how they'll behave. And the answer to that question will tell us whether the Conservatives fall short of Labour plus the Liberal Democrats, or the Conservatives just get past Labour plus the Liberal Democrats. So when we know more about London, we will at last be able to answer the conundrum about whether the Conservatives or Labour plus the Liberal Democrats will come out on top.
The London conundrum, yes. We're going into what's called prediction mode for our next bite, show you some of those London seats and what we think might be about to happen there, with huge caveats, as always.
Right, we're going to Morley and outward now in West Yorkshire, and we're hoping to get the declaration from there. Ed Ball's constituency.
For each
Secretary of State for Children, Schools and Families. Of course, very close ally of Gordon
Labour
Brown.
Party, 18,365. Beverley Chris, British National Party, 3,535. Calvert Anthony James, Conservative Party, 17,264. Daniel David, United Kingdom Independence Party, 1,506. And Monaghan James, Liberal Democrats, 8,186. And I hereby declare that Ed Balls has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
So the Tories have been denied their Portillo moment. They'd hoped to decapitate Ed Balls. It hasn't worked. His majority is way down on what it was, 1,100. Let's hear what he has to say. Close ally of Gordon Brown, as I said before we got the result.
Could I start by thanking the returning officer and the police and all the staff for doing a great job tonight in the glare of the TV cameras. I'm of course sorry for the cameras that they didn't quite get the moment they were looking for, although I have to say it was quite close. And I would like to pay particular tribute to the Conservative candidate, Anthony Calvert. Anthony fought a very straight and decent and honest campaign. He focused on local issues. And he said that he wanted to put this fantastic new constituency on the map for the national media, and he certainly succeeded in doing that. And I'd also like to thank my agent, Neil Dawson, and all the brilliant team of volunteers we've had working for us. They've been absolutely brilliant. And I'd also like to thank all the thousands of Co-op and Unite and Unison and GMB members who've all worked and given their subs so that we could fight this campaign in Morley and outward over the last few weeks. They've been brilliant. And above all, I'd like to thank the electors, the voters of the constituency, who decided that we would put local jobs and public services before an inheritance tax cut for millionaires, and whether they
So Ed Balls making a gracious reference to his Conservative opponent, but now we're going to Norwich South, where Charles Clarke is defending. Majority of 3,000 last time round. There he is, standing in the centre there.
13,650. Stephen Michael Emmons, known as Steve Emmons, 1,145. Leonard Alfred Heather, 697. Anthony Daniel Little, 10,902. Gabriel Alexander Clark Polly, 102. Adrian Philip Ramsey, 7,095. Simon James Wright, 13,960. The total number of ballot... The total number of ballot papers rejected was 70. The total number of votes cast was 47,621. I therefore declare that Simon James Wright is duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the Norwich South constituency.
The Liberal Democrats take Norwich South from Labour. Charles Clarke, a long-standing opponent of Gordon Brown and everything he stood for, always saying he should go and the party needed change, calling him a control freak and all other kinds of things, who'd been Home Secretary, who'd been Education Secretary, is out. And Simon Wright is in. This is the change since the last election. Labour down 9, Liberal Democrats down 1 percentage point, but the Greens go up 8 percentage points. So Labour's lost it without that huge swing from Labour to the Liberal Democrats, 4%.
Two results of huge significance to the future of the Labour Party. Charles Clarke, the principal critic on the backbenches of Gordon Brown, an enemy of Ed Balls, but Ed Balls keeps his seat, keeps the possibility of being a future leader of the Labour Party, perhaps sooner rather than later. Charles Clarke, on the other hand, is out, and he will be ruining the day, and he will no doubt blame Gordon Brown for the fact he's lost his own seat.
Before the sun comes up, we ought to have a look at Big Ben once more and just see how things are on the Tower of Big Ben at 4 minutes to 5 in the morning. And I think our projection will still cut through the dawn. There we are, the Conservatives to the left there on 222, Labour on 165, the Liberal Democrats on 35. We're looking there at the House of Commons, and that is where all these discussions are going to be taking place, there and in Westminster tomorrow and in Downing Street, about how the government of the country is carried on at a time of what you could call economic crisis. The market's opening tomorrow, they will have comments to make on it, and this whole thing will have to be sorted out. Well, it has to be sorted out soon, because a country can't afford just not to have a government for a week or more while people dither around and talk to each other. We have a government nominally and a Prime Minister and a Chancellor of the Exchequer, but one rather emasculated by these results until some better deal is arranged. Let's have a look, can we, Fiona, at how things stand just coming up to 5 o'clock?
Well, certainly at this time in the morning, I had expected to be telling you who is going to be Prime Minister, but here we are. Over 2/3 of the seats have been declared. It is still impossible to say who is going to be Prime Minister. Only one thing is sure, and that is that we are heading for a hung Parliament. It's not at all clear what form it will take. The Conservatives are likely to have the most seats, but are not on course to get an outright majority. And the Liberal Democrats don't seem to be making significant headway. Maybe some time before we know which party or parties may take overall control, and it may all hang on a handful of seats. So this is the current state of the parties. Let's have a look where we've got to so far. Got the Conservatives there, 223 seats, Labour 166, the Liberal Dems there, just 35, and other parties on 26. Now, there have been some significant political scouts claimed through the night and just in the last few minutes. The former Labour Home Secretary, Charles Clarke, as you were hearing there, has lost Norwich South to the Liberal Democrats by just a whisker, by 310 votes. Another former Home Secretary, Jackie Smith, who was caught up in the expenses scandal, of course, has lost her seat in Redditch to the Conservatives by a landslide, well, not a landslide, by a significant amount, by nearly 6,000 votes. The Liberal Democrats' health spokesman, Dr. Evan Harris, has lost Oxford, West and Abingdon to the Conservatives. And his fellow Lib Dem, Lembit Opik, on the right here, lost his safe seat of Montgomeryshire to the Conservatives. Of course, Mr. Opik's attracted some headlines for his colourful private life, not least his former engagement to one of the cheeky girls. The Democratic Unionist Party leader Peter Robinson has lost his seat in East Belfast. The Northern Ireland First Minister, who's held the seat since 1979, was ousted by a candidate from the Alliance Party. The result follows the political scandal which surrounded Mr. Robinson and his wife earlier this year. The election watchdog, the Electoral Commission, is to investigate what went wrong at a number of polling stations where people were turned away and denied the chance to vote. There were long queues right up to the 10 p.m. deadline as election officials struggled to cope with the turnout. Hundreds of people who'd queued for hours were turned away in Sheffield, in Leeds, in Manchester and in London. and we will bring you all the results through the morning here in the studio, but you can also follow live updates from your constituency through to the final result when we eventually get it online at bbc.co.uk/election. So there we are. It is a minute to 5 a.m. and at the moment we have no clear idea yet who the Prime Minister will be, and we're heading for a hung Parliament.
Westminster North, which was, excuse me, a seat the Conservatives might have thought to take, has been retained by Labour, Westminster North in central London, and it is to Westminster we now go. Now, Andrew Neil's had a number of fascinating guests with him all through this evening with comments on things, but he has a particularly special guest with him now, I think probably hasn't given an interview before during this whole election in which he's wielded great influence. Andrew.
David, thank you very much. We are indeed joined by the Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party, Michael Ashcroft, a major fundraiser and a major supplier of funds to the Conservative Party. What's gone wrong?
Well, I think from the time that the Conservatives were ahead, we then had the debates, which has quite obviously turned everything topsy-turvy, and what were natural assumptions before those debates changed the whole of the playing field. And this is the type of result that we're now seeing as a consequence of those debates.
Was it a mistake for the Conservatives to agree to these debates?
It's a balanced argument in a way, is that it brought greater awareness of politics. We've seen a greater voter turnout tonight. There has been greater discussion as to what is going to happen over the next few days.
You sound like you regret it, though.
No, I think if you took a pure strategic hindsight view, that you'd say that you'd much prefer the Tories going into today 10 points ahead than 3 or 4 points ahead.
Now, your job was to pump funds into the marginal seats and give the Tories a better chance of winning. Is there any evidence that strategy has worked?
Well, we've had some very significant swings in some of the marginals, and in some not. But some of the outer marginals, we've seen swings close to double-figure percentages. So it's a mixed bag right the way across.
If your strategy for the marginal seats was a plus, was that not countermanded by the negative of all the controversy that surrounded you and your tax status?
Well, that's a good debate, and I'm sure that that will continue. But I think it's a little bit academic now at this point.
Why didn't you clear it up long before the election?
I think that's a matter that I took a view that one's tax status was a personal matter. However, that now becomes irrelevant in terms of the new law that has been passed. And in fact, that whatever one's tax status, if you wish to remain in the Lords, you are deemed taxed on your worldwide income. So that now remains a moot point, and I don't think there's much mileage in going over that.
But what will you do now? As I understand it, your party wants to change the law so that if you are a non-dom, you can't sit in the House of Lords.
No.
So are you going to sit in the House of Lords or give up your non-dom status?
No, that's not correct, Andrew. The law has already been passed, not about to be passed.
So what will you do?
In which I shall look forward to be sitting in the Lords for many years to come.
So are you going to become a fully taxed person in Britain?
If I remain in the House of Lords, I have to be, as everyone will be.
And will you remain in the House of Lords then?
I hope so, until the point of time when retirement takes me away.
So you're joining Britain again?
Well, you could put it that way, but I'm very happy to do so.
Do you think you damaged your party?
I think anything negative by anybody in a party for a small period of time causes something adverse. As to whether it has affected this election, I very much doubt it. In fact, we ran a survey at one particular time out of interest on awareness of people, and we put in the obvious names of Tony Blair, etc., and my name and a fictitious name. There was a greater brand awareness of the voters of the fictitious name.
If you stay in the Lords, would you like a job in the government if there is a Conservative government?
No, I've already said that I'm stepping down from the party, and I'd like to now get back and develop my own commercial interests, which is my objective.
Why did you do it? Why did you give all this money to the Conservative Party? Why did you get yourself into a position where you caused all this controversy? What was in it for you? Other than the peerage, I guess.
No, that was already done 10 years ago. I think it was the challenge of the marginal seats, is that is where the resource should be in any particular election. It's a system in which the Americans have fine-tuned over many, many years of knowing where the battleground is, identifying the target voters. And I think to that extent, it's been quite an interesting exercise.
Do you think there was a stage when you misled William Hague and David Cameron on your status, that they thought you were joining the tax system, and in fact you were becoming not a tax exile, but a non-dom?
No, I don't think that's what happened. But that, if you want to reread the correspondence, you'll see that there was no undertaking to be fully taxed in the UK.
When we wake up on Saturday morning, will there be a Conservative government?
I think from tomorrow morning it depends on that final result. If you take at the moment the way it's going and extrapolate it out, it would appear that the Tories will land over 300 seats. Whether it reaches the magical 320 plus, I think we have to sit and wait further.
Well, I'm sure the Inland Revenue will be happy to learn that you're going to be paying all the tax in Britain now.
I'm sure
that may solve the need for cuts. Back to David in the studio.
Andrew, thank you very much. When you say when we wake up on Saturday morning, it rather assumes we're going to be able to go to sleep on Friday night. At this rate, I'm not sure we're going to be able to go to sleep at all. Emily, what do you think?
I think that were you still up when Ed Balls held Morley isn't quite the same ring as the Portillo moment, is it? But let's have a look at what happened there, because it was actually a phenomenal swing, if reports are right, helped by Lord Ashcroft's money. We know that the Conservatives were targeting this very strongly indeed. David Cameron was up there himself. A 9.3% swing is huge. It's a kind of swing that they would have loved to see and would have got them seats virtually anywhere else. But this seat required, what, 10.5% swing? Close, but they just couldn't do it.
That's right, and I think Andrew Neil was a bit unkind to Lord Ashcroft when he said he'd failed, because overall, in the target seats, the Labour seats that the Tories were targeting, the swing on average was about 7.5% to the Conservatives. Across Britain as a whole, it's 5.5%. So there was a 2% bonus swing in these Labour marginals, and that will undoubtedly have made the difference between the Conservatives having a chance of forming a government and the Conservatives falling well short. So I'm not sure that Lord Ashcroft's money was badly spent.
Yeah, this was a scalp, certainly, that the Conservatives wanted. But one decapitation that has come is Charles Clarke, former Home Secretary and a staunch critic of the government. I'm just going to take us to Salford. I think we've got a declaration there. Hazel Blair's seat.
Is as follows. Hazel Ann Blears, the Labour Party candidate, 16,655. Richard Carverth, Independent, 384. David Henry, Tusk Hazel Must Go, 730. Stephen Morris, English Democrats, Putting England First, 621. Joanne Benjamin O'Dwyer, UK Independence Party, 1,084. Norman Owen, Liberal Democrats, 10,930. Matthew Joseph Sefton, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,497. Tina Dorothy Rose Wingfield, British National Party, 2,632. The total number of votes cast was 41,702.
So Hazel Blears, who famously got embroiled in the expenses scandal, was accused of flipping her houses to avoid capital gains tax, and then was seen on television waving a cheque for £13,000 and saying, here it is, I'm giving it back to the revenue. Not a very convincing performance, some thought. And then left government just before the local elections wearing a badge saying, rocking the boat, which didn't exactly endear her to the government. And she went back to Salford, and she's always said she would take it. She said she was popular there. Anyway, she's held it. Swing, Liberal Democrats are in second place there. Swing from Labour to the Liberal Democrats of 9.4%. But her majority is not even halved, 5,725. Hazel Blears back in Salford, and Eccles let's rejoin Jeremy Paxman.
Yes, well, we're joined now by Ed Balls, the Cabinet Minister, who's just hung on to his seat. Ed Balls, how are you reading the situation now? You know, who's going to be governing this country the day after tomorrow?
Well, I've been here in this aircraft hangar for the last hour or so with no mobile phone coverage, so I'm slightly out of touch about what's been going on.
So you've not had a single...
All I know is I won my seat.
Well, congratulations.
And you've not had the moment you were expecting.
Congratulations. Have you spoken to Gordon Brown in the last 2 or 3 hours?
I spoke to him earlier on to congratulate him on his majority, which is rather larger than mine.
And what
I think that's partly because he didn't have all the Ashcroft millions spent in his seat as the Conservatives threw at mine.
And what did he tell you was his strategy now?
I think, like everybody, it's been a very uncertain night because so many results have gone in different directions. And so I think he was waiting to see how things unfolded as the results came in, and he wasn't prejudging anything.
What's been your advice to him?
Well, as I said, I'm not quite sure what's been happening. I'm an hour or two out of touch. But I would say that we need to see the full result first. And as the Prime Minister, he will then consider the next step as his prerogative.
If the Conservatives got to a figure like 300 seats, they would surely morally be entitled to have a crack at forming a government, wouldn't they?
Well, that's not our constitutional system. The first question is, can the Prime Minister form a government? And Gordon Brown's the Prime Minister. And I don't know what the balance of seats is going to be. And so I think we have to wait and see, Jeremy.
So morality doesn't come into it. It's a question of constitutional niceties, is it?
Well, no, it's about the way our country is governed. We've had an election. The voters have voted. But we're still finding out what the votes have actually meant for individual seats. And the question will be, can the Prime Minister form a government? And that is something which will be discussed, I'm sure, over the course of the next hours as we see the result. But you understand from my point of view, I don't really know quite what's happened in the last couple of hours, so...
Well, let me tell you what's happened.
Running commentary on that.
Gordon Brown has taken your party down to defeat. You have not got the largest number of seats.
The issue a few months ago was whether David Cameron was going to get a majority. And I don't know whether he is or not, but it's nowhere looking as clear-cut as he hoped it was going to be 6 months ago.
Aren't the public entitled to expect that the party which gets the largest number of seats has a crack, at least, at forming a government?
Well, that isn't the way our system works. And constitutionally, in the last 100 or so years, it hasn't worked that way.
OK, Ed Balls, thank you. David Dimbleby.
Well, thank you, Jeremy. Birmingham Edgbaston, we have a result from Gisela Stewart. There were recounts here. When you see the result, you'll wonder why it was necessary.
The officer for Birmingham Edgbaston constituency declare that the votes cast for each candidate was as follows. Deirdre Caroline Alden, Conservative Party candidate, 15,620. Karith Harsha Fernando, the Christian Party, 127. Roger Kingdom Harmer, Liberal Democrats, 6,387. Trevor Sidney Lloyd, British National Party, 1,196. Phil Simpson, Green Party candidate, 469. Gisela Gescheide Stewart, Labour Party candidate, 16,894.
So loud cheers in Birmingham Edgbaston for Gisela Stewart. held on here. 39th target for the Conservatives. Tiny swing from Labour to the Conservatives.
Grenville James
Under
Guy
1%
Warwick, UK
swing to the Conservatives.
Party,
Quite astonishing result. Gisela Stewart, who made herself quite unpopular with the Labour Party for arguing that the Lisbon Treaty was, for all intents and purposes, the old constitution and should have had a referendum on it. Born in Germany.
Well, it shows an extraordinary success for her personally in that campaign, and it is yet another on that list of seats where the Tories have not got seats they needed to get their majority, but another came through at the same time, Weaver Vale, 137th on their list, and they did get that. So each time we get 2 or 3 they should get, they don't, then we get 1 that they weren't expecting to get that they do, and it means that David Cameron is painfully close, by my guess, painfully close to being able to form a minority government, but can't know for sure that he could do that without having to pick up the phone.
What do you call painfully close to forming a minority government? What do you think he has to get?
Well, in other words, what we're looking
300?
at is, does he need 300 and above? But does he need just Ulster votes? Or does he have to then go to Scottish Nationalists or Welsh Nationalists or Liberal Democrats to go over that 326?
But there's always the possibility of people abstaining. They don't have to vote with him necessarily.
No, but
by not voting against him, they let him through.
That's right. That's right. But in order to want to present a Queen's speech on May the 25th, he would want to know in advance that people would abstain to let him get his way. And that would involve negotiations too.
Vernon.
The Conservatives have just gained Wolverhampton South West, which was Enoch Powell's old seat, so they'll probably be pleased about that. We are seeing some extraordinary results. Birmingham Edgbaston, a university seat, resisting the swing to the Conservatives, but Oxford West and Abingdon, another university seat with a very heavy swing to the Conservatives from the Liberal Democrats. And the Liberal Democrats, indeed, are disappointed at both Oxford seats. They hoped to win Oxford East, which was within their reach, but they failed to, and they lost Oxford West. And the Conservatives have also won Cornwall South East, and that's very important because it's the first seat the Conservatives have won in Cornwall since 1992. All the MPs in the last election from Cornwall were Liberal Democrats. It was a Tory-free zone, but now the Tories are back there in strength. So it's getting more and more difficult to draw a very clear pattern from this election.
Birmingham Edgbaston then, Gisela Stewart holds it, where the third prime ministerial debate was held on the campus of the university there. Emily?
Yeah, if you told the Conservatives at the beginning of the night that they wouldn't have got Birmingham Edgbaston, I think they would have been pretty alarmed. It needed only a 2% swing. Perhaps what this tells us is more about the localism of this election. Gisela Stewart, as you've heard, very popular. Yes, she may have upset the Labour Party with her stance on Europe, but possibly she endeared herself to her own constituents. They saw her as something of an independent within the Labour Party. So she has taken a little hit, but not nearly as much as we've seen elsewhere. The Conservatives also taking a similar hit. The BNP haven't stood here before, so it's hard to make sense of that result. But what are you reading into this on its own, Peter?
Emily, Vernon just made the point. It's a university seat. Now, in 2005, the last general election, Labour suffered particularly badly in 2 kinds of seats. They suffered badly in student seats because of the tuition fees argument, and they suffered badly in Muslim seats with a high Muslim electorate because of the Iraq war. And tonight, we've seen some of the lowest swings in university seats and in seats with a large Muslim population. But in terms of the big picture, at the moment, we're heading for somewhere in the order of 310 Conservative MPs and somewhere in the region of 310 Labour plus Liberal Democrat MPs. So each seat the Tories take or fail to take might just give one party or the other, one side or the other, the edge as to which is the larger bloc.
Peter, we're going to take you straight to Colne Valley. This was a late Lib Dem target. Let's just see what's happened here.
893. Grunsell, Jackie, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 741. McCartney, Jason Alexander, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,440. Roberts, Melanie, UK Independence Party, 1,163. Turner, Nicola, Liberal Democrat, 15,603. And I do hereby declare that the said Jason Alexander McCartney is duly elected Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
Colne Valley in West Yorkshire, and a swing from Labour to the Conservatives brings Jason McCartney, former television presenter for ITV Yorkshire, into this seat in Colne Valley, again from Labour, swing of 6.5% from Labour to the Conservatives.
Very early in the morning. It's been a very long day and a very long night before as well. A few thank yous to Rob Vincent, Susan.
So there we are. We've had now 478 declarations. We've got 172 to go. Just a reminder, the Conservatives are up 66, Labour's down 60, and currently the Liberal Democrats overall are down 5. Jeremy.
David, maybe, just maybe, we can spot a pattern for you here. Here is the UK coloured in now with nearly 500 seats that we've got. So lots and lots of seats in. I'll bring up the swingometer, and we see here Conservative Labour seats from last time, from the last election. And let's just ask the swingometer to give us the actual swing that we're seeing to the Conservatives against Labour. And there it is, 5.3%. 5.3%. From Labour to the Conservatives. Now, the election began with an assessment that the Conservatives need a bigger swing, 6.9% for an overall majority. And if we now ask the swingometer to colour in the constituencies that have been won and lost and see the results, you will see the beginnings of a pattern here. Let's have a look at this. So, in the middle, you can see, here we are, the pivot point remains at 6.9. And essentially, the problem for the Conservatives, and the reason they're falling short here, is that before 6.9, there are Labour seats, about a dozen, which they haven't managed to take. Birmingham, Edgbaston will be a way back. They have, and this is the irregular nature of the results that we're getting, they have taken all the way over there, Cannock, for example, from Labour. So there have been some extraordinary results, but the place to focus really is here, just before the 6.9%. So in that space between a 5.5% swing and the swing they actually needed for the overall majority, you're seeing Labour managing to defend themselves. And that is the Conservatives' problem at this point in the night. David.
Jeremy, I think there's one other thing we should look at this stage, because we've now had 480 seats in, and that is the change in the number of votes that the parties have got, ignoring the constituencies, the overall change in the vote. And remember, during the discussions about what this election would mean if it were hung, a lot of attention was focused on how many people voted, not how many seats people got in the House of Commons, that the two taken together were important. And at the moment, the Tories are running up 4% from their vote in 2005, with very nearly 8 million votes. Labour is running down 6.6% on 6 million votes, so there's a 2 million vote gap. And perhaps most surprisingly, in view of all the talk about the Liberal Democrats, the hype, if you like, about the Liberal Democrats, they're only up 1%. They're not even reaching 5 million at the moment. They're on 4,891,000. So the Conservatives are clearly in the lead on the popular vote. Labour in second place, 2 million below, and the Liberal Democrats a million below that. Now it's dawn here in central London, and Gordon Brown is approaching with our helicopter following him. And I'm not precisely sure where he's going. I think he may be going to Labour Party headquarters in Victoria, because we spotted Lord Mandelson standing out on the street. At least I think we spotted Lord Mandelson. We think we spotted Lord Mandelson out on the street there. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that, and if we do see him, when he was doorstepped a moment ago when he arrived in London, he just said it's been a very long night, which didn't get us very far, because we all know that. Jeremy?
I think not.
Jeremy Paxman.
Okay. Hazel Blears, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Excellent, good. So you didn't seem to be much affected by your embarrassment then?
Well, I'm just absolutely delighted that the people of Salford have re-elected me as their Member of Parliament. And the issues that Salford people are concerned about are exactly the issues at the heart of the election campaign. Jobs, the economy, the health service, policing, and people have voted on those issues.
And why didn't the fact of your embarrassment and the embarrassment of other MPs over what they were doing with their expenses affect how people voted?
Well, I think in my particular case, you know, I've been the MP for Salford for a long time. It's where I live. The people here know me better than anybody else. They know what I've tried to achieve for the city, and they believe that Labour and myself have the right policies on a whole range of issues which will protect them in the future.
And that outweighed the sight of you waving a cheque around, did it?
Well, clearly people here have voted on political issues, quite rightly. I have a huge respect for the electorate, and what they've decided is that they want a Member of Parliament who's going to have a strong voice for them, who's going to make sure that we protect the health service and we invest in education. That's what they cared about.
Can we look at the question of what moral legitimacy a claim by Gordon Brown to be entitled to carry on trying to form a government has, when we now learn from these latest figures that so far 2 million fewer people have voted for your party than voted for the Conservatives?
Well, I think that, you know, these discussions are really for a few days hence. I've not seen very many of the national results. I saw some of the earlier ones today, and I think they're very varied in the way that they're coming through. There is no one singular pattern, and I think any talk about this, it really has to be when all the results are in and we see exactly what the distribution is right across the country.
OK, Hazel Beers, we're going to go. There's a declaration coming up in Hammersmith any moment now. Let's hear it.
Andy Slaughter for Labour is defending this seat in Hammersmith with a ferocious challenge from Sean Bailey, black co-founder of the My Generation charity working there, standing on the right there.
The Conservative Party candidate.
Here are the figures.
17,261. Stephen Patrick Brennan, the Independent, 135. Vanessa Crichton, the UK Independence Party, 551. Merlene Emerson, Liberal Democrats, 7,567. Rollo Miles, Green Party, 696. James Searle, British National Party, 432. Andy Slaughter, the Labour Party candidate, 20,000.
Labour hold Hammersmith. Labour hold Hammersmith. Sean Bailey's attempt to take it. It was halfway up the Tory, a bit more than halfway up the Tory target list.
20,810. And I declare that Andy Slaughter is duly elected to serve as the Member of Parliament.
The Tories put a lot of effort behind Sean Bailey's campaign. David Cameron went there to campaign for them, and they had great hopes of taking Hammersmith, but Labour has held it.
They'll be desperately, desperately disappointed. Sean Bailey, in many ways, was the symbol of what David Cameron said was the renewed, modernised Conservative Party, not just because he was a black candidate in a winnable seat, but also because he had a working-class background, he was involved in social action. They were so keen on him, David, that when Nick Griffin appeared with you on Question Time, their original plan was to put Sean Bailey up against him for the Tory party. They will be very, very upset that he hasn't won.
The Prime Minister, no doubt, will have heard this on the news or on his mobile as he goes here down through the streets of Westminster. A swing of only 0.5% from Labour to Conservative. And on the whole, in London, the Labour Party has done much better than might have been expected. He's just a couple of minutes away from Victoria, I think. There's a crowd there.
Well, and as he gets out of his car, David, he will be thinking, I'm not out of this yet. I'm not out of the game. It is still possible.
Well, he's greeted there by Labour Party workers. Difficult in the gloaming to make out, or in the early dawn, I should say, to make out who's there. Harriet Harman, I think, is there. Lord Mandelson is somewhere in the thick of it there. Anyway, applause from the ministerial workers. And why would he be going to party headquarters? Because I suppose the party headquarters have been staying up all night. I mean,
well, that's
what a difference from 1997.
Absolutely.
When there was a great party on the south bank of the Thames at the Festival Hall with Peter Mandelson dancing his dances and Tony Blair beaming with pleasure, and now this.
Yes, and that, of course, is where the experts will be who are telling him. And as we talk about him maybe surviving in government, it is worth remembering that on the vote share we've got currently, he's doing worse than Michael Foot in 1983. So when we talk about him staying in government, whether he would have the moral claim to do it, he has got a lower vote share than Michael Foot.
That's at 28%.
It was 28.3 it was
for Michael Foot,
for
yes.
Michael Foot.
And it's 28.1 at the moment. Vernon.
Well, there's a lot of talk about moral legitimacy in this election, but the Conservatives will probably have around 37% of the vote. Now, they're a bit unlucky because the Labour government, the last one in 2005, was elected with 36% of the vote. But what does it have to do with majority rule in a democracy if you have parties governing which have nearly 2/3 of the voters against them? Is that any more morally legitimate than another combination? And the answer seems to me to have a referendum on whether voters want to continue with an electoral system which continually gives them governments which secure under 40% of the vote.
Let's just see the share of the vote as it stands at the moment. 495 declared. There it is on the wall up there. 37% of the popular vote for the Conservatives, up 4 percentage points. Labour on 28, down 7. Liberal Democrats on 23, up 1. Others on 12, up 2. And Emily's just going to take us through the A list, is that right?
Yeah, rather mixed
the stars
fortunes.
of the Tory candidates.
Yeah, a lot of controversy. David Cameron very much trying to change the face of the modern Conservative Party, and quite interesting to see very mixed results along those lines. These are 3 spots where they have failed to make those breakthroughs. Chippenham, a brand new seat. Wilfred Emmanuel Jones called himself the Black Farmer. Indeed, he makes sausages under that name. He has failed to secure this new seat for the Conservatives. The same picture you've just seen Sean Bailey, a youth worker, a community worker. He works with kids from inner cities. He grew up in a council flat himself, failed to take that seat for Hammersmith. And another one here, Westminster North, Joanne Cash, who got involved in a row within her own party as to whether she was the right candidate here, went straight to David Cameron, who endorsed her, but she failed to take it. I should say, Pete, just bringing you in, we have seen some successes for the A-lister. Louise Bagshaw, for example, in Corby, to name but one, Charlotte Leslie, Bristol North West. A sense that people do or don't like these candidates being foisted on them unless there are other qualities.
I think that's right. I think David Cameron will be particularly disappointed because he did make a big thing, and I think absolutely genuinely wanted to get more women MPs and more ethnic minority MPs on the Conservative benches. And a few days ago, I would have predicted there would be more ethnic minority Conservative MPs in the new Parliament than ethnic minority Labour MPs. I think that doesn't look likely now. More Labour MPs have been successful than we expected, and some of these Conservative candidates have failed to make it.
Yeah, we've been starting to look at London. We're going to look at in a bit more detail the sort of predictions for London as promised to see what's happening in the capital. Have the Tories or Labour Party got the majority there?
Thanks very much. Jeremy, are you... I was told you're going to do a prediction. It seems a mighty rash thing to do.
Give it a go, shall we? I'm just going to ask the team if we loaded the numbers in. If we have, I'll bring the MPs onto the benches. Here they come. And we started the night, didn't we, with a projection inside the House of Commons that was based on our exit poll. Now we have something that's based on all of these results, more than, we're going on 400 and more. So winning margin, remember, 326 MPs a party needs to have more than half and be able to outvote all the other parties put together. Let's have a look at where we are now. I have to stress, because this election has been so extraordinary and the results have been so uneven, this is still, we've got results in here, but we've also got part of it projection, and we may yet need to adjust this. But here we go, counting the Conservatives on the government benches. Let's have a look how far short they are. So we have them on 306 seats. That's 20 seats short of an overall majority. 306, that could change. Almost where we started the night, though, on the back of our exit poll. Let's have a look at Labour and the Liberal Democrats on the other side of the House now. Count these Labour MPs. Remember, they were on 349 at the last election. We've got them down to 262 on our projection, 262. And the Lib Dems, confirmation here in the projection that it's not been the best night, certainly not against their expectations, down from 62 to 55. So the question really is whether, if the 306 goes up, whether the Conservatives can get together with the Unionists in Northern Ireland, can get past the 326, or if we look over at the opposition benches again, whether the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats can get together and govern as a coalition. I should add the others as well. Let me just put them in, 27 others, the Scottish and Welsh nationalists, and so on. So, David, that's where we are right now. The Conservatives still short, but over 300, which has been talked about as a significant mark for them.
Jeremy, thanks so much. Well, you raise a lot of issues, which we'll talk about around this table in just a moment. But let's go to Reading, first of all, Reading West in Berkshire. Another seat the Tories were after. Martin Salt had been the MP there since '97, standing down.
For each candidate.
And Naz Sarkar
is as follows.
Is standing for Labour.
Benson Daisy, Liberal Democrat, 9,546. Hay, Bruce Alexander, United Kingdom Independence Party, 1,508. Sarkar Arunes, the Labour Party candidate, 14,519. Sharma Alok Kumar, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,523. Thomas Howard, Common Sense Party, 852. Windish Adrian, the Green Party, 582. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
A Conservative victory, and quite a handsome one, in Reading.
Mark 2 being unmarked or wholly
Alok Sharma takes the seat. The previous majority was 5,000 for Labour. And the Conservatives have moved in and taken that. We'll have the exact figures in just a moment. I'm not quite sure why they're being held up. And when we get them, I'll give them to you along with the share. Chartered Accountant, Mr. Sharma.
Mr. Returning Officer, I want to start by thanking you and all your staff for doing such a fantastic job this evening. It's been a pretty late night.
So here are the figures then.
Some people are coming back.
The Labour majority was just under 5,000. The Tory majority is 6,000 in Reading West. And it's one of the biggest swings we've had from Labour to Conservatives, a 12% swing. 12 in 100 people shifting their allegiance. That kind of thing would have got the Tories in home and dry with no problem at all. You were picking up on what Jeremy Vine was saying about the balance of parties and our new prediction. I mean, the thought arises that actually there's nobody here who can put together a government that easily.
Well, it's on a knife edge.
Without maybe some really major concessions being made to the Liberal Democrats.
Well, but it could be. It only would take our projection to be wrong by a handful of seats, 2, 3, 4 seats. And that would just ease David Cameron into the sort of territory which, if he could come to an arrangement with the Ulster Unionists and DUP, for example, if he could persuade the Nationalists to vote with him on occasions, not that he could do this. He could actually form a government. The other direction, if those 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats go in the other direction, it is plausible that Gordon Brown could form a coalition with the Liberal Democrats and hope with the SDLP and others. It is that tight and that close. And I think you will now see a battle, first of all, for legitimacy, where David Cameron will say, look, we clearly won this election, he will argue, in terms of votes and seats. Gordon Brown will say he's pursuing what is constitutionally right and trying to form a stable government. And this may take many, many days. Now, we still have a government in that time.
Yes.
Gordon Brown stays Prime Minister, Alistair Darling stays Chancellor. They're allowed to carry out their duties.
The Liberal Democrats have been arguing for proportional representation for as long as you and I have been alive and following politics. And indeed, in my case, that's rather longer than you. And the objection to it is always, it ends up with horse trading. We have first past the post, and what are we talking about tonight? Horse trading.
That's
We've got
right.
it without PR, just constant argument about who should be in office and who not.
And that argument will be made both in favour of a change of voting system and against it, of course, by people. Remember, again, I hesitate with Professor Bogdor over this, British politics went through this sort of spasm when the Labour Party first came up and rose in the 1920s and challenged the Liberal Democrats, and there was a promise then of electoral reform in 1929, and it never happened.
Absolutely right. The first-past-the-post system works when you've got just two major parties, as we had in the 1950s and 60s. When you have a three-party system, it doesn't work. It gives you very erratic results.
But hang on, I mean, it's still going to lead to some sort of horse trading decision, compromise and all that. Exactly what
Yes, but
PR
you
you
don't get an accurate representation of opinion in Parliament. It takes many more votes in this election to elect a Liberal Democrat MP, about 4 times as many as to elect a Labour or Conservative MP. And it's not giving you a party which can get more than 37% of the vote. This is the second general election which we could have a government on less than 2/5 of the total vote.
So the logic is, if you're going to have this kind of argument over in first past the post, you might as well have PR, because at least it would be a fairer way of having the horse trading.
Just briefly, David, we were saying that Labour's vote share was poor historically. I compared it with Michael Foot's, but so too the Conservatives. I mean, we're estimating them on about 37%. John Major got 40, almost 43. Before that, Margaret Thatcher's figures were 43, 43, 44. Even Ted Heath, when he eventually left office in February '74, got a higher vote share, 38.8%. So even though the Tories will claim the legitimacy to form a government, it's a small vote share.
He actually got, if the present thing is right, exactly the same share of the vote that Ted Heath got in the second election in '74, in October '74.
Which he lost.
36
which he lost,
which he lost by
all
three votes
parties have reason to be disappointed with this election.
Yes.
None of them have got the sort of result they would have wanted. Labour has been repudiated. The Liberal Democrats haven't made a breakthrough, and it looks now as if the Conservatives may not have secured an overall majority.
The most easterly point in Britain, as every student of geography knows, is Ness Point in Waveney constituency. And here is the result from Waveney, a Conservative gain. The seat's taken by a chartered surveyor, helps run a farm, Peter Aldous, and he defeats a government whip, Bob Blizzard, who's only the second Labour MP to have defended Waveney or to have represented Waveney, a 6.8 swing from Labour to the Conservatives in Waveney.
And that is the 117th seat, the one the Conservatives need to get an overall majority. But part of the trouble is they haven't won a lot of seats, which should have been easier to win than Waveney.
It's the 116th seat, actually. It's the 116th.
On my list, 117.
Well, you've got
David.
a funny list. You've got a Professor of Government's list, not the same as our list. Anyway, let's rejoin Jeremy Paxman.
Indeed, and I have with me now Andrew Lord-Adonis, Transport Minister in the last government, Chris Grayling, Shadow Cabinet Minister, and still with us, Mark Oaten. Well, Andrew Adonis, I suppose, as a former Lib Dem, you'll be intimately involved in this horse trading, won't you?
Well, we're still waiting to see what the final result is. And with all these alarms and excursions, you can't be sure.
You can justify it morally, can you?
But what does appear to be clear is that the British people have decided not to give a majority to any party. That being the case, we have a duty, the parties, now, to engage in a way that does produce a strong, stable and principled government.
And
as Gordon Brown said, well, obviously we'll now be in discussion with the other parties. As Gordon Brown said, our aim is to provide a strong, stable and principled government. And of course the Constitution is very clear that Gordon Brown now has the first opportunity to seek to form that government. But we shouldn't prejudge this final result.
And these talks have to start today, don't they?
The talks will need to start soon, obviously, because we want to put a government in place.
Have they already started, as
time.
far as you know?
We're still waiting for the final result, Jeremy, and
So
at the moment
have
we
they
can't...
started?
No, of course not.
There are no negotiations going on, as far as you know?
Not until we get a final result.
Right. Chris Grayling, you can't deny constitutionally Gordon Brown is the Prime Minister, he's entitled to see if he can form another government, isn't he?
Well, I mean, I think the reality is tonight Gordon Brown has had a very clear thumbs down from the British people. He does not have a mandate. He wasn't elected as Prime Minister in the first place. This is the first time he's gone to the country as Prime Minister, and they've given him a big thumbs down.
So you would like to be the people doing the horse trading, would you?
Well, I think it's very clear that the country has voted for change. I think there's still the best part of 150 seats left to come in. I'd like to see what the results are first before we start getting into thinking about what happens if there is a hung parliament. Tonight's been a strange night in terms of the results that have come through. We've got many more seats to come tomorrow morning. But it's absolutely clear that Gordon Brown has received a big thumbs down. Meanwhile, the Conservative Party have gained more seats at a general election than we have at any stage since 1931.
But not enough, of course.
Well, we're going for a historic low. We have gained a huge swing in terms of seats.
You failed.
We were starting with fewer seats than Michael Foot did in 1983, and the reality is we've still got 150 more to go.
You were 20 points ahead in the opinion polls about a year ago, so there has been a dramatic decline in your support.
We've always said this election was going to be a challenge because of the point we were starting from, and we have gained more seats at this election we will have done at any point since 1931.
That's the sort of observation people make after the votes are being cast, but you rarely hear it beforehand.
Well, we've been saying that for some time, that this is just to achieve a majority of one requires a historically enormous swing to the party.
Mark Oden, what would you demand if you were leading the Lib Dem negotiating team with Gordon Brown's Labour Party?
I think what Nick will be trying to do is to look at the results and deliver as best he can what the British public want. And I don't think his number one priority will be a deal on this or a deal on that. It will be to try to use what seats we have to reflect the votes of the country.
You've taken one hell of a pounding in this election, and yet potentially you're the kingmakers.
Well,
now, what's the price?
It's not exactly a pounding, because actually our vote has gone up from the last general election, so I don't describe that as being a pounding, actually, Jeremy.
Well, it is hardly the course to whatever it was, we were told you were going to get 110 seats after your leader's triumphant performance in the debates, but let's leave that aside.
Sure.
What is the minimum price?
I mean, the critical issue is to deliver a government which reflects what the British public want and to deliver as firm a form of government as possible. That's what the public will be looking for Nick and the party to do in Westminster.
Of course the country wants government, but what is the price of your supporting such an arrangement?
Well, we've always said that it's about cleaning up politics, it's about having fair education and tax, and we're going to obviously try and put those issues forward in any arrangement that's made.
The important thing is that nobody arrogantly supposes that they have a majority and behaves as if they've got a majority.
But we already have Gordon Brown starting the horse trading before the results have come in.
There is a constitutional position which is, is the way that we run the country.
All right, I'm going to cut across to you because there's lots to get in before 6 a.m. David.
Thank you very much. Well, we've got the result in from Twickenham in southwest London, where Vince Cable was re-elected for the Liberal Democrats. Their shadow Treasury spokesman. Here was his result. His majority 12,140. Sorry, it's obliterated by Arundel. There we are. There it is. Turnout of 75%, which is up a bit. It's one of those high turnout areas of London. And a swing from Conservative to Liberal Democrats of just under 1%, of 0.5%. Odd that these London seats are counting so late, but it's because of the local authorities being counted at the same time and the ballot papers having to be sorted 2 ways and then the postal voting and all the rest of it. Anyway, Vince Cable, who was sainted for apparently, according to the Liberal Democrats, having spotted the economic crisis coming, was speaking at Twickenham. Let's just hear what he had to say.
Thank you very much. Could I just first of all thank the returning officer and her staff and the police. We normally say this out of politeness at the beginning of these events, but when you hear about the chaos that's prevailed in some of the elections around the country, it is a real achievement, and I want to acknowledge it. I'd like to thank my opponents. We've had several good-natured, constructive debates of the kind that were replicated on a national level. I'd like to thank my team, led by Dee Ducey, my organiser, who's organised 3 of my campaigns here with great success. And I'd also, perhaps above all, like to thank the people of Twickenham for returning me with a very healthy majority. I've been doing work, obviously, around the country for my party, but in the final analysis, what really matters is the constituencies that we serve, and I look forward to continuing as a constituency MP for the next few years. I won't attempt any wise comments on the election nationally. There are results all over the place. It seems unlikely that we'll know the outcome until the morning, so I won't make any passionate outpourings of thoughts on that broad subject. But I thank you very much, thank my opponents, thank my team, and thank the staff here. Thank you very much indeed.
So, Vince Cable not telling us anything about what he thinks about the Liberal Democrats. I suppose he's somebody who might be included in with a job, mightn't he, in a government of Labour and Liberal Democrat or Tory and Liberal Democrat.
That's right. We've tended to think of this so far as what the policy negotiations would be, but we could be talking about jobs in government. If we're talking of a full coalition, if that's what Gordon Brown decides to attempt, I don't think he'd make Vince Cable Chancellor, but he could get an important job along with a few others.
Let's see if the Greens have won Brighton Pavilion. We've been waiting a long time for this one. It may be a tight-run thing, therefore, but let's go down to Brighton and see whether Caroline Lucas, the leader of the Greens, has done what she said she was going to do and managed to take this seat. It's a seat held by Labour, by Nancy Platts, standing in for David Lepper, or taking the place of David Lepper, who was the MP and had been there since 1997.
Ryan and Harbour, Citizens for Undead Rights and Equality, 61. Caroline Lucas, Green Party candidate, 16,238. Bernie Millen, Liberal Democrats, 7,159. Nancy Platts, the Labour Party candidate, 14,986. Charlotte Beer, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,000.
Taken Brighton Pavilion. Caroline Lucas has achieved what the Green Party has been focused on for months and months, trying to get the voters of Brighton Pavilion, a green area, it has to be said, of Brighton, and Brighton's had a very green council for some time, but also, of course, Caroline Lucas, who's been a member of the European Parliament, has been a focal point for the Green Party, and this is the first seat at Westminster that the Greens have won. Let's just listen to Caroline Lucas.
Tonight, the people of Brighton Pavilion have made history by electing Britain's first Green MP to Westminster. Thank you so much for putting your faith in me and in the Green Party.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for putting the politics of hope above the politics of fear. I pledge that I will do my very best to do you proud. Thanks are due to so many people.
Hello.
To the returning officers and their team, to the other candidates, to my amazing campaign team, all of those well-wishers, all of those supporters both in the city and from
Well, apparently I could hear that perfectly well, but apparently you at home might not have been able to hear it. Anyway, it is a big moment for the Greens. They had a lot of candidates. They had over 500 candidates in the UK. That's the only seat they'll take, but they have taken it and have got their first MP in the House of Commons.
Hugely significant because a new party joins the nationalist parties that we had already, other parties in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, in addition to the big three parties in Westminster. It also means, though, David, in a hung parliament, she could have huge importance. Votes may hang on one or more votes, and what we've seen in the Scottish Parliament, for example, is where the Greens have relatively low representation. They've been very effective at using their votes to get things that they want. Negotiating, for example, over the Scottish budget. Alex Salmond lost his budget, had to make concessions, and even one person in a hung parliament, they matter.
Well, she'll be hoping for that. Richmond Park, we have a declaration coming there. Another late entry. Zach Goldsmith for the Conservatives against Susan Kramer for the Liberal Democrats. That's Zach Goldsmith there. And it sounds as though he's taken it. It looks as though he's taken it. We'll have to wait for the full figures. Interesting, following on from Brighton Pavilion, he himself is an environmental campaigner, editor of The Ecologist.
Kramer, Susan Veronica, Liberal Democrat, 25,370. May, Susan Jane, Christian People's Alliance, 133. Page, James Richard, Green Party, 572. Tunnicliffe, Eleanor, the Labour Party candidate, 2,979. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0.
All right, let's just have a look at the figures for Richmond Park because they're interesting. Conservatives gain Richmond Park from Susan Kramer, who's a former banker, who's been there since 2005. Now there's his majority, 4,091. Look at the turnout, 77%. The change since the election of 2005. Conservatives up 10 percentage points. Liberal Democrats down 4. Labour down 4. A swing from Liberal Democrats to the Conservatives of 7 percentage points. What do you make of that one, then?
Well, who would have expected it? After the performance of Nick Clegg in the debates, we keep referring to the fact that Lib Dems have underperformed compared with what was expected. There were lots of predictions that Zach Goldsmith would not get that seat, that the rise of Nick Clegg after the debates would help Susan Kramer to hold on, and it's a pretty substantial swing away from them.
And there was a lot of sniping at Zach Goldsmith, being sort of
for being a non-dom.
Too rich, spending his money, being a non. He converted from being a non-dom to being a dom during the campaign.
That's right. Suddenly, it probably cost him a lot.
Well, one doesn't know.
The Liberals have 5 seats in South West London, or did have 5 seats. 4 of them were marginal, and this is the only one the Conservatives have been able to take. As Nick says, no one would have been able to predict this. I'd also like to make a comment about the Greens, because it's the first time so far this evening that one of the smaller parties has made an impact. And a lot of people thought that as a result of the expenses crisis, there'd be a reaction against the 3 major parties, and a lot of people would vote for the Greens if they're on the left, or perhaps for UKIP, or perhaps for the BNP. And apart from Brighton Pavilion, that hasn't happened. They've made no impact on the election at all.
That's right. We've not seen independents winning seats, and indeed we saw Dr. Taylor losing his seat in Wyre Forest.
Quite interesting to add up the number of Green votes. Let's just see it. We've got the figure here. 200,000 Green votes overall in the country, with 531 declared. And Caroline Lucas got 16,000. So there you are. 200,000, 16,000 gets you 1 MP.
Well, it's a reminder, of course, that if there were a change of the voting system as a result of the sort of haggling that we're going to see, you'd probably see more than 1 Green MP.
It's coming up to 4 minutes to 6. Breakfast would normally be on the air, but we're going to stay on the air for the moment because we've got more results to come. 118 to go in. Let's join Jeremy Paxman.
David, I've got Evan Harris now joining us from Oxford. He lost his seat. It's been a pretty disastrous night for the Lib Dems, hasn't it? What's gone wrong?
Well, I haven't heard all the results, but there have been some big gains and some big losses, so it's certainly been choppy, as I understand it. And I've been at my count for a long time, and a recount. Our vote was up, we've gained some, and we've lost possibly a few more, which just shows how crazy the electoral system is, even in what might be considered minor details.
What in your case caused you to lose so comprehensively?
Well, I lost by 176 votes. It wasn't comprehensive, but it was a decent swing to the Conservatives. Well, no, I mean, it's a marginal seat, but yes, I accept that a week ago we certainly weren't expecting it to be that marginal.
I'm going to interrupt you there because we're getting I'm going to interrupt you. There's a declaration coming in from Barking.
Dominic Carman, Liberal Democrat, 3,719. Thomas Darwood, Independent, 77. Christopher Downing, Monster Raving Loony, William Hill Party, 82. Jane Forbes, the Green Party candidate, 317. Nicholas Griffin, British National Party, 6,620. James Hargreaves, the Christian Party, 482. Margaret Hodge, Labour Party, 24,628. I will repeat the figure, 24,628. Francis Maloney, UK Independent Party, 1,300. Simon Marcus, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,073. 8073. Dapo Sijuola, Restoration Party, 45. There being...
Well, this is a very significant result in Barking. Margaret Hodge, who all along said she was under threat from an attack from the BNP under Nick Griffin, has hugely increased a majority for Labour. It's gone up by 6,000 votes. No wonder she's looking pleased. Nick Griffin failed to take it, 6,620. He's in third place. The Conservatives on 8,000. There are the figures. Majority of 16,555. Turnout's gone up to 61%, and the change since last time. And that represents a swing, and we look at it this way, from Conservative to Labour. Or rather, from Labour to Conservatives. No, Con to Labour, sorry, 1.7%. It's a big result for Labour, that, and a lot of people will be very relieved that the BNP hasn't made any headway. Now, it's coming up to 6 o'clock, and we're going to have a full bulletin of news.
Well, if you are sitting at home waiting to find out who is going to be the Prime Minister, you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer. With most of the seats declared, it's still unclear who is going to be leading the country, but I can tell you that we are going to be heading for a hung parliament. But it's not at all clear what form it's going to take. The Conservatives are likely to have the most seats, but not enough for an outright majority. And Liberal Democrat hopes of making significant headway have been dashed. Maybe sometime before we know who will be in a position to lead the country, to form the next government, and whose support may be required in order to do so. It may all hang on just a handful of seats. This is the current state of the parties. The Conservatives, there you go, have 264 seats. Labour have 205. The Lib Dems have just 40, and other parties there on 27. Ben Brown now has the story of the night.
At many polling stations, like this one in Sheffield, there were queues around the block. Turnout was higher than expected. Too high, it seems, for some election officials who simply couldn't cope and locked out hundreds of furious voters when the ballot boxes closed.
It's terribly undemocratic, and I think everybody's very angry.
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
We can't get in to vote, and we feel scandalised by this.
It was the same story in parts of Leeds, London, Liverpool, Manchester and Newcastle, with voters turned away and the possibility of legal challenges in some seats.
Should have got more staff in, should have got it more prepared, more staff, should have done it properly, everything.
If you're trying to wash your hands of it.
People missed out their votes out there, it's totally wrong.
We're being disenfranchised, and that's not on. This could make all the difference between somebody losing or winning.
In Sunderland, volunteers raced to count the ballots of those who had managed to vote, as the exit poll suggested a hung parliament. It projected the Conservatives would be the biggest party, but 21 seats short of an overall majority. The night turned out to be a mixed story for the Tories. Some spectacular gains in seats like Kingswood, with a swing of more than 9%. But they failed to capture target seats like Tooting from Labour. It meant that when David Cameron spoke at his count in Witney, he could not claim victory for the Conservatives, but he did insist that Gordon Brown had lost.
I believe it is already clear that the Labour government has lost its mandate to govern our country.
Have you lost the election, Prime Minister?
But Mr Brown, in his constituency of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, is not conceding defeat. Not yet, at least. Downing Street sources say he will try to form a coalition government in the event of a hung parliament.
My duty to the country coming out of this election is to play my part in Britain having a strong, stable and principled government.
It's been a night of many disappointments for Labour, none more so than in Redditch, where the former Home Secretary Jackie Smith has lost her seat. She'd been mired in the expenses scandal, claiming for 2 pornographic films her husband watched. In Dewsbury, there was another scalp for the Tories with the defeat of the local government minister Shahid Malik. But the school secretary, Ed Balls, did survive in his constituency of Morley and Outwood, despite a big Tory push to try and oust him. He clung on with a majority of 1,100. As for Nick Clegg and the Liberal Democrats, the exit poll projects they'll have fewer seats than before, far from the breakthrough they were hoping for, after all the talk of Clegg mania in the wake of the first televised debate. One shock for the Liberal Democrats has been the defeat of one of their more colourful MPs, Lembit Opik, in Montgomeryshire. This morning, Gordon Brown arrived at Stansted Airport en route to Labour Party headquarters.
Hello, Prime Minister. Is it all finished?
Good evening. It's been a very long night. There's still a long way to go.
He said the Tories had not done as well as had been predicted. But the question remains, does he have the moral right to carry on in government? If he wants to stay in number 10, he'll need to start talking in the next few hours to the Liberal Democrats and possibly the Scottish and Welsh nationalists. In this cliffhanger of an election, the light of morning has made very little clear. Ben Brown, BBC News.
The Green Party has its first MP within the last half hour. The party leader Caroline Lucas has won the Brighton Pavilion seat. The Greens have fielded hundreds of candidates in this election. And another candidate with Green views, Zach Goldsmith, has won the seat of Richmond for the Conservatives, the son of the billionaire financier James Goldsmith, and until recently, a non-dom, beat the Lib Dem candidate Susan Kramer. There was a shock result in Northern Ireland overnight, with the First Minister, Peter Robinson, losing the seat he's held since 1979. The leader of the Democratic Unionist Party was beaten in Belfast East by the Alliance Party candidate. Peter Robinson's reputation was badly damaged this year by a series of revelations about him and his wife. Elsewhere in Northern Ireland, the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, Sir Reg MP, struggled too. He lost his seat to a DUP candidate. It was a better night for nationalists, with the SDLP and Sinn Féin holding on to all their seats. There's still one count, though, to be completed. And we will bring you all the results throughout the morning here in the studio. Soon we'll be handing over to the Breakfast News team, where you can check the result from your constituency through to the final result, when eventually that comes, online at bbc.co.uk/election. So here we are, 6:06, and at the moment we have no clear idea yet who the Prime Minister will be, but I can tell you we're heading for a hung Parliament.
Thanks, Fiona. And if this is the time when you normally turn on to watch breakfast, you may be surprised to see us all sitting around here. We've been here since 10 o'clock yesterday evening, following this extraordinary election, which is giving different results all over the country, no constant pattern, and no sign of any one party having a majority at the end. We've had 267 Conservative seats in. That's up 82. We've had Labour 209. That's down 75. The Liberal Democrats have had a bad night compared with what they were expecting. At the moment, they're on 40, and that's a net drop of 7, and others 27, no change. And the prediction, our BBC forecast now, is the Conservatives were 308. Remember, they need 326 to have an overall majority in the new House of Commons, but 308 is what we think they'll get. That's 98 up on what they had last time. They haven't had as good an election result as that since the 30s. Labour on 260, down 89. The Liberal Democrats on 53, down 9, and others on 29. And the share of the vote. Now, the significance of this is that Nick Clegg for the Liberals always said that the party that got the most votes and the most seats would be the one that had a natural right to try and form a government. And I think those words will resonate now, because we've got the Conservatives with predicted 308 seats, far away from Labour on 260, and we've got this as the popular vote. Well, let's just keep the figures there for a moment, if you would. Can we put the figures back on the screen? There we are, thank you very much. Conservatives on 37%, that's up 3.8. Labour on 30% of the popular vote, people who voted. Liberal Democrats on 23%. So once again, there's no question, in the terms defined by the Liberal Democrats, the Conservatives are the winners.
Absolutely no doubt at all. If you took a child who knew nothing about the rules of British politics, you took someone from another country, if you took someone from another planet, they would say, well, it's clear who's won that election. It's the Conservatives. But in order to be a government, you do need to have a majority of MPs voting with you in the Commons, and 308 is just short of that. Now, David Cameron will hope to be able to secure the support of others, or at least their acquiescence, their agreement not to vote him down. But the difficulty he faces is this. Under the rules of the British Constitution, not formally written down, but the way it works is the sitting Prime Minister gets a chance to form a government. He probably hasn't got enough to try quite yet, Gordon Brown, but if a few results go his way, he might.
Well, John Simpson has been with Gordon Brown since last night when he was in Scotland. This morning finds him in Downing Street. And John, what's the news?
Well, in fact, Gordon Brown will be here quite shortly. I think he's still meeting and thanking party workers, not very far from here. Mrs. Brown is back in Downing Street for the moment, and he's putting up a fight. I mean, he's clearly determined to do that. Now, there were moments during the night when I must say I rather had my doubts about that. But no, I mean, he is still, I have to say, David, still is the word that everybody's using. You may think it's got a little slight sort of edge of poison on that, but all his officials are saying he's still fighting, he's still keen, he's still determined to win, he's still this, he's still that and the other, and of course he's still Prime Minister. He himself has been using, you know, politicians in this country always seem to work out a phrase and then everybody starts repeating it all around the politician and the politician themselves. In this case, Gordon Brown has been quoting it endlessly. This question of it's his responsibility, his duty, it says, to have a strong, stable, principled government. And those three words have been running through the whole night and officials reporting them. That's to say he's trying, I assume, to create a kind of sense of continuity. That word, I suppose, still again.
Thank you very much, John. So strong, stable and principled government is what the Prime Minister is saying he wants to produce. Andrew Marr, you were with David Cameron. You're at the headquarters of the Tory party now this morning. What's your story?
Well, first of all, what David Cameron is doing at the moment is that he is closeted not only with his advisers, but now with senior shadow ministers, and who knows ministers to be, people like Michael Gove, the Shadow Education Secretary. George Osborne is on his way here, plenty of others sitting round. And the oddity, the sheer weirdness of this election result so far is shown that when David Cameron arrived, 80 seats or more he's taken already from Labour this evening. By any standards, a huge achievement. You would have expected broad grins and jubilation and celebration, and instead, very straight faces, very, very serious, whereas it's Gordon Brown who's been smiling and hand-pumping and so on, because it's all about expectation and it's about what you do next. Now, David Cameron knows very well that there is a danger that Gordon Brown will get just enough seats to be able to pick up the phone to Nick Clegg and offer him some kind of deal. And of course, it's in Nick Clegg's interest to talk about electoral reform. It's in Gordon Brown's interests. Whatever we say about natural justice, whatever you say about the number of people who voted for the Conservatives and their share of the vote, Nick Clegg has an agonising decision, therefore, to make. Does he stick with what he'd promised people before the election result, or does he do the obvious deal? What's going to happen here is that the Conservative leader and his top people are going to watch every remaining seat and make no statement, make no judgment about what they think should happen and will happen until they have the full picture. We will get a statement, a formal statement from David Cameron later in the morning, and the extraordinary truth is that even now, you know, with the sun up, he doesn't know which way it's quite going to fall.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed. Kirsty Walk is stuck up in Sheffield Hallam, still waiting, I think, for Nick Clegg's result to come through. Is that correct?
That is true. That is Nick Clegg's first agony. We don't speak to Nick Clegg at the moment because Nick Clegg is still ensconced in a very small room waiting for his election result, which was due at 2:30 this morning. Only 3 of the 6 Sheffield seats have declared. Nick Clegg's Hallam is not one of them. What people are saying here is partly because there were 30,000 extra votes cast in Sheffield, but frankly, other people like David Blunkett, whose seat was declared just 20 minutes ago, says it's an absolute shambles. The returning officers wandering around, wondering what to do next. So we're in a position now where Nick Clegg, we can't even hear from Nick Clegg about what he makes about the extraordinary toing and froing of the votes and seats during the night, the loss of Evan Harris, kicking out of Charles Clarke, the loss of the Richmond Park, loss of Susan Kramer's seat to Zach Goldsmith. We can't hear about any of that because Nick Clegg is not in a position, he hasn't even got his own seat yet.
But his majority is dead safe there, isn't it? He's not going to have any problem with holding it.
Oh, of course, he's not going to have any problem, but the point is children come in to swim in 2 hours' time, the place is going to be mobbed, and the chances are we could still be here.
So, British election held up because children come in to swim. Is that right?
Well, it might be, but it actually might discourage them from voting.
There we go. Let's go over to Dagenham. I think we have a result coming through from there. Dagenham and Rainham. John Cruddas, a left-wing member of the Labour Party, often tipped to somebody who might challenge for the leadership. Indeed, he did challenge for the leadership, or the deputy leadership. But some people think he might go in tandem with somebody of the right of the party if there is a vacancy.
I, Rob Whiteman, being the acting returning officer for the Parliament.
His majority is 6,000 in Dagenham and Rainham. It's 151st on the Conservative target list.
Votes cast was as follows. Michael Barnbrook, British National Party, 4,952. Joseph Burke, Liberal Democrat, 3,806. John Cruddas, Labour Party candidate, 17,813. Simon Jones, the Conservative Party, 15,183. Gordon Kennedy, Independent, 308. Craig Litwin, UK Independence Party, 1,569. Debbie Rosamond, the Green Party candidate, 296. Paula Watson, the Christian Party, 305. The number of ballots rejected, as shown on the notice, is 166. I therefore declare that John Cruddas is duly elected Member of Parliament for Dagenham and Rainham.
So Labour hold Dagenham and Rainham. Big increase in the BNP vote there. They overtake the Liberal Democrats and go into 3rd place. And this result, read out lickety split by the returning officer, is 6:15 in the morning and they all want to go home. Change there, Labour down 9 percentage points, Conservatives up 1, the BNP up 7, they fought here last time. And a swing from Labour to the Conservatives of just under 5%, 4.9%.
Especially want to thank the campaigner Simon Jones, which I thought was absolutely first-rate. He's superb.
So on that note, we will rejoin Jeremy Paxman, who's up in the balcony behind us here, to be talking, I don't know to whom, but he will know. Jeremy.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm going to be talking to Caroline Lucas, Britain's first Green MP. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You're going to have a lot more power than you could ever have imagined by the look of things.
Well, these are really interesting times, and I'm just so grateful to the people of Brighton Pavilion for electing me today, for making history. And I think it just reflects the fact that people are fed up with the tired old parties. They do want something new, they do want something different. That's what the Greens were offering here, and I really do believe it is the start of a new political force in Westminster.
But for the avoidance of any doubt, and given that the tired, sordid old system within which we find ourselves living right now, could you make any kind of informal or formal alliance with either of the two big parties?
Well, I think what we would be doing is what we've done in the London Assembly, what we've done in the Scottish Parliament, which is essentially to judge issues on a case-by-case basis. I mean, our manifesto is very clear. We're standing on a manifesto of fairness, of social justice, of environmental protection. Those are the kinds of issues we want to support in Westminster.
And that would be on a case-by-case basis, would it?
It would. That's what's worked very well in the London Assembly. It's what's worked well in the Scottish Parliament. And I think that's the right way for us to proceed.
Although in practice in the London Assembly, you've mainly been supporting the Labour Party, haven't you?
We mainly have, but there were times when the Tories decided for a while at least that they were going to oppose the expansion of Heathrow Airport. We supported that until they kind of spoilt it with talking about a new airport in the Thames estuary. So we will judge things on a case-by-case basis, but as you say, it's fairly clear from our manifesto that we have more in common with the broader left of the spectrum.
Caroline Lucas, thanks for joining us. David.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, for that. Jeremy Vine, at the beginning of the evening, was showing us how you put down paving stones to reach the door of number 10 and finally go into the famous house. Jeremy, how near has he got?
Let us see just how near David Cameron has got to that famous door. I'll bring on the paving stones now. We had 116. Each has the name of a seat the Conservatives need to win on it. They need 116 extra seats for an overall majority. They're laid out now in the order that they've won them in. So over here, for example, Redditch won by the Conservatives. And that was the end of Jackie Smith's time in Parliament. Down here, funnily enough, the 116th, the hardest seat to win, they took Waveney here. They won Keighley in Yorkshire, but they only get as far as this. They're not quite there. They need 326 seats total in the House of Commons for an overall majority. They haven't yet won the 116 extra, which would bring them to that total. Some of the ones they needed, they've lost, they haven't taken. So David Cameron has a bit of space between the seats he's won and the door of number 10. And it looks like he will need help to get through that door as Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. One of the problems they had was in Barking. What happened in Barking, Emily? Can you remind us of that?
Well, Margaret Hodge retained her seat with a huge majority, actually. A lot of worries about the BNP. This man, Nick Griffin, failed to make any inroads at all when it came to it. Let me show you what happened to the BNP share of the vote. It actually went down here. If I can just... I can show you that a little bit later, but Margaret Hodge had warned people that the BNP would split that vote. In fact, she retained it quite safely. And really, Peter, John Cruddas was the same. If I take us on to Dagenham as well, we saw something of a rise for the BNP here, but the man who had challenged for the deputy leadership retaining his seat here. Two quite interesting results.
This was an outside chance of a Conservative gain, but in terms of the BNP, 15% in Barking and I think 11%, yes, in Dagenham. I was thinking hours ago about how the far right has never got above 17% in a parliamentary election. Go back to Mosley, go back to the National Front, Nick Griffin, and we wondered whether he'd get above 20%. No, he didn't. He went back down. That ceiling remains in place. It also means, of course, when we get the London Council results later on today, Barking, where the BNP gained, I think, 11 seats 4 years ago, it may be they're going to lose some or all of them.
Now, London's got more interesting seats. I'm going to show you another one here, Poplar and Limehouse. Familiar face of George Galloway. He, if you like, was the headline result of the last election when he took the neighbouring seat, Bethnal Green and Bow, on the Respect ticket. This was an anti-Iraq war vote in many ways. What will he do to this vote here this time round? They're in third place. He could topple a Labour minister here, Jim Fitzpatrick, or will he split the vote and let the Conservatives come through the middle?
Exactly. And the thing about Poplar and Limehouse, you see they're a 10-point Labour lead last time round, so it needs a 5% swing for the Conservatives to gain it. They're not quite getting that across London, about 4%, so it could be very close. And if the Conservatives take it and the Respect vote goes up because of George Galloway, it may be the Conservatives, very quietly, under their breath, should say, thank you, George, for standing here.
Yeah, interesting. Just to remind you, that's the 2005 result. We haven't had in Poplar and Limehouse. Interestingly enough, I've been with a team looking at their models. There are a lot of London seats still that are too close to call.
How many?
Well, 3 for a start. Andrew Dismore and Hendon. Apparently that's a 50-50 one. Very close indeed. The one that came in, the Dagenham one, John Cruddas, incredibly close as well.
McNulty in Harrow East.
Harrow East is another one, yeah.
And what was it they wanted to take in London? 13 13 the Tory wanted, didn't they? The Tories wanted to get.
Yeah,
and their target seats was 13. Well, it is absolutely fascinating. Nick, just bring us up to date on what you heard what Andrew Marr and John Simpson were saying with the party leaders a few minutes ago. What's your best guess of what's going to happen this morning?
Well, David Cameron is clearly now thinking about how exactly to try and claim victory. He knows that he will not be able to secure a majority in the House of Commons, but on the other hand, he will declare Gordon Brown defeated and say that he has a moral right, in effect, to form the next government. But he knows that he actually has to get the agreement of other people to do that. Simultaneously, Gordon Brown will be thinking, why don't I pick up the phone to Nick Clegg and offer a full coalition? Cabinet posts for people like Vince Cable, for Nick Clegg himself, probably for David Laws, perhaps for Paddy Ashdown at Defence.
Well, Vince Cable takes over from George Osborne.
I think there's no chance of Vince Cable being Chancellor, but there would be a chance of him getting another significant post. Now, people have sometimes misunderstood what Nick Clegg said in advance of this election. He's often quoted as saying that the party has more seats and more votes, has the right to form a government. Not what he said. What he said is they had the right to seek to form a government. Why does the distinction matter? Is because what he can do, Mr Clegg, if he wants, is to open talks with the Conservatives, say, well, you have the right to try and form a government, and then at the end of them, declare himself dissatisfied, so that they haven't done enough to get his support, and then go off and talk to Gordon Brown and see if he can get a better deal.
And any possibility that the Lib Dems might just sit this out, say there's going to have to be a new election, and we'll abstain. We won't vote down a Tory government. Do you think
the strength
possible?
of David Cameron's position is that if the Liberal Democrats abstain, if they do nothing at all, Cameron is able to form a government. So he's in a very good position. But Gordon Brown has one trump card, and that is the referendum on electoral reform. And the Liberal Democrat decision doesn't depend just on Clegg. It depends on the Liberal Democrat MPs who are meeting on Sunday morning. And if they had before them a proposition of an immediate referendum on proportional representation, you'd have to be a very brave Liberal Democrat, I think, to turn it down.
Well, in fact,
Jeremy Paxman is now joined by, apparently not going to, we'll see, we'll hear from him later. We were going to hear from Zach Goldsmith, but we aren't going to. Perhaps we'll hear from him later at Richmond Park if he hangs on, because at this point in the morning, 6:25, the results and the news where you are.
I give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Mark Stephen Adshead, Monster Raving Loony William Hill Party, 164. Steve Barnard, Green Party, 919. Nicola Suzanne Bates, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,040. Nick Clegg, Liberal Democrats, 27,000. 27,324. Martin Fitzpatrick, Independent, 429. Ray Green, the Christian Party, 250. Nigel Terence James, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,195. Jack Scott, the Labour Party candidate, 8,228. David Basil Wildgoose, English Democrats, putting England first 586. And I do hereby declare that the said Nick Clegg is duly elected.
Nick Clegg increases his majority, 15,000 from 7,000 before, so at least Nick Clegg's performance in the debates and the prominence he got has made a big change here. But let's hear what he has to say.
Police, all the counters here, the returning officer
talking,
and his team,
and the swing to the Liberal Democrats
of the election in Sheffield
from the
Hallam
Conservatives,
and across
7%.
the city of Sheffield.
And what
However,
we'll
as the
wait to
returning
see is whether he
knows,
says anything about
I'm
the
sure I
position
speak
of the Liberal
on behalf of all
Democrats at the end of this election.
When I spoke to him earlier this evening, is it this evening or last night? I'm losing time. I share the bitter dismay of many of my constituents who were not able to exercise their democratic right to vote in this election. I visited the busiest polling station this afternoon, and in mid-afternoon there were hundreds, particularly young voters, who were queuing for an hour and a half to vote. And I think it is just not right that hundreds later found themselves unable to exercise their vote when the polls closed. That should never, ever happen again in our democracy. I obviously would like to, I'd like to thank my fantastic team and my supporters, and particularly my dear friend and outstanding agent, Alan Wisby. You have fought a fantastic campaign in Sheffield Hallam. You've done it, I'm aware, with a candidate who wasn't around as much on the campaign trail in Sheffield Hallam as, of course, I would have liked. I hope you understood the reasons why, but I really am very grateful to you indeed. Above all, though, of course, I want to thank all of those of you who have entrusted me with the honour of continuing to work as your MP for Sheffield Hallam. It really is the greatest privilege for me that I have been able to serve as your local MP, and I really, really look forward to working hard as your constituency MP for such a great constituency. As for the national campaign, this has obviously been a disappointing night for the Liberal Democrats. We simply haven't achieved what we had hoped. I'm nonetheless proud of the way we conducted the campaign. I think we conducted a positive campaign, full of hope, full of optimism, which I think did engage a lot of people in the election campaign, even if they didn't then go on to vote for the Liberal Democrats. As for what happens next, clearly the final election result is still a little unpredictable. People have voted, but no one appears to have won emphatically. I would simply say two things at this stage. Firstly, and I think this applies to all political parties, I don't think anyone should rush into making claims or taking decisions which don't stand the test of time. I think it would be best if everybody were just to take a little time so that people get the good government that they deserve in these very difficult and uncertain times. And whatever happens in the next few days, weeks, months, I will be guided, the Liberal Democrats will be guided by the values and the principles on which we fought this election. Fairness in our society, responsibility in providing stability and growth to an economy at a time particularly of growing uncertainty, as we've seen in recent hours and days in the economy in the world around us, and a real change to the way we do politics. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
It must be a great puzzlement to Nick Clegg why the bubble burst. I mean, his popular vote as Liberal Democrats, leaving aside his own seat, is up 1% only. And yet, a week ago, everybody thought it was up 5, 10%, that they'd really had a breakthrough.
Well, I think if you watched the programme when it began last night at about 10 o'clock, you will have seen an exit poll that, frankly, no one believed. They all thought, of course the Liberal Democrats will do better than it predicted. If you now wake up and see this result, you discover the exit poll was quite right. The Liberal Democrats have not increased their vote share, as you said, and they're actually on course to lose seats.
The exit poll was more generous to the Liberal Democrats than reality has been.
Quite extraordinary. It does seem to me as though they have been squeezed, as people recognised it was a close election, as they recognised that they had a choice between David Cameron and Gordon Brown in number 10, as many of them loathe the idea one way or the other. It seems to me they have gone back to their natural home to try and make that happen. But the irony is, David, the man who has lost the election, Nick Clegg, may be the very thing he said he wouldn't be, the kingmaker. He may be the person who decides who is our next Prime Minister.
Kirsty Walk managed to speak to him as he got off the platform after the count there. Let's just hear what he had to say.
Can I come in?
See where we've done well, see where we've disappointed, and learn the lessons.
And are you prepared to enter negotiations for a possible coalition in order to put Liberal Democrat values into some form of government?
Well, as I said earlier, I really think, whatever it is, 6 a.m. in the morning, when no one has slept, when the results are not yet finalised, I really think it would be best if everyone, I include myself in this, just take a bit of time, see what the final result is, and then take it from there. I think it'd be very. I think it'd be bad if people were to rush into decisions or rush into making claims which don't stand the test of time.
But you'll be making the calls.
That's fine.
Nick Clegg with his wife Miriam on his way out of the count at Hallam, Sheffield Hallam, where he won his seat with a big increase in his majority. Vernon, briefly.
If one looks at the policies that are important to people in this election, there's first the economy, and second for many people immigration. Now the Liberals have a more liberal with a small l policy on immigration. Some people would say a permissive policy on immigration, so that when voters, perhaps impressed with the performance of Nick Clegg in the debates, looked at their policy on immigration, they might have decided they didn't like it. Similarly, the Liberal Democrats are a more pro-European party than the others and supported until recently entry into the Euro. But people can see that the Eurozone is now an area of instability.
Their policy it was, not just the personality.
There may
of
be
Nick
policy
Clegg.
reasons for the Liberal Democrat failure.
Indeed, and just a quick thing, when he says take time, that is because he has a meeting, actually it's now on Saturday, of Liberal Democrat MPs and of what's called his federal executive, the top of his party in other words, and I believe he'll make no decisions about what to do. He will seek a negotiating mandate. He needs his party's support, and he will go to them if the numbers allow and say, I want to go into talks possibly simultaneously with Gordon Brown and David Cameron, and you tell me what I'm allowed to do. Which means, David, it could be many, many, many days before we know who our next Prime Minister is.
Well, let's leave the question of the hung Parliament and the consequences just for a moment, because Zach Goldsmith, the victor in Richmond Park for the Conservatives, has joined us here and is talking to Jeremy Paxman.
Zach Goldsmith, congratulations. What was the crucial factor, do you think?
The crucial factor, look, it's very hard to know. It's only just happened. I don't think anyone here would have predicted that there would have been such a swing in our direction. I don't think anyone would have wanted to call the result at all until a few minutes before it was called. So I'm slightly taken aback by the results. I think the reason this has happened, well, it's too early for me to pontificate, but I think the reason this has happened is that we have an incredible team. We've got a huge voluntary grassroots movement which has been pounding the streets for 2 years now, putting positive and honest literature through people's doors. I've been out and about trying to give everyone an opportunity to give me a grilling on any issue they choose, local, national, international. It's just been a very, very active campaign, and I think it's paid off.
How much of your own money did you spend on the campaign?
How much of my money?
Yes.
It's not about money here. Everyone working in the campaign, more or less everyone working in the campaign is volunteering. Everyone's on the same playing field as of January the 1st this year, as far as I understand it. Certainly my rival was here. In terms of my own funds, I put considerably less cash into my campaign than my rival put into hers. It's all there on the Electoral Commission. So it's not about money. It's about campaign style. We had a good campaign.
But it's interesting. You were one of David Cameron's bright new brooms, new hopes, and you're one of the very few that actually made it through. If you look at the others, Sean Bailey, Joanne Cash, Emmanuel Jones, Mark Clark, all these people, you know, they didn't cut through in the way that you did. What happened?
Well, look, I've been in a bubble here now since 11, 12 o'clock last night, so I haven't seen really any of the details. I've heard a couple of the examples that you've just given me, and I think it's a great shame. There are people you just named who would have been brilliant in Parliament, and I think it's a great shame they're not there. I don't know what happened there. I wasn't part of their campaign, but it's a shame. In terms of the national picture, it's very confusing. This is an unusual election, I think, by any standards. I mean, I was meeting people this morning who were about to get on the train, deciding to vote at the last minute, who even as they walked to the polling station had no idea who they were going to vote for. Not because they were taking it casually, or not because they were politically illiterate. They had really put a lot of thought into it, but it was just a very unusual campaign, right down to the wire, right down to the last moment. What happened in other constituencies, I don't know. I haven't been following it. I haven't been able to follow it for the last few hours. I've been concentrating here.
Are you pleased that Caroline Lucas won in Brighton Pavilion?
I'm sorry, you have to repeat
Are you pleased that Caroline Lucas has become the first Green MP?
Am I pleased about Caroline Lucas?
Yeah.
Look, the reason I got involved in, but the first reason I got involved in politics, the reason I got in touch with the Conservative Party and began working with the Conservative Party was green issues. I felt that all the parties were stubbornly blind to these issues, and I wanted to try and find a way of weaving green thinking through the Conservative Party and elsewhere. As it happens, I was not alone. There are many people who share that. So that the presence of more green thinking in Parliament is a good thing, for sure.
Okay, Zach Goldsmith, thanks very much. David?
Thank you very much. Who can forget his father's speech at Putney when he barracked the Conservative victor, David Mellor, at Putney? Out, out, out. It's a slightly similar way of talking. Anyway, he's in Richmond Park. Now, there's been another Liberal Democrat gain, this time in Wells, in Somerset. David Heathcote-Amery, very much a sceptic on Europe, and famous or notorious for having claimed sacks of manure on expenses, had to pay back nearly £30,000, has lost his seat in Wells. A Liberal Democrat gain. Tessa Munt, who's a legal executive, goes in there, and this is the change. Whether this is to do with that or to do just with the swing in the West Country, I don't know. But anyway, Conservatives to Liberal Democrat, a swing of 3.6%.
This is the first seat to which I really think one can attribute expenses as the key factor. Expenses has played a much less of a role in this election than one might have predicted.
But why would you attribute it here, then?
This because David Heathcote-Amery was in trouble for claiming for manure.
But lots of people were in trouble. Heathcote-Amery wasn't in more trouble than anybody else.
No, but this is the first case. I'm saying this is the first case in which it seems to have made an impact.
Oh, I see.
In other cases, it doesn't seem
to
have
You're
had
assuming
much
it made an impact. It may have just been they turned against the Tories.
But people haven't turned against the Tories to a similar extent in other seats in that area.
All right.
This is picked out from the others, I think.
Nick?
Yeah, I think the truth about the expenses scandal is it often wasn't about the amount of money, it was often about what people used the money for. The sum of money in David Heathcote-Amery's case was £388 for 550 sacks of manure. Now, he also actually had to pay back £30,000, but often it was the £4 on dog food or this amount of money that scandalised and irritated people.
And the duck house and all that.
And all of that.
The weird thing about it, we haven't talked about expense very much, the really weird thing is they all thought, I mean, with a few exceptions, they all thought this is what you did because this is how you built up your income. And the fact that the figures, the things they claimed for were riceable, it never occurred to them they'd be published. They didn't matter.
No,
they didn't mind. They didn't care.
Didn't anticipate it. But, David, there's also one other thing that we all thought before. 6 months ago, when the expenses thing was at its height, we all said, fewer people will vote. In fact, more people have voted. We said the independent parties, the small parties, do better. In fact, they've done worse. I mean, all the predictions turned out to be nonsense. We said that individual MPs would be punished because of their expenses. It turns out very few have actually been punished. Many, of course, have resigned or retired before the election.
So we have a very small L Liberal and forgiving electorate, is what you're saying.
It seems to me they punished everybody. They're not happy with it. This is the election that nobody clearly won.
No, I think they've certainly punished the pundits because we haven't got a clue what's going to happen. But let's have a look now. Now, hang on a second, everybody. We'll talk about the hung parliament because this is important. And then we'll go on to discuss what may happen insofar as we know. James Landale reports on the significance, implications and consequences of a hung parliament.
February 1974, the last time an election ended up with a hung parliament. The Conservative Prime Minister Ted Heath won more votes than Harold Wilson's Labour Party, but fewer seats.
This is
turning out now to be a very narrow election result indeed, absolutely into injury time, I suppose one might say.
Over the weekend, Ted Heath sat tight in number 10, as was his right as the sitting Prime Minister, and considered his options. Outside, a young fellow told us what they were.
The man who asked the country to give him a strong majority for the next 5 years has been inside this House all day trying to decide whether he can or should or will or won't carry on the government.
In an attempt to hold on to power, Heath tried to form a coalition with the Liberal leader Jeremy Thorpe, who was summoned to Downing Street for urgent talks.
And here is the Queen now.
The Queen flew home from Australia to deal with the crisis. Then, as now, her role was to stay out of the politics and invite whoever could command the confidence of the Commons to become Prime Minister. By day 4, Ted Heath's attempts to form a coalition were doomed.
The Liberal Party has decided today that it is unable to join such a coalition. I have therefore tendered my resignation and that of the government to Her Majesty the Queen.
Instead, the Queen invited Harold Wilson to form a government. And he chose not to try to forge a coalition, but run the country with what's called a minority government. In other words, doing day-to-day deals with other parties to get legislation through, and relying on them not to force a new general election. 8 months later, Wilson went to the country again, and this time he won a majority of 3. The hung Parliament of 1974 might seem like another world, but the essential principles, the role of the Queen, the range of options open to the leaders and the prospect of a further election remain the same today.
That's all I have to say for the moment. This is David Dimbleby in Downing Street.
Boy, it should be all I have to say for the moment, but it's not quite. I remember it so well because it was freezing cold. And I said to the person who was running the BBC programme, I want to go home. I've been here all afternoon in Downing Street. It's icy cold. You know it well enough. And he said, please, just make one more telephone call to find out what's going on. And what I found out was that Heath was sticking and wasn't going to resign. And Robin Day, I remember Robin Day saying, well, very interesting, very exciting. And the whole thing took off again.
Well, we're in that extraordinary position again.
We are.
I mean, where the Prime Minister, I think, will try to see if he can find a way of holding on to power. Would it help?
You really think he will follow? He'll follow the Heath example?
If the figures allow him to. In other words, until we know the last few seats, David, the results, we don't know whether he can try. But let's just go through for you what the process will be. Gordon Brown remains Prime Minister until he resigns. We've always got to have a Prime Minister and ministers, and the way in which we have continuities, he's Prime Minister until he resigns. When does he resign? He would only resign if he discovers he can't get a majority in the House of Commons, what is called technically the confidence of the Commons. Now, in order to try and get a majority, given that Labour clearly haven't got a majority on their own, he may pick up the phone to Nick Clegg and say, how about a deal with us? Why not form either a coalition in which Liberal Democrats get jobs in the government or some sort of arrangement in which you support us? Only in the event that that fails is David Cameron able to either try and form his own deal or to govern as a minority.
But I'm going to stop you straight away there, because if you add together the prediction for Labour and the Liberal Democrats, you're still going to get to 326, which is what's needed for an overall majority. You get to 315.
Yes, but a couple of seats either way, if the prediction's not quite right, and they can claim, or try to claim, they're in a slightly better position. Look, my instinct this morning is that David Cameron will be our next Prime Minister. My instinct is he is closer, he will have massive support from the newspapers who will claim that it's an outrage for Gordon Brown to try and stay in office. There may be many voters who dislike the idea of doing it. However, in many other European countries, it would not seem remotely remarkable that the second and third party got together to try and form a government, nor would it seem remarkable that it took many, many days to achieve the outcome. It's very unusual
very
in
tempting
Britain.
for Nick Clegg as well. I mean, because Gordon Brown's already said he's going to offer a referendum on some form, not a proportional representation, but some different form of voting for the House of Lords, for four-year parliaments.
Exactly.
Various things have been dangled.
And hugely tempting, given that he's performed rather badly. Had Nick Clegg done brilliantly today, he may say, well, look, I don't need to do a deal with the Labour Party and go through the damaging consequences of being seen to prop up a failing government. But now that he has not had some great boost in the polls, he hasn't got many more seats, he may think the one thing that would give me a breakthrough is a change in the electoral system. Gordon Brown is willing to offer me that. He may well be offering me a ministerial job as well, and it's quite a tempting offer.
Let's go back to the last time this happened, February '74, because Jeremy Paxman has with him somebody who experienced those times. Jeremy.
Indeed, I have Lord McNally, Tom McNally. You were then working for Harold Wilson. You remember what happened?
Yes,
what was Wilson's reaction?
Harold came back from Huyton on the Friday.
That was his constituency.
His constituency. And the campaign team met in the General Secretary's office at Transport House, and he just said, get the message out to the shadow cabinet. Nobody says anything. This is a matter for Heath as Prime Minister and Thorpe. Let them go through it. We stay out of it. And I think the same procedure works. Actually, for all the excitement of the pundits, we have a perfectly workable constitution, which, if you'll just give it time to work, will work in a balanced parliament. This is what we've campaigned for. And, you know, I do object to Nick Robinson saying that if somebody came from abroad, they would be shocked. What they would be shocked at is that Mr. Cameron, with 37% of the vote and 20 seats short of a majority, should, or at least all his friends in television and Fleet Street seem to be saying, has a right for absolute power. On the continent, they would be talking because he would not have the power, he would not be able to take control and complete power.
You're not a disinterested academic. Hang on, in a second or so, let's go to Cornwall.
Eustace Charles George, known as George.
Camborne and Redruth. This is Julia Goldsworthy, the Liberal Democrat defending.
969.
Conservatives were in third place last time.
Goldsworthy, Julia Ann, Liberal Democrat, 15,903. Hawkins, Robert James, Socialist Labour Party, leader Arthur Scargill, 168. Jenkin, Loveday Elizabeth Trevennan, Mebyan Kerno, the Party for Cornwall, 775. McPhee, Ewan Cuthbertson, known as Ewan, the Green Party, 581.
People are known as Ewan.
Robinson, Judith Christine, known as Jude, the Labour Party candidate, 6,945. And I do hereby declare that the said Charles George Eustace is duly elected for the Camborne and Redruth constituency.
So, Camborne and Redruth, a Conservative gain. Julia Goldsworthy, who always said she thought she might be in a bit of trouble down there, has lost by a tiny majority. 66 is the Conservative majority for George Eustace, who worked for David Cameron as his press secretary.
Just as tired as some of the candidates. I'd also like
There's
to
the swing.
thank the police for the support that they've given us.
Liberal
this
Democrats swing
evening.
to the Conservatives, 5.2%.
And it's the third time that he's actually won
So
this
with
seat.
that news that Julia Goldsworthy has been defeated, the Liberal Democrats now down 7 net seats. Welcome back to this election programme in the BBC election studio. An election, as you probably gathered, that has ended up at the moment, at any rate, in a state of considerable confusion about what's going to happen. We've had 581 seats declared. We've got 69 to go. The Conservatives are the largest party. We're predicting them at 307. At the moment, they're, as you can see on the little screen above me, 279. Labour's on 227. We think they're going to go to 261. The Liberal Democrats are on 48, and we're predicting 54. That's down 7 from the last general election. And so the position is that the Labour Party, led by Gordon Brown, are 2 million votes behind the Conservatives and 46 seats behind the Conservatives. And yet all the indications are that Gordon Brown is going to remain, as is his constitutional right, as Prime Minister while things are sorted out. A moment ago, he came back to number 10, and John Simpson was there when he returned. Well, the obvious question, are you going to resign, Mr. Brown? Gordon Brown, who flew down from Fife, or from Edinburgh Airport, from his Fife constituency, goes in without saying a word into number 10. Well, John Simpson is there. John, this business of 2 million votes fewer than the Conservatives and 46 fewer seats in the House of Commons predicted, what's the thinking about that, as far as you know, on Labour's part?
Well, of course, it's really difficult. I mean, it's two parties who've both failed to live up to their hopes. That doesn't make really for a very effective coalition in some ways. But on the other hand, since the Downing Street people are very anxious to point out that the Conservatives haven't done nearly as well as everybody thought they would, nor as they themselves hoped. Therefore, it's in a sense, although nobody would say that here, three parties that have failed to do as well as they hoped. I just, as I was coming over here, just bumped into one of Gordon Brown's top officials and said to him, "What happens now?" Thinking that he was going to say, "Well, we're going to hit the phones. We're really going to start talking to everybody and see what's going to happen." Actually, he said, "We're just going to get some rest, because these are really difficult decisions that have to be made, and there's absolutely no point in making them on lack of sleep." So I assume they'll wake up possibly this evening, or at least get on deck by this evening, find out what the latest position is, and then start to work out what they're going to do. Is put out the feelers and just see if there's any chance that Gordon Brown can form another government. But I don't know quite how much the people privately here think that that's going to happen. No doubt they hope it's going to happen. I just think that something else in their mind says, well, maybe not.
John, thanks very much. Well, we'll keep abreast of things through you. Thank you as the day goes on, I hope. Tony McNulty, the Labour MP for Harrow East, or former Labour MP, has lost his seat to the Conservatives. Tony McNulty had one of the more embarrassing breaches of the rules on expenses, claiming a second home allowance for a house where his parents lived and paying back a lot of money to the House of Commons.
The longest ever in the history of Harrow. But still, now we've come to result.
Here's the result. Majority of 3,500 for the Conservatives, and the swing 7%. Not exaggeratedly large, not suggesting a huge anti-McNulty effect.
No, it isn't. That's about in line with what the Conservatives need. But it's another reminder, David, of another extraordinary part of this evening, which is if you looked at the results in England alone, exclude the rest of the UK, there's a massive Tory majority. Our projection is for them to have 299 seats, as against Labour having 194, and the Liberals having 39. Huge majority. But the Tories have failed to perform in Wales in the way they expected. In Scotland, they didn't expect to perform particularly well. But that is one of the reasons that they don't have a clear majority today. But it's another reason there will be tension after this election result as well, because there may be English Conservatives who deeply resent the fact that they are the majority in England but cannot govern.
We're just going to get the news, but just on the psychology of somebody who is 2 million votes in the UK as a whole behind the Tories, and say our projections right, 46 seats behind, isn't it going to be quite difficult for him to say, I can carry on as Prime Minister?
I
mean, I forget the constitutional argument. It's quite difficult.
Oh, I think psychologically it is difficult, but the argument he can make if he chooses to make it, of course. But the argument he can make if he chooses to is there are two big projects, economic reform, political reform, and he might argue, Labour and Liberal Democrats together. I think the truth is, David, at the moment, my money would be on David Cameron successfully forming a minority government.
Because there are people in the Labour Party who wouldn't like the party to get the reputation of bad losers, you know, who claim loser wins, would they?
No, and there's also an issue for the Liberal Democrats of being seen to support the losers when they themselves have not done particularly well. But with the markets in the tension they can always use the excuse that that is the most stable, most sensible government for Britain.
Well, we've got a number of London seats still to declare. Clive Murray is at Poplar and Limehouse, which George Galloway is fighting for respect. What's actually happening, Clive?
Well, I can tell you, David, that there are a lot of tired people here, a lot of stifled yawns, a lot of people stretching, because we were told that we would get the result here probably around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. It is now just after 7:15, and they haven't actually started counting the votes here. They've been verifying the number of votes, making sure that those ballot boxes have the same number of papers in them that were actually sent out to the various wards. The verification process has taken a very long time. So in fact, we're not really expecting a result here probably for another 2 or 3 hours.
But Clive,
not just
what's
in Poplar
behind
and
this?
Limehouse,
Yeah.
but also Bethnal Green and Bow.
Well, what's
as well.
behind this? It's really extraordinary because, I mean, nobody takes that long to verify. George Galloway was at Bethnal Green and Bow, but are they suspicious about some sort of gerrymandering of the vote, or people with postal votes fraudulently claiming they've got a vote when they haven't, or something like that?
First of all, David, the turnout in these two constituencies has been very high indeed. That's the first thing, and I think the people here weren't expecting that. Secondly, yes, there have been allegations that there have been problems as regards the number of postal votes in the run-up to the actual election here, and also the fact that back in 2005 there were allegations of problems with fraud. So I think Tower Hamlets Council here, Borough here, are trying to make it clear to everyone that this is a clean and fair vote, and that's why they're checking everything thoroughly.
Well, thanks very much. We're not going to have anything from there, obviously, for 2 or 3 hours at the earliest. Gillian Hargreaves in Hampstead. Glenda Jackson held that seat at the dissolution. Gillian Hargreaves, what's the story there?
They've just started a recount in Hampstead and Kilburn. There are some very bleary-eyed people behind me who are going to do it all over again. They've taken 6 hours in the first count, but it's so tight between Labour and the Conservatives, less than 70 votes, that the Conservatives have asked for a recount.
So how long will that take? Not another 6 hours, surely?
I hope not. We'll be here for the duration. But certainly, yes, they're all starting all over again, so it could be a few hours yet before we know. But as you say, the Conservatives are fighting for every single seat. So when it's as close as it is here, it's understandable that they've asked for a recount.
Well, Glenda Jackson, we could say, in trouble then in Hampstead. The Liberal Democrats have had another gain in Bradford East and a gain in Solihull in the West Midlands. One in West Yorkshire, one in the West Midlands. Let's just see those figures. Bradford East, first of all. There it is. Majority of 365, Liberal Democrat gain. David Ward, who works at Leeds Metropolitan University, takes the seat from Terry Rooney, who's been there since 1990, and there's a swing from Labour to the Liberal Democrats, 7.6% in Bradford East. And then Solihull, a Liberal Democrat gain again. Laurelie Burt takes this in boundary changes here. She was the MP here. It's a rather curious place that had boundary changes made, so she had to win it back, so to speak. But anyway, she's got it. Let's not go into the details. Majority of 175, and a swing just a smidgen, nothing more.
Each one of these results is hugely significant in whether David Cameron just inches closer to that finishing line, those pavement steps that we've seen Jeremy Vine do, whether he just gets there. And therefore, people waking up and seeing these results may think, do I really care what's happening there? I don't live near there. One seat goes to the Tories, they're one seat closer. to doing it, and that you will get David Cameron as your Prime Minister more likely. Every time the Tories just don't quite get one that they ought to, the chances of an alternative solution comes.
Sarah Tether, who became quite a well-known Liberal Democrat MP when she was at Brent East, she's got a difficult fight on her hands because there are two MPs fighting for Brent Central. There's Sarah Tether with the orange rosette. They've only just started counting there. She's the housing spokesman for the Liberal Democrats. She won an amazing by-election with a swing of 29%, and then in 2005 won, and she could have gone to a much easier seat, but she didn't.
Well, it's brave of her to stand for that seat. She needs a 9% swing to win it, which is probably unlikely the way the Liberal Democrats are doing tonight. Some people thought she would fight the Hampstead and Kilburn seat, the neighbouring seat, but it looks as if she might not have won that either.
No, and Dawn Butler took that seat over when Paul Boateng went to become High Commissioner in South Africa. That seems a long, long time ago, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
Everything seems a long time ago at this time in the morning. Let's have a look.
Last night feels like quite a long time
Last
ago.
night seems a long time ago. I don't know. The exit poll has not done too badly now, has it, when we look at it? Not too badly. Not absolutely right, but it's done rather...
The big picture it told us at 10 o'clock that we were sceptical about was that the Liberal Democrats were going to have a rotten night, and rotten night they've had.
Let's have a look at the swings between the various main parties. Jeremy, can we do that?
Oh, yes, we could certainly try, David. I mean, I think things are settling down a little bit on the Labour Conservative swingometer, which I've got for you here. So we have the seats here from 2005 coloured in, and a 0% swing, as we've said many times, leaves them all exactly where they were. And the Conservatives needed about 6.97% from Labour for an overall majority, and you can see what they've actually got. On a uniform swing, they've got 5.2% here. Now, of course, the whole point about the results that we've had is that they have been very uneven and they've not been uniform. So actually, when I call up the results, the constituencies that we've got, let's have a look at them here, and you'll see the pattern. Well, there isn't really a pattern, is there? And if you pull back a little bit, you take a good look at it, you can see that around this pivot point here, the 5.2% swing, that's when it starts to change from generally blue to generally red. So that's the story of the election, and particularly the head-to-head between the Conservatives and Labour. But of course, there are outstanding questions here. How on earth is it, for example, that the Conservatives didn't take Birmingham Edgbaston, which is all the way over, right inside the zone of seats that they were taking, and up here, Dumfries, stayed Labour there, and then over the other side you've got the Conservatives taking seats like Kingswood and Carlisle and Stockton South down this side. So they're performing. You never know quite what's going to happen in this election. You're getting seats coming up blue or red, quite away from the central pivot point of the swingometer. And the reason for all of that is that these results are not uniform. And there's no better example, actually, than the next swingometer I'm going to show you, which is the battle between the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives. And this one is quite extraordinary now. And I'll show you, first of all, what the swing is. So on a uniform swing, just a touch to the Conservatives there, you can see about 1.5%. What's actually happened, if I bring the results up, it defies the mind, this, really. You've got a 1.5% swing right here. You've then got the Liberal Democrats losing all the way down the far end, Montgomeryshire. The Conservatives taking Richmond Park as well, and other seats further on down there. You've then got, and if it was just the Conservatives going further than the pivot, well, that might be understandable. But then back this way, we've got the Liberal Democrats taking Eastbourne, and then actually all the way over here, taking Wells from the Conservatives. So again, pull back here, and I was optimistic with the Conservative Labour swingometer. You could see a pattern here. I really don't think you can. And what this means is, this is why this programme could go on forever. Every single seat we get in, it's impossible to know what's going to happen. It's very difficult to analyse the results we've had, and it's very difficult, David, to predict what's going to come our way in the next few hours.
Jeremy, thank you very much. Let's just join Jeremy Paxman for a moment.
Yes, well, Simon Hughes joins us now. Simon Hughes, when you were sitting here about 10 o'clock last night, we were all quite sceptical about the exit poll. In fact, it turned out to be pretty spot on, didn't it? What went wrong?
It seems about 6 days ago, but anyway. The answer is we haven't seen the results. Yes, it appears to be more accurate than I or others had thought. It wasn't only me who was being sceptical about it. I think the reality is we've held our share of the vote across the country as far as I can see. But I guess because people were afraid about going into the new politics and all the things that they've been optimistic about, and in the end they backed off that, we have been able to hold our ground but not advance it. Let's wait and see, and as Nick Clegg said, and I agree with Nick, let's wait till all the results are in, let's see what the final figures are, because it still looks as if no party has secured the confidence of the British public.
There's only about 60 seats left to declare. At what point do you think that David Cameron would have the right to say, give me a crack at forming a government?
Well, Jeremy, you know the answer to this. We've been around this course several times, just us, but let alone your discussions with other people. The answer is that the Constitution gives the incumbent Prime Minister the right to play the first card. He has the right, if he wishes, to try to form a government. If he decides he can't, he tenders his resignation to the Queen, who would then invite Mr Cameron. But we're certainly not there yet. I've heard nothing issue from any Labour minister or from the Prime Minister suggesting that we're there. And as Nick Clegg said, let's just wait for the results to be in. Let's look at the lie of the land. Let's see exactly where people are in seats and share of the vote. And then we can take a considered and measured view. But
Simon, thank you very much indeed.
Thank
you, David.
The ability to carry on securely in the future.
Simon Hughes there. Well, there's lots more to talk about, and there are still 58 results to come in. Well, here we are bringing results as they come in from this election. We've got 57 constituencies still to declare. We've had 593. We've had some interesting family upsets. Anne Keane was defeated, but her husband Alan Keane, I think, won his seat. But Ed Balls and Yvette Cooper both got back, didn't they?
Very interesting picture from the husband and wife team in West Yorkshire. Let me take you into these seats. Remember, we're looking at the detail of what goes on beneath the surface. So even though it appears they both kept them, let me go into Morley first of all and show you Ed Balls here, school secretary. This was a real target for the Conservatives. They wanted to unseat him, make him a big headline decapitation, if you like. And let me remind you what happened in that swing. OK, so Ed Balls held on, but there was still a massive swing, 9.3% towards the Conservatives. And let me show you what happened in the seat next door, Pontefract and Castleford, now Normanton as well. This is his wife, Yvette Cooper, also in the cabinet. And I'm just going to show you something astonishing. The swing here against Yvette Cooper, 12.5%. If that had been next door, it would have been big enough to unseat her husband. Just a whisper away there.
That's right. The Conservatives would have loved those swings to be reversed, because then they'd have taken Ed Balls' seat and wouldn't have worried about not taking Yvette Cooper's. Can I say maybe one more point? A few miles to the west, in Aldermeys and Southwell, Phil Willis' seat, the immigration minister, I hear that it's very, very close indeed, and they're on to, I think, the second recount. And that's one of the seats where some voters, would-be voters, was locked out at 10 o'clock. So this may be one of the results that gets questioned later on today.
Peter, thanks very much. Yes, David.
Why would you think a 12.5% swing? Why a 12.5% swing?
12.5% swing in Morley would have defeated Ed
in
Balls.
In Normanton.
Why is that? I don't know.
They say they can't hear you, but I can hear you, and you don't know, is what you said, which is fine. It's very curious, this studio, because your microphone's fallen off, apparently. We can hear each other, but the outside world can't. But anyway, there we go. Who's to worry? Let's have a look at Truro and Falmouth, the Conservative gain. Turnout, again, 69%. I don't know what our average turnout is running at the moment. It's 65% in UK as a whole, up 4 percentage points. Conservatives gain this seat, Truro and Falmouth. Sarah Newton is works for a think tank, and she defeats the Liberal Democrats in Truro and Falmouth. Terry Teverson runs a printing company down in Falmouth.
It's confirmation again, David, where you have a sitting MP, they tend to hold on to their seat for the Liberal Democrats. Here the MP retired, Matthew Taylor, new candidate, gets defeated.
And Matthew Taylor retiring for family reasons. I mean, he's quite young, Matthew Taylor. I suppose
He's young. He was also considered a rising star of the Liberal Democrats.
And thought there was more to life than being a Liberal Democrat. Well, there may be less to life than being a Liberal Democrat after this is all through. Milton Keynes South, a Conservative gain. Ian Stewart works as a headhunter. It was actually fascinating, christened by Gordon Brown's father, John Brown. Ian Stewart, he was brought up in Scotland. So he was christened by Gordon Brown's father and stood as a Conservative and took the seat against Labour. Good. That's 2 results in. And Tessa Giles from Dulwich and West Norwood. Labour held on to this. She had a majority of 7,800. She increased it. There was a swing from Labour to Liberal Democrats of a tiny amount. Liberal Democrats in 2nd place, the Conservatives in 3rd place in Dulwich and West Norwood. Right, let's join Jeremy Paxman again. Jeremy.
Well, I'm joined, David, by Michael Gove, the Shadow Cabinet Minister. Michael Gove, what do you make of this apparently constitutionally absolutely appropriate arrangement that Gordon Brown tries now to form another government?
Well, I think Gordon Brown's been comprehensively defeated in this election. I think that we're now in a position where the Labour Party have lost more seats in this election than at any time since the 1930s, and the Conservatives have won more seats than at any time since the 1930s. I think it's also the case that David Cameron has secured a larger number of votes and a larger share of the vote than Tony Blair secured in 2005 when he became Prime Minister. So I think that the logical next step is for David Cameron to form a Conservative-led government.
But absolutely, but if Gordon Brown can form a government, what's the problem?
Well, I don't think we would be, I don't think the country would be entirely happy if Gordon Brown, after a defeat like this, were to try to cling on and try to form some sort of coalition of the defeated, some sort of alliance of the dispossessed. I don't think it would be the right thing to do. I don't think it would be a way of providing the country both with the change it needs, the clean break from the failures of the past, or the sort of stable government that we deserve. I'm sure that Peter Mandelson is even now trying to construct some elegant Machiavellian scheme in order to maintain his position at the centre of British public life. But I think the British public have decided that Gordon Brown and his crew should move on.
Well, we're expecting to be speaking to Peter Mandelson in a moment or two. We'll ask him, but currently they enjoy, as it were, squatters' rights. What would a Conservative-led government, as you call it, comprise?
Well, we're going to have to wait to see what the full composition of the House of Commons is. Results are still coming in, and Conservatives are winning seats in places which were beyond, I think, most commentators' expectations. We saw, just in the prelude to this discussion, the fact that we were securing swings of some 12.5% in West Yorkshire and winning seats from the Liberal Democrats in Cornwall. So until we get the final picture, then we can't obviously know what the shape of any future government should be. But one thing is already clear if you look at the national picture, and that is the strength of the Conservative
who you would
position.
find you could work with in government, who's politically congenial. You don't know that right now?
Well, Jeremy, if you're talking about political congeniality, then you come very high up my list. But if you're talking about building a strong governing coalition, then we need to see, A, what the future shape of the House of Commons is, and David Cameron is happy to talk to anyone in the House of Commons who wants to work with him in order to ensure that we have a strong and stable government.
Could you work with the Liberal Democrats?
It's David Cameron who will decide whom we should work with. I've enjoyed in the past Parliament working with people from a variety of parties.
Could you work with the Democratic Unionists?
I stress, it is for David Cameron to decide with whom we should work. We do not yet know the basis on which the new Parliament will be constructed entirely. We don't know the precise arithmetic, but I've certainly been happy to work with people of goodwill from other parties in the past. The sorts of reforms that we want to take forward in the field of education are reforms which have been supported by Labour and Liberal Democrat MPs.
I'm just going to interrupt you, if you don't mind, Michael Gove, because Nick Robinson knows far more about these matters than any of the rest of us wants to ask you a question. Come on, Nick.
Shall I challenge that? No. Michael Gove, why not have done with this and just call Nick Clegg now, form a coalition with him, and then David Cameron does get the job that you think he deserves after the election result that you say is a victory?
Well, all the discussions that David Cameron may have, should have, or will have later are a matter for him. and I think it's appropriate for us to wait to see what the precise shape of the House of Commons is. I think that's the point that Nick Clegg himself has made, that we need to see how every British citizen has voted. We need to see what the House of Commons looks like before we take the next step. But it's certainly the case that David Cameron is happy to talk to people in other parties in order to ensure that we can have a strong, stable, Conservative-led government to provide the country with the change it needs.
But, Michael Gove, this is just going round in tight circles, isn't it? We're getting nowhere with this argument. I mean, you say you're going to wait. Nobody has the slightest clue whether you're going to talk to the Liberal Democrats or not. You say that, you know, the Tories have no, Labour has no legitimate right, and yet constitutionally, and you're a Conservative, so you observe the Constitution, you take it seriously, constitutionally has an absolute right to stay there.
It's because I take the Constitution seriously, because I have a quaint attachment to this thing called democracy, that I would like to make sure that we know who's won in every seat before we decide what the shape of the next government should be. I think on the basis of the evidence so far, we know that David Cameron has secured a slew of gains across the country, more, as I say, than at any time since the 1930s. We know that he has a support at level of 37%, greater than that than Tony Blair had in 2005. These are facts. What we don't yet have is the precise composition of the House of Commons. So, a few hours' time, I can understand your impatience. David, you've been up like me throughout the night, and you would like to have finality and closure.
Not
so
at
would
all.
we all.
Not
but,
at all. Not
until
at all.
we actually have all those results, we can't be in that position.
On the contrary, I thrive on chaos and confusion, Michael. But now, you won't remember February '74, but you're a historian of your own party, I'm sure. Do you approve of what Ted Heath did in February '74?
Well, I was a wee lad of 6 at the time,
yes.
so I think that my approval or disapproval of Ted Heath's handling of that crisis probably didn't weigh very heavily on his mind.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you whether, looking back as a historian, you thought he did the right thing, because it's germane to this discussion.
Well, ultimately, the right thing happened, which was that Harold Wilson was able to form a government, and Ted Heath recognised that he had been defeated. And let me say that the scale of defeat that Ted Heath had in 1974 was as nothing to the scale of defeat that Gordon Brown has had now. So if Gordon Brown, who's also a keen student of history, wants to draw any lessons from 1974, then he'll recognise that he should borrow a little bit of Ted Heath's, how can I put this, grace under pressure, and decide that perhaps now is the time to quit Downing Street and allow a new man to take this country forward.
But would there have been objections if Ted Heath had made an agreement with Jeremy Thorpe? After all, Ted Heath actually was in a better position than Gordon Brown is. He had more popular vote, whereas
Yes,
Labour's 2 million behind.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's my point, that Ted Heath did have a stronger position in 1974 than Gordon Brown has now. But Ted Heath decided, albeit reluctantly, but he did see the force of the argument, that he had lost the election. He'd gone in seeking a refreshed and renewed mandate, lost it and left.
Are you disappointed, or do you think it was a mistake to have had those debates?
No, I think the debates were a very good thing. I think they helped clarify the issues. And I think during the course of the debates we saw that, for example, Liberal Democrat policies on the euro, they would like to join the euro, and we can see from what's happening in Greece that that's not a very good idea. Liberal Democrat policies on the euro and other areas were held up to the light and clarified, and as a result we saw during the course of the campaign a swing to the Conservatives. The Conservative share of the vote at the end of the campaign was higher than at the beginning.
Michael, it's Jeremy Paxman again. There's a couple of commissionaires outside I'd like to ask a question too. But the point of the matter is there is no way you can enforce this, is there?
I don't want to enforce anything. I just want to see the will of the British people respected, and that seems to me to be pretty clear. They'd like Gordon Brown to leave. They'd like Peter Mandelson to acknowledge, from his vantage point in the House of Lords, the force of democracy, and they'd like David Cameron to have the chance to form a new government.
Strong and stable government, as you call it, must mean a coalition, mustn't it?
Well, we'll wait to see. I think strong and stable government can come from
Well, it can't be stable unless it's a formal coalition, and it can't presumably be strong unless it has a majority.
It can be strong if you have a clear lead from someone like David Cameron, who has a series of policies which we know command widespread support, but it can also be stable if other parties recognise that, as well as their right to put forward their point of view, they also have a responsibility at this difficult time for the country to try to act in the national interest. Obviously, each politician and each party in the House of Commons must make their own judgment about how best they can serve the country.
Michael, thank you very much. David, have another question.
Labour losses: Jackie Smith, Charles Clarke, Jim Knight. Bill Rammell, Armed Forces Minister, Mike O'Brien, Shahid Malik, all fallen. And from the Liberal Democrats, Lembit Opik and Evan Harris, and Peter Robinson from the DUP. Surprise defeat there in Northern Ireland.
What will come as a huge relief to the Labour Party, despite some pretty dreadful results generally, is that they've not lost any of their leading figures. They will miss people like Jim Knight, who was attending the Cabinet, Mike O'Brien, other good ministers of state. But they thought at one stage they might lose Ed Balls. There was even a thought they might lose Alistair Darling in his seat, although Labour did much better in Scotland than the rest of the UK. And so, though a bad night, the core leadership of the Labour Party is intact. All the people who are possible successors to Gordon Brown are there. Because, of course, if he does fail to form a government, if he resigns, we'll very quickly get a Labour leadership contest.
Emily.
I'm going to show you what the country looks like right now. At a first glance, you'll know if you've been watching since the programme began. Lord help you, from the early hours we've been colouring in the map. And at a first glance, it looks as if the Conservatives have gained power here. Look at all that blue, an enormous amount, and that's because it's not truly representative. The Conservative MPs tend to hold these rather large rural seats, places like Ludlow and Herefordshire and Dorset West. Lib Dems a little bit the same, central Wales there, as well as northern Scotland. And the Labour MPs are not really properly represented here. They tend to hold these dense urban conurbations: Glasgow, Manchester, Birmingham, London, which is still, as you can see, coming in. But what I'm going to do now is make it a modified map to make it a more accurate picture of what we're actually looking at. This is the way the voting has really taken place this evening. And you can see now I've made every single hexagon one constituency, so they're all the same size. And now you start to see just what a messy picture it is. It isn't really all that blue. Yes, the Conservatives have started to make these inroads up here, a few gaining ground up here, but look at Scotland, still empty of Conservative seats except for that one Dumfriesshire. They have made gains in Wales, by contrast, quite interesting, but the Lib Dems still holding quite a lot of the southwest there. You get a sense now of why we are in this hung Parliament territory. I'm going to show you what a true Tory victory looks like. This is the last time they snatched power from Labour, and OK, London is fully coloured in there because we've had all the seats, clearly, but look at that now. You can see the difference. This is when the country properly turns blue, the first Thatcher victory there, and you can see the kind of inroads that the Conservatives had to make into the north. Look at all those, 22 seats in Scotland, another 11 in Wales. That is why the position we're in at the moment looks so confusing. There is not one colour dominating this map. David.
Thanks, Emily, very much. Well, we've heard an awful lot from Jeremy and his politicians speculating about what might or might not happen. Let's now join the real world and go to Leeds Market, where Susanna Reid is with some of the people who are actually going to be directly affected by this. Susanna.
Yeah, real voters here at Kirkgate Market, the largest market of its kind in Europe. 800 stalls, and many of the businesses already setting out those stalls this morning. Let's talk to a couple of stall holders, Heidi Tate and Lawrence Scott. Very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Now, you both voted yesterday. Yeah. You clear about the result this morning?
Not really, Not really clear. It's the hung Parliament at the moment, isn't it? So we're just waiting for see what's going to happen in the outcome.
Yeah. Now, you voted yesterday. You happy to talk about whether you're satisfied with the result as it's looking at the morning?
Yeah, I'm not really satisfied. I would rather have seen an out-and-out winner, so you know exactly what's going to be happening, you know, tomorrow, rather than having to wait a few, you know, and find out what's going on.
Yeah, and Conservatives at the moment, the largest party in this hung Parliament. What do you want to happen next? What do you want to hear from David Cameron?
I want him to help the small businesses. You know, we need some help.
And I wanted to help families, young families. My husband works really hard, I've got 2 children, and we just don't seem to get any help whatsoever, and people that don't work seem to get all the help.
All right, OK. Thanks very much to you two. I'll let you carry on with your work this morning. Of course, we heard about financial consequences if there was a hung Parliament. Leeds is the largest centre for financial and business services outside of London, and Ian Ward is Chief Executive of Leeds Building Society. Very good morning to you.
Good morning, Susanna.
What are your concerns about the political situation as it stands this morning?
I think we need to sort it out as quickly as possible to know what government is going to be formed, because we have seen, obviously, despite the challenges of the credit crunch, we've seen a period of quite sort of stable conditions over the last year, well, until a couple of weeks ago. And that was really around low interest rates, which is very important that we preserve low interest rates, and that's enabled house prices not only to stop falling, but actually to start rising.
Yeah, so what do you think needs to be said quickly so that everything is calm?
Yeah, I think what we need to do, as I say, work out what government is going to be formed. And then I think in the Queen's speech, what's important is that we know more precisely what cuts are going to be made and what taxes are going to increase.
All right, Inward from Leeds Building Society, thanks very much indeed. I'm at Kirkgate Market all morning. But for now, back to you, David.
Good, I hope we hear from you again later. Here's Jeremy Paxman.
Yes, well, we've got Peter Mandelson joining us now from Westminster. Peter Mandelson, have you yet started any talks with the Liberal Democrats?
No, I don't believe the Prime Minister has. He's gone back to number 10. He's going to have a shower, he's going to rest, he's going to catch his breath, because we don't know what the final results of the election are. It's not possible to make definitive claims or reach final conclusions about the outcome of the election because there are results still to come in, so we've got to be a bit patient for some time more.
There's about 50 or so still to come. What can you offer the Liberal Democrats?
Well, Jeremy, I think what we need to do first of all is to understand what this situation is about. I mean, I think you could say that the electorate have voted for change. But what they haven't done is to vote decisively in favour of the Conservatives. And that's why we have a hung parliament as things stand at the moment. That's why it would appear from all your projections that no single party, either ourselves or the Conservatives, are going to have an overall majority in the Commons. They can't assume that in a vote of confidence that they would win it. Now, I think that before we start sort of trying to rush around and trying to sort of negotiate or make deals, we just have to wait for the air to clear a little bit more so that we see those results, so that everyone knows where they stand, and then approach this in a calm and responsible way in any discussions that need to take place later on during the day or the weekend.
You say the people have voted decisively for change.
No, I didn't say that, actually. I said I think you could make the observation that people have voted for change, but they have not voted decisively for that change in favour of the Conservative Party. That's why it appears that we're going to have a hung parliament.
How come a vote for change leaves you with the same Prime Minister?
Well, because we have a hung parliament, and therefore a government has to be formed in a situation where no single party has an overall majority in the Commons. Now, this is an unusual situation. It doesn't happen very often. The last time it happened was in 1974, and you have to find a combination of parties, or you have to look to one party to form a minority government. But the question that will arise from that, given the weakness of its support, both in Parliament and in the country, is whether that minority government would be able to supply the strong and stable government that we need and what the public want.
Would it be inconceivable to have a Labour minority government or a Labour-led coalition government which did not have Gordon Brown as its leader?
Well, frankly, there are quite a number of permutations. And the reason I don't want to start getting into sort of hypotheses about what may or may not happen is because, quite frankly, I think it's premature. I think it's premature until all the results are in. We can see the electoral arithmetic and we can form a judgment, along with other parties, about how we can resolve the inconclusive verdict that it appears the public are giving the parties.
But I note you haven't ruled it out.
Well, I'm not ruling out or ruling in anything, and I'm doing that quite deliberately, Jeremy, because I think it is premature to start sort of negotiating either amongst the parties or, frankly, in public, you know, on your programme with you.
Okay.
I just think we have to approach this in a slightly calm away and just take a little bit more time so that we see what the end result is going to look like.
Lord Mandelson, thanks very much for joining us. David.
What do you make of that, Nick?
I think it was extraordinary. I mean, he conceded that it was a vote for change, and then when Jeremy asked him, could Gordon Brown go, he said, well, yes, that's one of a number of permutations. Peter Mandelson has made it clear, in other words, that he thinks the country have voted not to have Gordon Brown as Prime Minister, and that it is perfectly possible that even if Labour and the Liberal Democrats formed a coalition, Gordon Brown might not be Prime Minister. Now, of course, he quite properly says, none of us know whether that will be what happens until we see the numbers, but he has certainly opened that possibility up.
It's interesting that Peter Mandelson used the same phrase as David Cameron, a strong and stable government. And the question that arises is how a minority government, let's say a minority government led by David Cameron, could be a strong and stable government. Most minority governments aren't. The only time we had a strong and stable government with a minority was with the Lib-Lab Pact period of 1977-8, which gave us 18 months of stable government. Perhaps we'll see a repetition of that.
Maybe Peter Mandelson would like to come back in because he was listening to both of you. Nick, in particular, Peter Mandelson, do you have any comment to make on what's been said by these wise men round the table here?
I mean, I love and respect Nick Robinson, as you know. And Nick will always be, first out of the trap to sort of draw some rather speculative conclusion. But Nick will also know that I was very careful in what I said and chose my words very carefully. I'm not going to be drawn along that line, along that path that Nick wants me to travel on.
You were asked whether...
I refuse to embark on it. And as for what Vernon said, Vernon is a very wise man and has many good historical insights.
And that's it, is it? Thank you very much.
Praise indeed.
Can I just... No, you can't, because I think we're about to get some news. Oh, you can briefly, just 30 seconds.
Say, when we're talking about whether the Tories would have a stable government because they're a minority, if you add Labour and the Liberal Democrats together, they don't, on our projections, have a majority.
No.
So they'd be no more in a position to claim that they're a stable government either.
OK.
Maybe we need a national government, all three of them.
Well, you might
propose that yet.
Well,
Peter Mandelson could be Prime Minister.
The party's breaking up to allow it to happen. The only reason why the party shouldn't break apart is that
Lord Mandelson, get him back, see if he wants to be Prime Minister.
Let's go on speculating. Well, we're going to join the BBC's economics editor, Stephanie Flanders, who's down in the city. Stephanie, are the markets alarmed by the kind of political confusion that exists, or have they already discounted it, or do they think everything's going to be hunky-dory?
Well, it's going to be a very interesting question this morning. You think you've had a long night. In a sense, things are just kicking off here in the city. And at the moment, the verdict on British assets is quite negative. But I should say, as you've been hearing on the news, there's a lot of other things going on in the financial markets today, a lot of concerns about the Eurozone, and the British economy will be affected by that as well. So I think what's hurting the UK today will not just be the election, but that's certainly a big part of it. If we look at what's going on with the markets, of course, the FTSE only formally opened a few moments ago, already down 1.7%, nearly 2%. That was after also falling yesterday. But you can see this is not just a British phenomenon. The FTSE's down, but also the German stock market, the Asian stock market in Tokyo was down sharply overnight. And I think you'll also have seen the impact of the big sort of very up and down movements in the US market yesterday. But sterling is definitely taking a hit. You can't see from there, but we've lost a couple of cents in the last sort of 12 hours or so against the dollar, and also fallen against the euro. The euro, strangely enough, has actually been rising this morning, but there is a lot of concern out there, not just about whether the next government, when we know what the next government is, will really be able to say something clearly and quickly about how they're going to push down Britain's enormous borrowing, enormous deficit, but also the impact on the British economy of these broader issues. The fact that the Eurozone economy might be very weak, the fact that investors everywhere might be starting to doubt whether all governments, are going to pay back their debt. These are very awkward times for us to have so much uncertainty on the political front.
And they opened the bond market at 1 o'clock this morning, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
What happened there?
Well, there's been, it's sort of slightly more muted. I think what has actually happened is that British bonds have not been doing very well, in the sense that investors are not fleeing to British bonds, as they in fact have been in the last few weeks, because we look a bit safer. Amazingly, we actually look a bit safer than some of these countries in the Eurozone. That stopped, basically, halfway through yesterday when investors started to remind themselves that we were facing these political uncertainties. But I think you're seeing, it's not a surprise in a way, you're seeing more of a hit on sterling because they know ultimately that our currency can take a lot of the pressure, and in a sense we're more likely to push down the value of the currency than we are to actually default on our debt.
I mean, it's not particularly amazing that they would think we were a safer bet than Greece, is it?
No, that's certainly true. And our numbers, even though we have almost as much borrowing as them, almost everything else we have in our favour. But if you look at other countries like Spain and other countries in the Eurozone, we're a little bit closer to them. We have some important advantages. But if there is real uncertainty over the next few weeks about whether or not the next government's going to be able to get a handle on the deficit, I think we won't be in the same category by any means as Greece, but we will not be a safe haven as we might have been in the past.
So from the financial point of view and the markets and indeed our own borrowing, the sooner there's a firm resolution of the uncertainty and the confusion, the better.
I think so, but as you started this with a note of realising that investors had been expecting this for a while, I think there's been a recognition for a while among most investors that there could be some uncertainty for the next few weeks. I don't think there's any question that we'll suddenly lose our status as a AAA creditor just in the next week or so if things don't work out right. But over the next few weeks, they will certainly be looking for some clarity and some certainty about the future.
Stephanie Flanders, thank you very much. Now outside the Buckingham Palace, the Palace of Buckingham, Nick Witchell. Nick, what can you tell us about the Queen's movements today and how she's involved in this process? We've only heard that she wasn't going to see anybody, thank you very much, until 1 o'clock. Is that true? And what plan is there after that?
Well, absolutely. The priority for her now is to keep her distance to allow the politicians to sort this out. Now, the Queen is not at Buckingham Palace this morning. She's down at Windsor. There is an investiture taking place there, so she is keeping away from this process. However, her Private Secretary Christopher Geit now has a temporary desk down in the Cabinet Office, and he, together with the Cabinet Secretary Sir Gus O'Donnell and the Prime Minister's Principal Private Secretary Jeremy Haywood, they are or will be in position ready to assist the political leaders in their attempts to resolve this situation. It is, of course, the case that the Queen is the only person who can invite somebody to form a government, but she has no personal discretion over the choice of Prime Minister. She is obliged by convention to invite the person, as we've been reporting this morning, who is in the strongest position to command the confidence of the House of Commons to form a government. Clearly, an inconclusive election. Nobody has emerged in that position, but it is now up to the politicians, the party leaders, to get together to produce a nomination, as it were, to produce a solution and to produce somebody who then comes to the palace and is invited to be Prime Minister.
Are there any circumstances that you can envisage where the Crown might have to make a choice, might have to make a decision between two politicians, either about forming a government or about granting an election, another election?
Absolutely not, David. I think that would go against every instinct of the Queen. With her nearly 60 years of experience, this will be her 12th Prime Minister. I think her instincts will be to sit back, allow the politicians the room, the time to resolve this situation. I think that they are very aware that it would be very damaging to the position of a constitutional monarch for that monarch to be seen to be politicising her position and to be making any sort of a choice. It is, the overwhelming message is that it is for the politicians now to sort this out. It is not for the monarch to act as a kind of referee to an inconclusive general election.
Vernon Bogdanor, as you know, is Professor of Government, is listening intently to what you say. Do you agree with every word of that?
Yes.
Can you envisage any circumstance where the Crown or her advisers might have to act on their own initiative?
I can envisage extreme circumstances which are highly unlikely, that if it's possible that no one can form a government that gets through Parliament, the Queen might have to use her reserve powers to call a general election. Now, it's never happened in modern times, and I think it's highly unlikely to happen, but it is a reserve power which can be used if there's a total deadlock. And secondly, if there's any danger, which I don't think there is, because Stephanie Flanders has reminded us that Britain's a haven of stability compared with the Eurozone, but if there was a danger of a collapse of the currency, the Queen could do what George V did in 1931, which is to call the party leaders together and ask them if they would form a coalition government to deal immediately with the deficit and then perhaps go back to their party lines again. But those are extreme circumstances. And broadly what Nicholas Witchell said is right. It's for the politicians to sort it out, and the palace will then endorse the solution the politicians reach.
So, Nicholas, just going back to the Queen herself, she will wait at Windsor until circumstances arise where she is required to be in London to either receive the resignation or presumably, of course, if Gordon Brown doesn't resign and forms government, there's no need for him to see her at all. She can stay in Windsor and he'll just carry on.
Yeah, she will remain at Windsor. I don't think that there are any plans for her to return to London until Monday, but clearly if there were a need for her to be at Buckingham Palace, she could be here very quickly. The helicopter could whisk her up from Windsor to Buckingham Palace within a very short space.
But what
of
I mean
time.
is, it's only if the Prime Minister wants to resign. Yes, it's only if the Prime Minister wants to resign that she needs to come back to London at all.
Yeah, she would return to London if there were a decision from Downing Street that Gordon Brown did wish to come to tender his resignation. Then clearly she would be on hand and available to receive that resignation and to take the steps that would be consequential upon that resignation.
Nick Witchell, thank you very much indeed. Well, we'll no doubt be back with you if there are developments along those lines. We've got 49 seats to go. And 49 seats for you to watch, Emily.
Yeah, we're going to take you right back to the battleground, because fewer than 50 seats, then these are ones you might want to watch intently. We certainly are. I'm going to take you into Hampstead and Kilburn. Some well-known faces in all of these. Glenda Jackson has been the MP here nearly 20 years, but this is a very tight, we call this a three-way marginal, actually. Don't be surprised if the Tories leap over there, Peter. This could be one that could go either way. We've had a recount at this count.
We're having a recount. We're not quite sure who's ahead at the moment, but it could go to any of those three parties. And if Glenda Jackson loses, I wouldn't like to say whether she loses to the Liberal Democrats or the Conservatives.
Going to whiz us on to the next one. Morecambe and Lunesale, this is Geraldine Smith. Now, this is the kind of seat we were saying at the beginning of the night, all those many months ago, it seems, that this is the kind of seat in the north that the Conservatives really have to take to make those inroads.
Absolutely. It needs a 6% swing. Now, in most Labour marginals, they've been getting a bigger swing than 6%, but not so much in the north. So if the Conservatives take this, it'll be really good for them.
Going to take you on now to Oldham East. Now, this is Phil Wallis's seat, the immigration minister. Interesting to see if there is any tendency to punish the incumbent Labour ministers. Will the Lib Dems unseat him here? This, again, is a recount.
This is a recount. I'm told that Phil Wallis is just a handful of votes ahead, but they're doing a full recount, so it's not all over. Incidentally, cabinet ministers have not done as badly as other Labour MPs.
There hasn't been that much unseating, certainly. And Norwich North, now this is quite a curious one because it was won by Chloe Smith, who became the youngest MP in the House in a by-election which favoured the Tories. Now it seems that this is up for grabs. Don't be confused by this. She won in a by-election, but of course this is the result from 2005, and Labour seemingly about to, if you like, take it back.
Well, Labour would be hoping to take this back, but Chloe Smith, the Conservative, is the incumbent. But looking at these together, I mean, it's very tight at the moment. Labour plus the Liberals look as if they're going to have 5, 6, 8 more seats than the Conservatives. So every one of these seats, which way it goes, affects that arithmetic. But I make one other point, if I may, which is that every time Labour loses a seat, every time the Liberal Democrats lose a seat, it lays them open to the charge that if they were to try to get together to form a coalition, these are two parties, both of which have lost seats. So the allegation, these are two losers clinging together in adversity and denying the Conservatives the victory the public has given them. I'm not saying that argument is right, but I'm sure that argument will be heard a lot.
Much harder to then argue that you've got that mandate.
Thanks, Emily. Well, Laura Kunsberg is in Downing Street. Laura, I read that you're the tweeter's favourite in this election. You've certainly been seen everywhere talking about it. What do you make of what's happened? And did you expect to be standing here on Friday morning outside number 10 with nobody having the slightest clue what's going to happen? Or perhaps you do have a clue.
Well, it certainly looked something that might have been very likely all the way through this election. One of the characteristics that defined this campaign was just how big a question mark there was all the way through over the result. And now this morning, the result may be very complicated, very patchy in different parts of the country. But what's interesting is the strategies of the political parties this morning, at least Labour and the Conservatives, seem to be crystal clear. We've heard from senior Labour voices again and again that essentially they're promising electoral reform if the Liberal Democrats would be tempted to work with them to try to keep the Conservatives out. And with enormous confidence, Lord Kinnock, the former Labour leader, said a few minutes ago he thought this would be the last election where first past the post was the system that we used. And from the Conservatives too, it's absolutely clear the argument that they are making is that they got most votes, they got most seats, and therefore they should be in charge. They've been pointing out this morning they got more votes this time round than Tony Blair did in 2005. Therefore, in their view, that's enough to govern. Intriguingly, though, listening to Lord Mandelson a few minutes ago, he appeared to suggest, perhaps, that a deal with the Liberal Democrats might be doable under a different Labour Party leader. There has, of course, been speculation in the last few weeks, because the polls have been so tight, that the Lib Dems might go with the Labour Party in some kind of coalition, whether informal or formal, if they agreed to change their leader. Intriguing to hear Lord Mandelson, such a powerful figure in the Labour Party, not ruling that out this morning.
Yeah, he appeared. Jeremy Paxman asked him whether there was whether it would make a difference if Gordon Brown stood down or whether he should stood down. And he, instead of saying, no, that's not so, he's the Prime Minister, he's there, he said, oh, well, there are all sorts of possibilities, didn't he, or something like that. I couldn't think the exact words, but something like that. There are all kinds of possibilities. Certainly,
yes, that's
certainly
right.
not real. Now, one other thing, what about the Liberal Democrats? What are they saying or doing, or are they keeping mum?
So far, they are keeping mum, and I think they're in an enormously difficult position. Firstly, of course, they're dented. Their hopes and dreams of the kind of result they might have seen have been dashed overnight. Many senior Lib Dems going into this campaign thought they might lose seats. That looked quite likely, but the roller coaster of the last few weeks suggested very different. So, of course, they are disappointed with that. But they have this very difficult line to walk over the next couple of days. Do they give in to the temptation of the possibility of a once-in-a-generation chance of electoral reform, that thing that's been at the top of their priority list for so long? But they do that and risk being seen as propping up Gordon Brown or propping up a Labour Party that has not won this election. It's a very difficult balance to strike, and no doubt there will be people in the Liberal Democrats who do not agree with each other about the strategy to take. Paddy Ashdown this morning has been saying the important thing is to get some sleep, give it some time, and not rush into anything. Very difficult situation for the Lib Dems.
I wonder how much account all politicians at Westminster will be taking of what you might call public opinion about, what's fair and what's not fair, and taking into account, regardless of the constitutional position, that actually the Conservatives have many more seats and 2 million more popular votes than Labour, and that, to use that old-fashioned English expression, it's just not cricket to stay on.
Well, the Conservatives are already trying to deploy that strategy, essentially. They got more votes, they got more seats, and in their view, therefore, Labour lost this election and cannot stay in power. And it will be, for them, their strategy to try to build momentum in that sense, to try to whip up a sense of the public mood, to persuade people that it's just not fair for Gordon Brown to try to cling on. And I think every single interview that we've heard from a senior Labour figure in the last 24 hours, even just as the polls were closed, they were already talking about what is constitutional. And the point of what is constitutional is to create strong and stable government at this time when we're only just crawling out of a recession. The two sides are stacked up against each other, but clearly the Conservatives' tactic is going to be to try to whip up some kind of momentum to get the public mood on side, suggesting that Gordon Brown somehow morally cannot try to cling on because he did not win this election, even though that fuzzy constitutional reality says he's got every right to try.
Laura, thank you very much indeed. Laura Kunsberg there from number 10 Downing Street, and here is Jeremy Vine from the election studio with an overall look There are some interesting things, Jeremy, aren't there? Scotland, only one more seat to be declared, and there's been no change at all in Scotland.
Oh, extraordinary. And you want to see Labour stronghold. There it is in Scotland, David, absolutely. We're just looking at the numbers here and wondering whether the numbers give us an answer. Let's go inside our House of Commons. Let's put all the MPs on the benches here, as we've done several times before. And let's just come over this way and have a look at the winning market. This is the key number to remember. The party with the overall majority, if there is one, has to have 326 seats or more, because that enables them to outvote all the other parties put together, because there are 650 MPs in the House of Commons. So our projection, I stress this is still a projection with 50 seats to go, has the Conservatives clearly as the largest party. And let's just count their seats now and bring them on. Those blue MPs on the government benches now, how many have they got? We think 307 they're going to end up with. Amazing that that's roughly what our exit poll was saying all the way back at 10 o'clock last night. On the opposition benches, what do the numbers say? Labour, remember, they were 349 at the last election, down, way down to 261. The Liberal Democrats, that disappointing night that they've been having, 54, down from the last election. And the others, let's bring them on as well. There we are, Scottish and Welsh nationalists and Northern Irish MPs, 28 others. So, nobody has an overall majority, nobody can govern untrammeled. And if you come over to the other side of our studio here, we will have a look at our data table and see if we can work these numbers and find out where they take us. So let's just come over this way and bring on this data table, which has, as you can see, those numbers on. So these are all MPs, and you can see the blue column, the Conservatives, 307. The most MPs, 261 Labour, and Liberal Democrats, 54, and so on. Then you've got DUP, SNP, Sinn Féin, Plaid Cymru, and so on, smaller parties. And these are, I stress, projections still, because we still have a few results to go, and goodness knows anything could happen in this election. So the first thing to say is it possible for the Conservatives to get up to 326 if they move somebody else into their column? And the obvious first ally for the Conservatives would be the Democratic Unionists in Northern Ireland. So let's place them in the Conservative column. At this point, you can see that the largest, tallest column is 315. Still some way short of 326. I guess we could say the Sinn Féin MPs, Jerry Adams and co, don't normally turn up at Westminster. If you take them out, you could call it 324, but they're still short. What do they do now? They could look at the others, two others in the House of Commons. That's the Alliance Party, who took Peter Robinson's seat. Very unlikely to go with the Conservatives, more likely to side with the Liberal Democrats. We can't include them. We could try Sylvia Herman, the unionist in Northern Ireland, but she's failed to go, disagreed with going into a pact with the Conservatives in the past. So also we can't really just slide the others in. So the Conservatives look stuck a bit there on 315. So let's undo that and let's see what Labour can do here. The first thing to say about Labour is that the SDLP, the Northern Ireland Party, take the Labour whip, so it's an automatic thing, really. Stick them in the Labour column, and up they go to 264. They're still some way short, aren't they? 264, they need 326. Where do they go? Well, at this point, the phone rings in Nick Clegg's office or home, and there's a conversation, let's say, and let's say it all goes swimmingly from Labour's point of view, and he says yes. And then you have this dramatic moment when, if it happens, suddenly the Liberal Democrat MPs go into the Labour column along with the SDLP, and now you see they're on 318. Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? They're still not there. They're still not on 326. So if we really want to get them up there, we might have to do something slightly fanciful. Let's take the Scottish nationalists, and maybe they could be persuaded to help Labour out. And they're on 324, and why don't we throw in the Welsh nationalists as well? Not that they would be keen to do this. You can discuss the politics of this later. Plaid Cymru in there as well, and suddenly they're through, 327. But it's a rather unusual coalition you've got there, to say the least. Let's come back into the House of Commons and see what this looks like. You now have Labour on the government benches, albeit in coalition. Those red lines are Labour and the Liberal Democrats and the Scottish nationalists and the Welsh nationalists altogether, 327, just through the line, and all the other parties on the opposition benches. But that shows just how hard it is to get an overall majority in this situation. These parties are falling too far short to make it easy. Even if you put Labour and the Liberal Democrats together, the two losing parties, main losing parties, don't get there. So it really is an extraordinary situation, David.
Jeremy, thanks very much. We've had another result in Hampstead and Kilburn, and Glenda Jackson has held on to that. There appear to be recounts going on, and her majority is tiny, 42 only. Previously, she had 474. Glenda Jackson, who's been on the back benches, critic of Tony Blair, critic of the Iraq War, 6.7 swing to the Conservatives from Labour in Hampstead and Kilburn. Labour in second place, Liberal Democrats in third place, quite close behind them. A Conservative gain for Angie Bray in Ealing Central and Acton. Angie Bray, the leader of the Conservative group in the London Assembly, and she takes that seat. Bassam Mahfouz is out, and the swing 5% to the Conservatives. There's 2 more seats in. And as Jeremy was talking about, we've had most of Wales, we've had all of Wales indeed, and most of Scotland. Vernon.
Well, Jeremy Vine is very ingenious at building coalitions, and perhaps one feels he ought to be in charge of the whole process. But one of the problems of building a coalition with the Nationalists and with the Northern Ireland parties, presumably the price would be, you'd have to say, that public expenditure cuts would not apply to those areas. And what would England think of that? And this raises one of the fundamental problems of a Cameron minority government. It will be an English government without much support outside England. No support in Scotland, just 1 MP, 8 MPs in Wales, no MPs in Northern Ireland.
So you think there'd be more problems from a Cameron government than there would from a coalition of Labour with others?
No, I think a coalition of Labour and the Liberal Democrats is equally problematic because it wouldn't itself have a majority. And as Peter Kellner said, it was a loser's coalition. Though I suppose Labour and the Liberal Democrats might say, together we won well over 50% of the vote. We got 54% of the vote. But they still wouldn't have a majority.
You don't seem to like any of the possibilities, but we'll come back to you in a moment. Well, let's just go round the nations of the United Kingdom, excluding England. We start with Alan Little, who's in Edinburgh. Alan, first of all, the story in Scotland and what the impact on a hung parliament would be, what parties in Scotland would be prepared to play a part in this, and which ones would resolutely stay out.
Well, of course, the 3 UK parties will all take direction from their leadership in London. The one party that doesn't have leadership in London, in a sense, is the Scottish National Party, and they've already said that they're not interested in a permanent coalition or a deal with any one party to keep them in government, that they will vote on an issue-by-issue basis in the House of Commons. The SNP only have 6 MPs in any case. Very disappointing night for them. They entered this election saying they planned to win 20 seats, more than double, or nearly double, the highest amount they've ever had at Westminster. But what's remarkable about the election in Scotland is that not a single constituency, and we've had 58 out of the 59 now declared, not a single constituency has changed hands on the 2005 election result. It is a carbon copy of 2005. And something else that's quite remarkable about this, while England and Wales have both moved away from Labour towards the Conservative Party, Scotland has moved in the opposite direction. Scottish Labour has improved its share of the vote here, up to something like 43 or 44%, while the Conservatives, coming first in England and Wales, have come last, have come fourth in Scotland, on something like 17% of the vote, and only 1 MP out of 59. And if David Cameron does at the end of this process end up forming a government, he will only have 1 MP in Scotland seeking to govern Britain as a whole. He will be perceived and portrayed by his opponents here as being the head not of a British national party, but of an exclusively or predominantly English party. And that will be a constitutional and political problem for him north of the border.
Why do you think it should have turned out like that?
Do you know, one former Labour cabinet minister said overnight that it had become somehow un-Scottish to vote Conservative in Scotland. And when you speak to people here, people talk about Margaret Thatcher. It is nearly 20 years since Margaret Thatcher left 10 Downing Street, and yet she still, in a sense, dominates the political landscape here. And the memory of the Thatcher years is still something that people talk about unprompted very readily. And it accounts for why the Conservative Party continue. It certainly goes a long way to account for why the Conservative Party continue to poll so badly in Scotland.
Alan, thank you very much indeed. Let's go down to Cardiff. We must go there quickly because Colette Hume is freezing to death by the waterfront there and has been standing waiting. So, good morning.
Good morning from tropical Cardiff
Yes.
Bay. Now, let's just answer that question that Jeremy posed a little bit earlier to us about what would the Celtic bloc, the Scottish Nationalists and Plaid Cymru want in return for their support for a new government. Remember that here in Wales, Plaid Cymru have 3 seats. Well, the answer is very simple. £300 million. That's what they want. Plaid Cymru say that's the amount of money that Wales is currently being shortchanged. And in return for their support, they say that's the amount of money they want to see coming along the M4 from Westminster to here in Wales. So that is exactly how much money they want in return for their support. Remember, let's go back to 1979, the dying days of Jim Callaghan's administration when he was in minority government, scrabbling for every vote he could get. Then the Plaid Cymru, the 3 MPs, including David Wigley, gave their support to Jim Callaghan's government. In return for that, we got something called the Workers' Compensation Act, and that has dished out more than £200 million in compensation for slate quarry workers and other miners, a hugely important part of the North Wales constituencies for those Plaid MPs. So it proves that a small party can get a big deal when those votes are at stake.
What do you think the reaction of English voters would be to paying that kind of money to keep the Conservatives in power?
Well, that is certainly one question that I have put to Ieuan Wyn-Jones, Plaid Cymru's leader. He says that 4 independent studies have come back saying that Wales is not getting enough money, it's not getting the right amount of money, and he says that Wales deserves that amount of cash. Now, look at it from the other side of Cardiff Bay, over towards Bristol. Of course, at a time when public spending is under the focus, at a time when we know cuts are on the way, that isn't going to go down very well with the English voters. But quite frankly, if you're the leader of Plaid Cymru, you simply don't care. You're looking to try and solidify your position. Remember that Plaid haven't had as good a night here in Wales as they'd hoped for. They had a very energetic campaign. They were hoping to take their tally of MPs up from 3 to 5. There was even talk of 7. But they just stayed at 3. They worked very, very hard, a very energetic campaign and really big promises. Some people in Wales called them political chances. Other people described them as a small party with a big ambition. But when it came to it, it just didn't happen.
Colette, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Northern Ireland now, where Ben Gagan is this morning. Ben, good morning. Just talk us through how you see what's happened there. There were some fairly sensational results in Northern Ireland, the defeat of Peter Robinson, Lady Herman taking her seat as an independent.
Yes, exactly. The major story of the night, though, and one that really overshadows everything else, is Peter Robinson, the DUP leader, losing his seat in East Belfast, a seat he has held for 31 years, and he was returned with a majority of 6,000 in 2005. And really, I don't think many people had picked up on the extent of the difficulties he faced in his own constituency. There were reports, journalists here, saying that it was difficult to get the DUP to agree to allow them to go out canvassing with them, and many people speculated that that was because perhaps Mr. Robinson was getting a pretty rough reception on the doorsteps, and indeed that, it seems, has proved to be the case. He lost his seat, and he lost his seat to a woman called Naomi Long, who's the mayor of Belfast. She's a member of the Alliance Party in Northern Ireland. Now, they've been around for 40 years, the Alliance Party, but they've never had an MP returned to Westminster. So it's a big achievement for them, and we may hear more about them in the future because their overall vote across all the constituencies has improved in this election. What's interesting about Peter Robinson's position has been the response from his opponents and his own party. Geoffrey Robinson, a senior member of the DUP, saying the party stands behind him, so it looks as though for the moment his position as leader is safe. And Martin McGuinness of Sinn Féin, with whom he's had frankly difficult relationship with in the past, saying that he was shocked by this. This was a major shock to Martin McGuinness, and he has offered his commiserations and said, well, you know, we all have to face up to the democratic process. But Martin McGuinness saying that he wants to continue with Peter Robinson as the leader of the DUP and continue to work with him through until the Assembly elections here next year.
Yes, and Ben, what kind of price would there be from the DUP for supporting a Conservative administration or Conservative government if that was to come about? Because we were hearing about people's prices, you know, their votes in effect being bought. What would the DUP want?
Well, the DUP want assurances, and they have been given some assurances from the Conservatives that if they do enter into some kind of agreement, and by the way, the DUP are not, it seems, prepared to enter into a formal coalition with the Conservatives, but they will just deal with votes and issues as they come. But what the DUP are saying is that they don't want any cut to the block grant, no public spending cuts here. Mr. Cameron was here earlier in the week, tried to offer reassurance. We wait to see whether they can cobble together something.
Ben, thank you very much indeed. A Conservative gain from Labour in Watford has just come in. New MP is Richard Harrington, property developer, party treasurer, and he defeats, well, Claire Ward goes into third place for Labour, and Sal Brinton for Liberal Democrats comes up into second place. So quite a big blow to Labour there, a swing to the Conservative of 6%, Nick.
We got a feel from those conversations, didn't we, of the sort of politics that we might be moving into, where parties with very small numbers of MPs can demand very important concessions to them, which will infuriate the rest of the electorate. You asked a couple of times what English voters would make of that. I mean, just remember, we would be talking on the projections at the moment of Labour having more than 100 seats less in England than the Conservatives. And the anger amongst those voters, people who voted for the Conservatives in England, particularly in the south of England, if money was being conceded to other parts of the UK, would put real tension within the political system.
Nick, thanks very much. Let's join Jeremy Paxman.
David, thank you. Well, Theresa May is in Westminster. Theresa May, we're scarcely any further forward than we were when you were sitting here last night. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Well, we've actually had some results in, Jeremy. I remember we were talking merely about the exit poll when I was with you last night.
Which turned out to be pretty spot on.
What the results have shown us is that Labour have clearly lost this election, and they have lost more seats than they have done at any general election since 1931. And on the other side, historically, we have gained more seats than we've done at any general election since 1931. And I think it is still the case that people have shown that they've rejected the Labour Party, they've rejected the Labour government and Gordon Brown, and what they've said is that they want to see change.
But why do you try to deny Gordon Brown what Edward Heath attempted to achieve in 1974? Why do you seek to deny him that opportunity?
Well, what I'm doing, Jeremy, is setting out what I see there's been the message that the voters have been sending. And I think what the voters have been saying is actually, because we're not just talking about small numbers of seats having changed hands here, we have gained over 89 seats now. That is a historic result for the Conservative Party. It's a gain of a larger number of seats than we've gained at any time since 1931, and formed governments on the back of gaining smaller number of seats in the past. I think what people are saying is that they want to change, they want to see change,
Gains
and
are
they
irrelevant.
won't. I don't think
you have
they'll
not
want to see the same
a majority.
people back in number 10.
I'm just baffled, as David Dimbleby was baffled earlier, by why it is, as a Conservative Party, you seek to defy the Constitution.
I'm not seeking to defy the Constitution, Jeremy. I'm setting out for you the message that I believe the voters have actually given to the politicians.
So you are accepting the principle that Gordon Brown, as the incumbent Prime Minister, is entitled to make whatever arrangements he can. And they may or may not work, but he's entitled to do that.
Well, we have yet to see the rest of the results come in, to see the overall final picture of the results from all of these seats, and then it will be possible for everybody to look and see what the next step is. But I think it ill behoves politicians at a time when trust and faith in politicians are so low to simply dismiss the message that the voters are giving.
All right,
and I think the clear message is that Labour have lost this election.
Hang on
and
there.
That
a second, because
people want to see a change.
Okay, hang on there a second, please, because Peter Hain is also joining us. I can't see where are you, Peter? You're in London, are you?
I'm in Westminster, yes.
You're also
absolutely.
in Westminster, a different part of Westminster.
I've come up from Wales overnight or over morning, Jeremy.
Would an arrangement with the Liberal Democrats, I know you're not entirely against this idea or haven't been in the past, would it really have legitimacy given what people have said about their lack of enthusiasm for Gordon Brown as Prime Minister?
Yes, it could well do. First of all, because although we've obviously lost ground, that indicated the voters did not want a majority Labour government. They clearly have not voted for a majority Conservative government either. And David Cameron and his team were acting for years as if they had the keys to number 10 in their back pockets. Well, the voters said they do not want him to be Prime Minister. They want a progressive, I think, anti-Tory majority.
Can you help us then?
Which is expressed in the new Parliament.
Given what the voters have said, where do you and the Liberal Democrats agree?
First of all, that there should not be the Tory cuts immediately that George Osborne and David Cameron are planning. That we should make sure the recovery is secured. That we should then
no cuts
have a deficit
this
reduction
year.
plan.
Secondly,
political reform. The voting system, on a voting system that ensures that every MP has to earn a majority of local voters in order to get elected. Only a very few do that now. And also reform of the House of Lords, a democratic second chamber, and thirdly, a fixed-term parliament. Now, the Conservatives are opposed to all those political reforms, and they want deep cuts. There's a common agenda from which we could form a stable government to take Britain through this period for a set few years to the next general election, and I think we could also get the support of others in Parliament to back that programme. There are, for example, a number of MPs from Northern Ireland now elected, and the Green from Brighton, and others, including Plaid Cymru supporters in Wales, who I think would back that kind of programme, and the Conservatives alone would stand against it. The country may not have voted for Labour. Clearly they didn't.
No, they certainly didn't vote for Gordon Brown. Would it help if there was a change of leader?
Well, constitutional precedent dictates, Jeremy, as you know, that the incumbent Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, in this case, should seek to form a government in the absence of an alternative government ready and waiting. Now, there isn't an alternative government ready and waiting because David Cameron has not won this election outright. Therefore, Gordon Brown is quite right to seek to talk to the Liberal Democrats, and then beyond that, if we can secure that as the heart of a new
leader of such a government?
Sorry?
Is he the only conceivable leader of such a government?
He's the only conceivable Prime Minister because he is the Prime Minister able to negotiate it. The Queen would not go to somebody else to negotiate a progressive partnership government. She'd probably go to David Cameron. And therefore, I think it's incumbent on all of us, and Gordon Brown is clearly seized of his duty, his constitutional duty, to try and form a progressive majority government in Parliament that reflects the wishes of the people. That, it seems to me, is eminently possible around the twin pillars of an economic programme that does not deliver immediate cuts like the Conservatives, and a wide-ranging fundamental political reform programme that rebuilds trust between voters and their politicians.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you. David?
Well, we've been joined here by Simon Sharma, the distinguished historian. I wouldn't call him a television historian because it would insult him, but you'll have seen him on the telly from time to time. This is a fascinating and extraordinary moment in British politics. What do you make of it?
It is. Well, there's really no precedent. We've had hung parliaments before. Vernon will correct me, but usually the gap between... they've often been difference between the majority of seats and the plurality of votes. The gap between the seats of the two parties has seldom been of this magnitude. It may be Back to the Future in 1929, when George V really had to be quite assertive in trying to persuade Ramsay MacDonald to form a national government.
Do you think the palace may get involved directly in this? Not just obviously.
Poor Queen, you know. The problem is, David, that the country has not just spoken. It's held its nose, of course, at all of the above. And the second huge problem is that if we can sort of poke our heads above the parapet into the wider world, there is turmoil out there of the kind that really hasn't happened since 1929. The 1951 hung election happened in a much more placid condition. Wall Street lost at one point nearly 10% of its value. There is absolute panic on the other side of the Atlantic about what's happening in Greece. David Cameron's prediction, you know, it hasn't helped him win the election, that there'll be a run on the pound. It's come true in terms of run on the pound. That's the real problem. How long, actually, can we have the horse trading for whatever Plaid Cymru, bless them, might possibly want, when there is a maelstrom blowing out there in the rest of the world?
That is
I'm just going to hear what's happening on the train that Nick Clegg is coming down from Sheffield to London with Kirsty Walk, and she's on the train. I don't know, Kirsty, have you picked up anything about the plans or proposals Nick Clegg may have? Oh, there's a delay on this. I'm not quite sure what kind of delay. Wonderful.
Last train back from Sheffield to London St Pancras. Down the carriages there, Nick Clegg and his wife Miriam and some of his press team. It's fair to say that our advances for any kind of comment have been very unwelcome. In fact, there's been a categoric no. Either speaking to Nick Clegg, or he doesn't want to be filmed on the train. So this is a very different Nick Clegg to the one we saw in the last 4 weeks. What's happening now is they're going straight to Liberal Democrat headquarters, where he will make a statement, we're told, from the steps, and then go inside and address party troops and officials. Fair to say they'll all be feeling a bit banjaxed because the night, of course, has not gone according to plan. Indeed, the ebb and flow has not stopped. So, as to what happens next, we have absolutely no idea whether Nick Clegg has been talking to the Cameron camp, talking to the Labour camp, perhaps to Gordon Brown, or even perhaps to Peter Mandelson. It is not clear whether Nick Clegg might be part of any coalition government which emerges in the days ahead. It's fair to say that he is saying that he is taking no chances with rushing at this, and they want to keep calm and make their decision in the cold light of day. So he's going to arrive at St Pancras, and I'm afraid no interview for us.
So Kirsty Walk there with Nick Clegg. Just going back to what you were saying. So what do you think ought to happen?
I'll tell you what will happen. There'll be a Conservative government with Liberal support. The only issue is...
that's what you think will happen?
That's my tentative prediction. I don't see any other solution, really. Of course, it's constitutionally entirely proper, but we have not ever had a situation in this country where a party that actually had so large a gap between themselves and the party which had larger seats dared to form a government with minor party support. That would be a shockwave through the whole country at a very, very bad time.
Do you agree with that?
Well, I think there'd be a real question mark about legitimacy. We talked about the problem in England too. Therefore, the question is not what Nick Clegg says. The question is what David Cameron says to Nick Clegg. Right. I don't think Mr. Clegg has to say anything at all. He has to say, I'm waiting. I'm by my phone. Here, I've got a mobile. Why don't you give me a call? He has a party meeting on Saturday with his MPs, and he also has a meeting with his party executive, which he could have a kind of negotiating mandate. But the real person we're waiting for is what David Cameron is willing to offer in order to get the Liberal Democrats on board, not necessarily, of course, for a coalition, but on board for some sort of arrangement whereby the Tories can govern as a minority.
It also depends what Nick Clegg's going to accept at some point.
Right. Well, we come temporarily to an end here in the studio with this breakfast election special. There's going to be a separate breakfast special at 9 o'clock for a couple of hours. We're going to be back here at 11 o'clock. I doubt whether things will have got much clearer, but perhaps they will. There are 43 results still to come in, so I hope you'll stick with us here on BBC One.
We're being disenfranchised, and that's not on.
So we were told, can't vote. I think everybody's very angry.
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Disappointing night for you, Mr. Clegg.
So there we have it.
The outcome of this country's vote is not yet known.
I believe it is already clear that the Labour government has lost its mandate to govern our country.
Jackie Smith, Labour Party, 13,317. Conservative, 19,138.
And I hereby declare that Caroline Lucas is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Brighton Pavilion constituency.
I think it'd be bad if people were to rush into decisions or rush into making claims which don't stand the test of time.